Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link. But prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin. But always make sure your arguments are LPP. What is going on, everybody? Welcome here to another after show on Logical, Plausible, Probable. I know most of you bounced over from Standing for Truth, where Fox was going head-to-head with the one and only Kent Hovind as they continue the Evolution on Trial series over there. So thanks, everybody who has come on over, and hopefully we'll have some good time, good conversation. Maybe it'll turn into a dumpster fire. Maybe it won't. Maybe we'll just have very reserved and very intellectual conversation. Hopefully it is what will happen. But if it doesn't, if it turns into dumpster fire, that'll be fun too. Now, for those of you who are coming here for the first time, just so you know, the initial portion of the after shows, as people join the panel, we will kind of go in round robin, not round robin, just based on the order they came in, right? You'll have the opportunity to spend, 45 seconds to a minute maybe to describe what you thought about the debate, who won, lost, best one-liners, best comebacks, overall things that stood out to you. Then the next person will go. And then after all that gets taken care of, we will then kind of go into back and forth conversation. People get to raise different topics they thought about the debate, different subject matter, and then we'll go into general conversation. And then as new people join the panel, everybody will kind of take a time out from the conversation that we were discussing at that point, give that person the opportunity to share their thoughts about the debate, and then we'll kind of jump back into the general conversation. So anybody who wants to join, the link is pinned in the side chat. Make sure you click it, get on in here. You don't have to have a computer or camera, all kind of stuff. You can do it directly from your phone. You just need to have your microphone turned on, and I can let you in. But if you join the panel and you don't have at a minimum your microphone on, I can't let you in. I literally am not allowed. It will not let me click the button and let you in. So make sure you got that, so you're not sitting in the backstage wondering what the heck is going on and why am I not being allowed in. Okay, so before we get going, I got some folks backstage that we will be discussing. Wanted to give a big shout out to a couple of the members of the channel who are here. Utopia Busters in the house. What's up, man? How are you? Thanks so much for joining us and for your support. The one and only Andrew Kaufman is here. What's going on? I think did I see Standing for Truth himself in the side chat talking? Get your butt into the panel. Let's get this going and have some fun stuff as we get going. Dustin Buck's here. Dougie Fresh. Carmine's here. Jungle Jargon. What's up? How you doing? And a bunch of other folks are here. Steve Tibbetts is here as well. Oh, he's actually backstage. So we should have some good time. So enough of me rambling, running my mouth. Hopefully everybody was paying attention to how this works. Without further ado, let's bring some of these folks in here and get with the conversation. So we got Steve, Fox, Jungle Jargon, and Inferno Disco are all here. And first up is going to be Steve, and then Fox, then Jungle, then Inferno Disco will be the order we'll go in. So without further ado, Steve, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? And what are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Oops, you unmuted me while I was unmuting myself. As far as the debate's concerned, everything always just seems to get bogged down in everything being repetitive. And of course, I think Donnie has an ongoing joke with my last name is Tibbetts. One of these days he's going to get it right. But I would like to see more of topics being done in order, one after the other, but they seem to be like all at once, and it's hard to follow them sometimes. I don't know if I can say much more here on this, but Donnie started a new procedure where he was doing them one at a time. I think that actually would work out better. Okay, does somebody want to go next?
Hey, it's me from the debate. It's Fox. I thought it went fairly well. I've been watching Kent for years, so like I know his arguments. You know, like he states a lot of the same stuff, pretty much every argument. You know, how did this come from an amoeba? Comparing this to bananas or strawberries. But yeah, I do agree that like it gets repetitive after a while, and I feel like definitely it can get a little bit old. But I also think that it should probably be a little bit more structured. That way you can go from one topic to the next. That's why I was kind of trying to push the topic into a different direction. So yeah, I mean, I like Kent Hovind. I think he's a nice guy, but he does get a little bit repetitive sometimes.
Right. Oh, no, I was not actually, guys in the backstage chat. No, I didn't accidentally leave. I left on purpose. Is my mic still clicking or glitching, or is it coming through better now? Anybody?
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, cool. So it's not, you're not getting any static or anything now? Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, we lost Inferno Disco. Oh, but anyway, Jungle, you're up next, man. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Yeah, I must have missed the discussion, but and I don't have very much battery left right now because it probably cut out a little bit. But it's the same old discussion. It's always the same old discussion. The atheists don't have any argument, and they try to say they do. It's always the same thing all the time.
Right on. And let's see, who do we got here? Is this who I think it is? The one and only Andrew got
me.
What's up, Andrew? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I saw Fox joined. It's good. We can have a back and forth there. I do have some. Well, I didn't watch all of the debate, unfortunately. I had to leave and take care of some stuff, but I did watch a good portion of it. And let's just say I have a few things I'd like to, I guess, give some advice on and discuss with anyone willing, but particularly Fox again, because I think you did pretty well. Kent Hovind with his the usual same arguments. But yeah, I guess that's all I'll say for now.
Right on. Well, see, in line with the repetitive aspect. So I think a big portion of that needs to be taken into consideration by people on the side of evolution is why do the arguments continue to be put forth? Are they all been 100% debunked, or have they not been? And it's just repetitive positions taken by the vast majority of debaters from the other camp. And it's like, well, if you're going to keep making the same argument, and I'm going to keep countering it the same way over and over again until you come up with something new. And it's that'd be like saying, why do we keep using wheels? Well, they kind of work pretty well. So that's something that's to be taken into account. And I know for a lot of folks who are heavily engaged in, the internet debate arena, you're right. You hear, if you watch every single freaking debate, then naturally you've heard the same arguments over and over again, right? But you also take into account that does not mean, because I'll put some context. So I've been heavily involved in politics over the course of my life, and it can get kind of boring sometimes. You're really involved with a campaign because the candidate is spewing the same policy positions over and over and over again. They're practicing short and sweet points to get across to the general audience and the potential voters, right? And it's taken into account. But for people who are politically active, then it's like, I want to know about the details, man. Like, what's the overarching logic? What's the 5-year plan? How is this going to be implemented? What's the real likelihood of getting the votes inside of the legislature to get this actually executed, right? That's for folks like us, at least speak for myself. That's the kind of stuff I'm all about, right? But I want to know about the latest discoveries in, insert talking point or insert subject, not the stuff that's been repeated. So anyway, long-winded diatribe there, but I think that's something that people need to really think about in terms of debate, right? Like, did the person win, lose, or did they not win, or they not do well because they made the same argument, versus what is the position taken by the opponent?
So I have a suggestion for my future debates. I was going to try to include some peer-reviewed sources. Well, I did have a couple, but I didn't get to them. But in the near future, in my next debates, I'm going to bring in some new peer-reviewed sources and some new findings of different things, just to show people, like, hey, science finds new things all the time. Like, here's a study done on a T-Rex that they are
science,
like slower than they were expected to be, or whatever. There's different studies that are released all the time that people do trial after trial, and they find new things all the time. So that's something you could definitely bring up.
No, that's definitely a fair point. Okay, so while we wait to see if anyone else wants to join the panel and talk about their initial thoughts on the debate, Stephen, any general topic that you want to bring to the general discussion?
Wow, I got to learn where that mute button is. I'm not used to this StreamYard. I still haven't figured out how to type in the side chat in this thing yet. The big thing that I noticed that everybody keeps running into is it seems as though it's the same arguments that are brought up over and over and over again, like the geologic column. What was the Fox? I think you made the comment that we would see evidence of the flood in the in the layers. Either that or I was watching something earlier that said that. But it was brought up that if there was a global flood, we would see evidence of it in the strata. Well, the strata is evidence of the flood. But it's like we keep going round and round in circles because, there are two different worldviews. And the more that keeps coming out that supports creation, that doesn't get published. So all everybody usually sees is stuff that's either ambiguous or may lead to evolution. You notice to say may. But does anybody else have any idea how there could be so many strata that formed without there being some type of a flood? There's no spaces in between these layers. No dirt, no plant life. Fox, any idea there?
I don't want to sound cliche, but I'm not a geologist. So, I mean, I do have to take a geology class coming up, but I am not an expert on geology. So, I don't want to get too much into a geology argument because we're going to go into a circular reasoning type of thing, and we're just going to throw fallacies out there. That's kind of why I didn't get into. I kind of wanted to bring up some fallacies in the debate, but I felt like there just wasn't enough time. But I did say before that you could literally see through different time periods that the ocean was in different places in every time period. And same thing with the continents. They were shifting in each time period. So you can see where the oceans were before and where they are now. You can see where the mountains have shifted. You can see all the evidence is there. But like I said, I'm not a geologist, so if you want more complicated stuff, talk to an actual geologist.
Well, I guess throwing something out there for one thing, because we do know what very large floods produce in terms of geological features and kind of the general landscape we see after a major flood occurs, particularly floods that took place. So basically, when a large flood happens, you don't tend to find these nice stratified layers. You generally find them all mixed up together, and along the general surface where a flood occurred, you tend to see these kind of ripple-like features, as if the ground itself was kind of moved and swashed up by the flood. And of course, we don't tend to see that throughout the geologic record. And at least in my view, that is a strong point against a global flood, because we know what floods produce, and we don't see that. So I think that's the argument being made.
If you guys haven't seen R and Ra's series of debunking Noah's flood, it's great. It's very long, so if you don't have enough time to watch it, try to find some free time when you're not working. But I can definitely share it with you guys. But yeah, he goes through a lot of geology, and he goes through, that there was most likely a Mesopotamian flood, a local flood in the Mediterranean. There's evidence of that. And there is evidence that every culture has a record of, some kind of flood myth. So I can't debunk that. But as far as a world global flood, I don't believe in that. There's not enough convincing evidence for that.
Well, it seems to me that the round 2 of Fox versus Hovind subject has already been decided upon. I mean, is there evidence for a flood? I mean, it's already it's obvious. This is what needs to be the next round. I mean, Donnie, I know you're in side chat. Get your butt in the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Let's set this up right now. Listen, Donnie, I know that you act like you're always busy being a scheduler. So I'm going to make this happen for you right now. I'm being your agent as we speak. We're going to bring the next round into place. Get your butt in here and let's get this going. But before all that happens, what's up, Joel? Welcome to stream. How you doing? Did you see the debate, or are you just joining for some good fun combo?
Hey, thank you. And I was actually trying to look up the debate. it's kind of going to ask if you could post it in your intro. But while I was looking it up, your one of your lovely your friends here was it Fox Official was talking about Aaron Raw, that Nelson guy, and I couldn't help it when I asked, go ahead and just jump in and talk about that topic because it's just funny.
Are you saying that you just accept anything that is said by the one and only Aaron Raw as gospel truth?
Not at all. Hold on, let me find this beautiful article that I wanted to find before I joined, but I jumped in too soon. Hold on.
Always take everything that people say with a grain of salt.
That's true.
Because obviously you can't agree with every fucking thing that people say. So, I may agree with
and who? And who?
So the irony, and I didn't find the article that I normally share from like 2016, but I found one from Nova, well, I guess, which is better. Where so Nelson Raw, whatever his name is, Aaron Nelson, that the weirdo guy that calls himself Aaron, he does a brilliant job because on those series that you were talking about, Fox, he makes it clear. He says that it's impossible for the world to be flooded. You'd have to have 3 times more water on the planet than in all of the oceans combined, right? And the irony is that 6 years before he made that glaringly crazy whatever observation, there was a geologist from the University of Illinois, I think, professor who made the discovery. They set up thousands of seismometers, seismographs, what are they called? Where they were trying to test the bell ring theory of the planet, where you have one earthquake or whatever seismic event on one side of the planet, it literally rings like a bell to the whole planet. And they found what's called ringwoodite. They found this massive underwater, like solid water type reservoir of a mineral, trapped water under the mantle, that they calculated is literally 3 times the amount of water than all the water in the oceans combined. And so it's just, I don't know.
That's interesting.
The waters of the deep, Genesis 7:11 talks about.
Yeah,
that's cute.
So interesting point you bring up there, Joel. And before we let FDS, who just joined, give his thoughts on the debate, one of the things I always find kind of fascinating, and Fox, you were another example of this tonight when the Haeckel's drawings, for example, was brought up, right? And what I'm about to say is not to bash you, but you were, for your own admission, you didn't really have any clue what that was about, right? And
yeah, I've never heard of that.
What I find very, very interesting is, this happens all the time, so you're not alone in this, well, let me ask you this. Have you read any of the books that break down the failures of evolutionary theory?
No, I have not.
Darn it.
Okay,
See, I was actually a young Earth creationist when I was a kid and teenager until I turned about 18. So, like, I was brought up watching Kent Hovind's tapes, right? So, I was like full hard right-wing conservative Christian. So I believed all that stuff.
Okay, so what sparked your deconstruction?
I was starting to be convinced by the stuff when I was in high school of evolution. I was starting to question the Bible and stuff. Started questioning my faith, and just over time, I started to see contradictions in the Bible and contradictions in things that just aren't possible. And I left the Bible because of the nonsense that's in it. So.
Okay, interesting. Well, we'll have to continue this portion because I'll be very fascinated to talk to you about that. Before we do that, though, FDS has joined. What's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Did you see the debate? If so, what are your thoughts? If no, what's on your mind?
Hello. Thank you for having me. Yes, I did see the debate. My opinions on it. I think Fox. Thank you for definitely stepping into the octagon. Takes a lot of guts.
Yeah.
Perhaps one thing
I would do MMA every day. I actually box in my spare time.
Oh, that's interesting. I think one thing to maybe strengthen your side of the argument would be maybe steer away from so many definitions and more get into more arguments. I would say that. Aside from that, I like where the conversation's going.
Yeah, I felt like I may have overwhelmed everybody with definitions. So next time I feel like I'll keep it a little bit more simple. I think the diagrams were great. I just think I don't want to overwhelm people because that's the kind of shit that I see in my lectures. But obviously, not everybody is a college student, so I have to learn to dumb down things a little bit for certain people. So, not everybody can, know all that stuff. Like, yeah.
I guess before we move on, now might be a good time for kind of what would I want to say on something you could improve in terms of one of your arguments.
Mm-hmm.
I guess coming from a phylogenetic perspective, because I know you did bring up the phylogenetic trees, and I guess you could also call them cladograms in your presentation. And one of the things, well, obviously you encountered this when you brought up the similarities, the common designer explanation, which I think you could improve on
the watchmaker argument.
Say that again.
Which is basically a version of the watchmaker argument.
Not exactly. Well, what I'm trying to say is maybe focus, because in my opinion, I don't think the similarities in terms of these structures are necessarily the main point of the argument or the argument itself. I think it goes a bit deeper than that, and we can obviously get into this if you want, but I guess not just focusing on the similarities, because obviously some people don't necessarily agree with that issue, if that makes sense.
I kind of understand what you're saying. I mean,
because I'm saying there is an argument for common ancestry. I think it just goes deeper than mere similarity between structures. Is all I'm saying.
I get that. Yeah, it's a lot more complicated. I was kind of trying to dumb it down for people who don't understand much about evolution. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's pretty fucking complicated. But yeah, I think it's interesting though, for sure.
I'm just saying once you dumb it down to a certain point, then
available, guys. Evolution, biology in general is probably the easiest field, outside of academia today. So it's literally, it's definitely it's not rocket science. I like the joke,
It's easier than what I was doing before. I was doing aerospace. That shit's more complicated.
Well, for who? So, may I ask?
Yeah. It was Spartan in Tulsa.
Oh.
If you ever heard. I used to work at Boeing. Boeing was cool. Yeah.
Well,
so my degree was in quality control management and non-destructive testing, which is like metallurgy kind of stuff, and I was inspecting aircraft parts.
I'm an aerospace guy too. I used to work for SpaceX. Nice. I was going to tease Boeing's the enemy.
Cool. I love aerospace. They really want you to have like a master's degree to get into a lot of jobs. I was like, man, that's a lot,
Huh? No, well, at least not where I've worked. But
Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, I guess. Evolution is actually a really easy topic. I was curious what you thought about that ringwoodite discovery, though. If you are familiar with it, just to touch on it.
I don't think I've heard of that. I'm gonna have to look into it.
Yeah. See, that's what sucks. A lot of these debates, and by the way, John, I wanted to apologize and thank you. I did find the link that you did put in the description, as I asked. So it's friggin' 2 hours long though, man.
No.
It was long, yeah.
Joel, that link it magically appeared. I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but it somehow just did. Okay, like
did it evolve there, John?
It may have, although there may have been the necessity of a preceding intelligent agent in order for it to take place. But anything is possible in this, so you never know.
Or it's confirmation of Jesus' teaching that if you ask, you shall receive. That was teasing.
This may seem like an excuse, but I'm only 23 years old, so
Okay,
I've been around
that's a good excuse.
a couple times, but I don't know everything, and I always admit when I don't know something.
Good.
That's rare. Really, when you're an adult, you realize you don't fucking know anything really, so you're always looking for new answers for things.
Sir,
I've heard many different theories.
That's what I always said. I always said they never know anything. They don't know anything. It's like they're trying to say something, don't even know anything. But my battery's gone. Goodbye, people. Bye-bye.
See you, Jungle.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye, JJ.
So real quick before we get back into the conversation. So let's see. Germania is in the side chat, but we all know, as usual, he's too afraid to join the stream. So, Ger,
Where's SFP?
when those proverbial CO Jones drop back down again, get your butt in here and we'll have some talks, man. We all know
Yes,
that
what do we have here? We have a non-Ger stream is what we have here, Germania.
Exactly. And by the way, for people who are new to the stream, me and Germania are not actually enemies. Well, he hates and loves me at the same time. So
They're frenemies.
I don't have a problem with him, but you know, we have good like joking banter back and forth where from the average person coming in, you would think that we might not like each other or like insulting the heck out of each other. I'm usually doing it just in fun. Germania is usually doing it in fun, but it's actually a way to project out his own insecurities. But hopefully he will join us. And also we got Keith Colvin's in the house, another member. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate you as always for joining the stream and for your great support. So thanks so much for that. Oh, there we go. See here, it's already starting. It's already starting from Germania. He can't.
I'm help. Like,
yeah,
that's a new name. I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Oh no, they came up with that one like a year ago, and they love to make all sorts of phallic related jokes and usage of the phallic member and stuff, which is kind of ironic because I'm like, if I was young again, like a kid again, which I don't know, somehow people like Germania claim that he's not a kid anymore, but he still acts like it. I don't know. But in those younger days, it's like, oh well, let's go out back and see who is the little PP. But they never want to rise to the occasion. It's amazing. But anyway, enough of all that. So we can get back to the general conversation. So let's see. FDS, you haven't really said anything since you came in initially. Anything on your mind from the conversations been going on so far?
Yeah. Sorry. For a second, just before I was able to join in, y'all were talking about the floods and kind of the strata for what's it called? Oh, y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You were talking about the flood and the strata at what is it? I can't think of it. It's escaping my mind. The Grand Canyon. And recently I'd been.
I think we mentioned the Grand Canyon, but yeah, that does get brought up.
Did for a second.
Okay. Must not heard it.
And I had been recently seeing a lot of videos on Great Lake Missoula, which is a giant glacial lake that was apparently in Northern America, and it let out in Northwest America.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah. And what's amazing is they try to explain away the strata by saying, oh, it was just thousands of flooding events over and over and over again. And that was one of the things that was brought up is thousands of flooding events rather than one giant flood event in that brief conversation y'all had. So
that's actually how the Great Lakes were formed?
Yeah, one point I would like to point out, though, is in philosophy, we understand this thing, Occam's razor, that if you can have a simpler explanation, then it should be accepted unless there's new information presented. And I think, one giant flood would be more explainable than thousands and thousands of floods. Any takes on that?
If I may comment on that, so I would agree that an explanation based on, like you said, thousands of small floods creating the stratigraphic column that we see. I think, however, that the actual processes that produce those layers is not simply thousands of floods being laid on top of each other. I think it's more like general deposition type processes, the kinds we see today, in terms of basically you have streams and rivers, just to give an example, coming off from the mountains, and with them, of course, we all see this all the time, they bring sediment along with them. So it's basically extrapolating from there and showing that if you have these processes that we observe today essentially occurring a lot longer, then you could have these sediments deposited into these layers. So instead of all these floods occurring, like you said, it's more minor processes, I guess you could say, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get that argument. That's one of the arguments that they try to put forth for the polystrata trees. But then again, you got to kind of think time frame. How long are those trees going to stand there? Well, flood after flood after flood after flood occurs, and they don't get wiped away or they don't rot away
Which
at all.
is, of course, not to say that it's all uniformitarian. We could say it's catastrophic events do occur, like we obviously observe floods, and this is actually the difference between 19th century Charles Lyell's uniformitarianism and what you could call modern uniformitarianism, or what is usually referred to as actualism, in terms of the actual processes that we observe today. So it's not just these erosion deposition processes. There are local floods. There are impact events from extraterrestrial sources, things like that. But I guess from my position, I would say that saying that took place in formed layers appears, to me at least, to be more parsimonious an explanation than a global flood, at least in terms of other lines of evidence besides the layers themselves.
I would argue that Occam's razor is a fallacy.
Hang on, real quick interjection, guys. So in the side chat, we've got the one and only Ken Ami, and I strongly recommend folks you go click the link I just put in the side chat. I got it pulled up on the screen right now. Go over there, set a reminder for yourself. It's very, very much worthwhile to watch his lecture. It's not super long, but it's worthwhile to listen to his very articulate analysis and the way he condenses down much of the things that we hear all the time and people kind of dance around, and he really puts it into a very compact but anyway, just go check it out. It's very much worth your time, and I posted it in my community probably about a week and a half ago after I watched it. I was very impressed, and it's very much worthwhile to go check out. Okay, you guys can go back to it now.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think Occam's razor is a common fallacy that's used with people. They think that the simplest explanation is often the best one, but that's not always the case.
Right.
There's lots of fields that
Well,
are
there's
very
caveat.
That's often the way it's phrased, but is a bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah, there's a little caveat. It's the simplest explanation that best explains all the known facts without positing any new facts.
Right.
So
yeah,
I watched the Atheist Experience a lot, so I'm fairly familiar with most of the fallacies. I studied fallacies when I was a teenager as well.
Well, Occam's razor is a tool. It's not a fallacy. I mean, just every philosophy class I've taken will assert Occam's razor when doing inductive reasoning.
Right. And it's not to say that you can't propose more complex explanations, but yeah, it is a general rule of thumb for the most part.
I think a lot of times people just oversimplify exactly what went on during the flood, because people sit there and say, oh, well, local flood, it comes down from the rivers and whatnot. You still have boundaries and everything during local floods. A global flood, it didn't just all the water rise up and cover the earth and slosh around for a while and go down. We're talking about harmonic tides that were sitting there sending mud, going across the continent twice a day. So this was moving massive amounts of mud and burying everything over and over and over in different layers as the moon was pulling the water up. And I think people miss that when they sit there and they look at local floods and they try to equate that to a global flood, because there's only been one global flood. So we have no comparison.
I look forward to it, SFT. I look forward to it. Maybe we can talk ERVs.
I didn't get around to talking about panspermia, which is a really interesting theory, I think.
And
basically, microorganisms could have originated from other planets, basically riding on asteroids.
Yeah,
it hasn't been.
Have you actually studied Fred Hoyle's work, though? His work, panspermia, stellar nuclear synthesis, all of those theories, that forced him and Shadrach to become Christians. Specifically.
Along with just the panspermia theory, if you think about that, once again, apply Occam's razor to it. Well, now we have to posit life to other places in the universe that it is not proven.
Yeah, and Stephen, I wanted to, so again, I eat this stuff for a living. I wished that the actual scientific data on these topics were more common knowledge, I guess, more public.
Mhm.
That ringwood I discovered, that's the stuff that people I thought were talking about for the last decade plus now. I mean, the article that I tried to link, and I know you guys probably don't watch side chat, like John does, but I posted the article, and I'll just read a couple of clips from it. The guy, it's real clear. He says, quote, a reservoir of water 3 times the volume of all the oceans has been discovered deep beneath the Earth's surface. The finding could help explain where Earth's seas came from. This is from newscientist.com. It's a discovery made by an actual, geophysicist. At the conclusion of the article, I don't know if he meant to say it this way or not, but he literally said, quote, we should be grateful for this deep reservoir. Jacobson, I think is how you pronounce the name, says, if it wasn't there, it would be on the surface of the Earth and mountaintops would be the only land poking out, quote unquote. So that's the data. That's the real life, empirical, scientific, easily reviewable data that guys like me talk about, circles outside of YouTube, obviously. Why can't YouTube circles talk about this stuff? Why do we have to speculate? Silence.
I will say, I think I did hear about the water in the mantle thing sometime, but I don't know if I've ever heard the specific numbers behind that. So I will have to check that out.
Okay, Andrew.
They set up laboratory.
Hang on. So, Andrew, is this going to be yet another thing that you've not got? You've been told about over and over again, but just have never actually gone and looked for yourself?
So I actually have a question for Joel.
Because I know this has been brought up multiple times by Joel and myself and others. The water. Yes, this has been brought up over, and you just admitted.
I'm not everywhere on YouTube.
I've never bro.
The article I shared is from June 2014.
No, I'm saying, Andrew, this has been brought up in conversations that you have been a part of on my channel. So I'm saying this is yet another example of a topic that is worthwhile to go and investigate and see, but per your own admission, you've never actually gone and looked for it. Looked it up. You just
they've investigated other topics besides that. I just heard about that tonight.
Right, but you actively debunk all these other ones, right? But then you won't go and
look after I look them up.
No. I'm saying you've been supposedly debunking, flood, all these different things, right? Oh, there's no evidence for that. The geological column issues, fossils, all that kind of stuff, right? Like you actively. That doesn't
mean I know every single thing about it.
Hang on,
even scientists know every single thing about it.
Andrew, are you stating that you have not been actively a advocate against the positions taken by folks like Joel, myself, and others? Is that not your position?
I wouldn't object to that. No.
Okay, cool. So if what Joel just stated is correct about, hey, the water in the crust, if on the surface would cover all the freaking mountains, don't you think that might be, if you're going to continue to say that anybody who claims that there could be a global flood is possible, don't you think it'd be worthwhile for you to go and investigate if you're going to continue to take the position that it didn't happen?
That's literally what I just said I was going to do right now.
Right, but did you miss my point? That's been brought up many, many times in conversations that you have been associated with on my channel, and you still haven't gone and done so 2 years later?
Well, I don't listen to everything.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you in the conversation, because I know that I have personally.
Which conversation are you talking about? I haven't been actively participating in each conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, so what we have here is Andrew Cumming playing dumb. When I have been in personal conversation with you, you haven't been in side chat. I have personally brought this up to you in the past, and now so this is my whole point. He's now playing dumb, ladies and gentlemen. He's playing dumb and acting like we didn't do it. It's just like all the things about code theory and everything else that he wants to dismiss and has been dismissing for 2 years now, and then acts like it's not relevant. It doesn't impact the overall foundation of his freaking worldview. Go ahead, Fox.
If there's evidence, you should look into it, right? You have to keep an open mind. I like what Matt Dillahunty says. Like, if there's convincing evidence, you should really look into it. Don't just dismiss things and then say that's false, because then that's
good.
Okay, you have to look into it. And
Fox, of all the people that you can be like gaining knowledge from. Please don't follow Matt Dillahunty. That guy is such a closed-minded dumbass. That is
he the Diet Coke guy?
No, that's the Godless Engineer.
Oh,
No,
I definitely disagree with him on
I
some.
like that code.
No, Joel. Matt Dillahunty is Enigma machines prove that there is no intelligent agency necessary for code. That's
okay.
Matt Dillahunty. I mean,
He's pretty close-minded on certain things. Like he doesn't even believe that extraterrestrials are possible. So,
or God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
I mean, I totally believe that there could be extraterrestrials. Is there enough evidence? I don't think so, but it's always possible.
So you had a question for
Well,
me,
we
Fox,
call them
about the
angels
Ringwoodite?
and demons.
Yeah, my question was: do you have you heard of the Europa discoveries? Like, there's probably
Absolutely.
like a
Yeah,
crust
I've
of
thought about
water
joining the
underneath
team
it.
for the Europa Clipper project.
Nice. I thought because it's kind of similar to what you're talking about with Earth. It's very similar. So I thought I'd bring it up.
I don't know. I don't think I would quite understand it. Yeah, you're talking about the Jovian moon, right? Europa, and the idea of trying to colonize it and siphon it for water and stuff like that.
It's kind of like that. They have it's like a ring underneath the crust of ice and water.
Right.
That could have
Speculating
life.
of whether it's liquid water or not because of the geysers. Yeah.
Yeah. It's still speculative, just like Titan with the methane water.
Well, methane has been confirmed on
that.
Titan, but yeah, I understand that. That's why NASA's the Europa Clipper probe is going to help us start to colonize Europa, is to confirm if that is actual, water, much less, it's not ammonia or something nasty. Yeah.
I love NASA. I'm a NASA geek.
Yeah, they're good slush funds, but yeah, I love those topics. I'm a space super geek, so yeah. Get specific questions about any of that? Yeah.
Real quick for you guys to respond. I totally forgot to welcome another member who's in the side chat. What's up, Cheryl? Good to see you. How you doing? I know I said greetings, but I totally forgot that you're a member and I should be giving you a shout out. So thank you so much as always for your support, Cheryl, and I hope you are doing well. And Honesty Angel is inside chat too, and Faithful, Honest, and True. What's up, everybody? We have like 60 people in here. It's crazy for an after show. Anyway, okay, you guys continue.
Yeah, there's a lot. Jeez.
Bible Research Tools. Cool name.
What's up, Dan?
Bible Research Tools.
But yeah, Fox, those topics never get talked about often enough, in my opinion. So I love that stuff, man.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I like to watch space videos just for fun.
Yeah.
What's up, Dan? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you feeling? And did you get a chance to see the debate?
Is that who Bible Research is? Is Dan?
Yeah. Dan, are you on mute, brother?
Can't hear anything or see anything from them.
Well, in fairness, he was in ICU for 3 or 4 straight months, I think, and is now recovering right now from COVID. And he's in his 70s, but usually he's probably got it on mute.
Nice. Glad he's doing better, I guess.
Well, Dan, when you just jump in whenever you get mic and stuff working. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. I was making general statements. Yeah, I just the Ringwoodite stuff. That's old news. Again, it's one of those things you wish were more common knowledge. At least for people to talk about. You don't have to believe it or not.
I've never heard of it. even when I was a Christian. So
yeah, that's horrible. I know. I've been scamming through the debate earlier tonight. And I'm looking at y'all's fancy charts. I'm not seeing anything terribly new, and I certainly don't see the Ringwoodite thing.
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of the stuff that's brought up is just repetitive stuff that people have talked about for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm looking for. If there's some sort of new highlights you guys talked about, I am interested in these debates, but mostly in just trying to find something new.
I should bring up some entomology facts for you guys on one of my debates just for fun, since it is one of my majors,
Yeah.
There's lots of work being done in it. So
Origins of language?
Oh, no, sorry. Entomology is the study of insects.
Oh, okay. That was my second guess.
Oh,
not etymology, sorry. They sound so similar, I know.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you guys believe in the biblical Tower of Babel?
Actually, there's some good evidence for it, yeah.
Yes.
There's a big debate in archaeological circles whether it was in Iraq between the two rivers near Euphrates, or if it could have been in the Sudan between the twin rivers of what's called the White and Blue Nile rivers.
Interesting.
It coincides with the old ideas of out of Africa that Donnie hates. Hey, Jamie, because the Human Genome Project's gene trace research thing they did that tracks the first humans allegedly coming out of East Africa. It tracks with the Sudanese Tower of Babel research going on right now. It's mainly out of groups out of Israel.
Oh man, Jungle Jargon is charging his phone right now. Man, this conversation, Jungle's like,
God,
oh, stream tomorrow.
I love
I'm
it.
getting a stream.
I love it. I try to learn from Jungle the DNA stuff, man. That stuff. I mean,
no, I'm not bashing Jungle at all. I'm saying like
I know
for those of us who know Jungle, like this is his like his bailiwick, his favorite topic is the. Man, so Jungle,
I'm
I think Jungle's still in side chat, and he's like, I'm sure he's over there just like, oh man, charge that battery, charge
Foaming
that
at the
battery.
mouth.
Okay,
Before
so
my next debate, I'm gonna do some research on geology for sure. Do more geology research. I know there's a YouTube channel that I subscribe to. That's a geology channel. I forgot about it.
Okay, so Jamie has just joined us. What's up, Jamie? Welcome to the stream. Did you see the
Hello,
debate?
Jamie.
If so, what did you think? What stuck out to you? If no, what brings you to the conversation?
it seemed like was that Fox that was debating, right? I didn't see the whole thing, but I did see it. I thought the way you handled yourself was really at least the parts I saw were you're very on focused, and I thought that was good. I appreciated that. Like you were prepared on some level. I think I'm curious about. I've been wondering. I'm a young Earth creationist, but I think insects are something no one tries to tackle in young Earth creationism, and it seems problematic on so many levels. And I'm really interested in that subject.
You know, I mean, the Bible has lots of insects in it. I mean, just talk about the locusts. You know, they're part of the order Orthoptera. And you know, that's one of the biggest insects used in the Bible. There's lots of references about insects actually in the Bible and other religions. So yeah, they're a big part of you know, creationism, and nobody ever brings them up. So
yeah, there's so many insects in the if you're like a fundamentalist, younger creationist, and like trying to imagine exactly like the whatever I accept obviously like some kind of descent to some degree, right? Or speciation, I should say. And so insects are a really interesting thing to consider, especially when you look at the genetics of them and
they're super
the repeating legs and stuff, like of the centipede. And it seemed like they're modified legs, like they're stingers, things like that, or like what are some potential functions of the kinds of insects there are, and what kind of things are modified, you know, potentially from a young creationist view. It's really interesting questions to me.
So Coleoptera is the largest group, which is the group of beetles, which is the most diverse, which is insane. Like you could literally go to a tree and just collect a bunch of beetles and you'll see multiple different species in there. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, I just love insects. I could go on and on all day about insects because they're just so cool.
Bug guy.
My favorite are probably like praying mantises. They're pretty fucking cool.
I just moved to Idaho, and from Washington, we didn't have any in Washington, and they're all over here. In fact, they're hatching right around this time right now. I need to go see if I can collect some of their egg sacs. They're so cool because they're I forget what you call it, but like their egg sacs from the year before will hatch, and the little baby praying mantises are essentially like little miniature versions of the full grown for the most part. I forget what you call that. You probably know, but it's so cool because people, you can hatch them and they're like hundreds come out of one egg sac. It's really neat.
I'm trying to remember the metamorphosis, what it's called right now, because there's different types of metamorphosis.
Yeah, and they don't have a pupal stage, right? So it's like
I don't think they have pupal stage. They have they just grow from the same form until they're an adult. So there's gradual metamorphosis. I think there's God, there's so many. So there's trying to remember all of them right now. Incomplete metamorphosis, complete. I'm gonna have to do it. Look at my book again. But yeah, there's a bunch of different types.
I wanted to quickly say I like to gross my kids out about how like the female praying mantis eats the head off the male when they mate.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that.
Well,
And it doesn't stop him.
we actually have quite a bit on speciation rates and animals and insects and things like that. And insects speciate at an enormously fast rate. The only people that really have a problem with the speciation rate are the evolutionists, because I mean, going by the speciation rates and we also take into account, extinctions and the amounts of animals, species dying off and stuff like that. There should be way more species on Earth than there is.
Or
Currently.
just one example of speciation event, Jason, right? One example. Give us one real.
What do you mean? Like I could Google. I mean, I could just Google it and straight away and just say insect speciation event, and it would come up, mate. There'd be lots. I mean, it's like plant speciate. I speciate. I watch, like, say, plant speciate before my eyes. I literally make different species of tomato by putting other tomatoes together. They come out as different species.
But
they mix.
Other species, though, right?
Hybrid, yeah, but that's a species. That's a speciating. That's speciating. Well, that's what, according to you guys, that's change. Oh, so now that's unnatural. So I mean, plants can't speciate like that. So you have like according to you guys, it took like so many millions of years for 900 horsebreed. Sorry, for 3 horsebreeds to arise. But man can get 900 different species in just like 12,000 years, according to evolutionists. And I mean, like each time that they breed these horses, and each time they speciate, just one example. You want one example of speciation with insects? Believe me, I'll get you plenty of them.
Strawberries.
I've just got to find out what book it's in, what book we've got all this stuff in, and I can get you heaps of citations, and it'll be secular citations too, by the way, because we only use secular citations.
What I want to see, though, man, is the code changes, right? So DNA is very obviously code. So stuff John talks about a lot often. So there's been experiments, long-term evolution experiment. There's been real world. So science, the scientific method that Christians created, for example, relies on the idea of observable, repeatable evidence in real time, right? You have to be able to repeat your experiment. So we need to see. So for scientific evidence or confirmation of quoted speciation requires watching the code changes in the lab or in some way of actually monitoring the DNA changes, however, over whatever kind of time. And every time that we've seemed to try it, including the LTE experiment,
we've seen Darwin's finches speciate.
Oh, great!
We've seen them speciate. So you're saying that insects?
Hold on.
It's much harder for insects to speciate than
the regular stupid debates. To go to the next level. The next level is
okay. Everybody's gonna be quiet for a minute. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have now entered the period in which I create this overlay for. Okay, so we are now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into full-scale dumpster fire because we've got Jason, the XO is here, Bubblegum Gun is backstage, I'm about to bring him in, and we're now arguing over speciation. It's about to get epic. So you don't want to go away, ladies and gentlemen. You want to stay because it's guaranteed to have energy, shall we say, happening any moment now.
If I could just tell you guys real quick. So there's...
But if a finch can speciate, then you're saying that insects can't speciate.
Jason, hang on. Okay, go ahead, Fox.
Yeah, so there's ametabolous, which is without. It's A means without. There's hemimetabolous and holometabolous. There's 3. Usually, I could get into the 4th one, but it's not as commonly used. I think it's poor metabolous is the 4th one. I just wanted to tell you guys because those are some of the different metamorphoses.
You itch to show that overlay, don't you?
Well, I don't know if I itch for it. I just have it because I know it's almost guaranteed to happen. So
that was great.
You've got to have it.
I got you.
And
before I was hoping it didn't go to dumpster. I legitimately want to see the code. We have experiments. We have real life experiments today, modern scientific experiments showing the code changes, between the different things. And so far, like the Linsky Labs prove it. It shows that it's not random. It's not natural. It's all pre-programmed. And so instead of looking at the output of the code, you don't look at the end result. Whenever so I'm a professional coder today. I'm a software engineer, and when I demonstrate when we do code review and we do pull requests and things where we show our code to our fellow coworkers, the customer can't just look at the endpoint, the software, the release version, and understand the code. No, you have to look into the actual code and watch where the changes are made. Look at the revisions and the version changes and all of the documentation that we do that shows the changes over time. That's how science works. And since DNA is literal code, we should be able to watch the same exact type processes for speciation events, not look at the end result.
Hey, BLT, I think that's you, hot making.
I just want to say real quick, and I'm not going to say much more, but I think like fruit is a good example where like there's clearly a change in like what it produces, what it looks like, and then also I would say speciation. Yeah, that's a fact. Speciation is
imagination.
So, in other words, the other option would be all species exist in their current form as they were created, and that's retarded.
All right, so I'm gonna make an attempt. Hey, and logical. That was a great way. The way that you made that intro. I couldn't have said it better myself. But yeah, here's the problem, guys. Is that all of biology is dependent on the fact that all organisms, rather plant, animal, spore, or mold, or fungus, already have the ability to survive. And all reproductive processes are based off of already existing information. So not only is there no evolution, there isn't even speciation. There's no such thing. Every single example. You're not letting me finish. It took them 20 seconds, and you're already interrupting. You're already interrupting. Relax, guy. I'm sorry this is gonna hurt feelings. Thank you, logical, excellent. So let me know when I can speak. I'll go back on mute. You let me know when I can speak, and we can help people out. Stop promoting evolution by saying speciation.
I don't promote evolution.
This is pretty gay. This is pretty
It's
gay.
all Intangibles' fault.
So yeah, so Genesis 1 explains it. In Genesis 1, it says God said it was very good. Not that it's going to get good or it needs to get good. There's no such thing as speciation. If you have an example, let me know. I'll give you both my cards. Take your time. Best of luck.
Somebody's saying base.
Yeah, I think
hello base. My name is Exo. That is hello base.
Take your time. Let me know when you have an example, bubblegum, instead of just saying it's base like a 12-year-old.
No, I'm on your side, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, don't. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Let's just. This is serious, though, Bubble. Okay. This is not a joke. Thousands of children are being brainwashed by evolution, and Christians are still promoting it, not knowing it.
I agree. 100%. I think they're spineless. I think they're spineless to not take action.
Good. Congratulations.
Yeah.
The real irony, Exo. Something I like to bring up often is
let's get an example.
Theory of evolution.
We're never going to get an example.
Exo, the theory of evolution is actually Christian in origin.
No, it's not. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Bro, you need an exorcism. No, stop it. Bro, you've lost your mind. I already asked for an example. Okay, so you can see there's no example. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so there's no example for adaptation or speciation.
From his Christian doctrine.
Okay, we're just talking to retards that hate the Bible. Okay,
great. At Christ.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you need people to think for you. I'm sorry that there's a hand up your ass from Satan. Satan's hand is talking for you. Congratulations. I don't care about your fairy tale stories. I'm talking about what's reality. Reality depends on something called biology. Biology depends on all systems already having fully functioning abilities. No room for speciation. There's no such thing. Let me know when you have an example instead of giving me a fairy tale diatribe about a Dr. Seuss book you read when you were a child. Nobody cares.
Why are you so insecure? What
you have no claim.
You'll
never have a claim.
Are you narcissistic?
Yes, you don't have a claim.
Yes,
that is so insane. You got to be a psychopathic retard. Your first attempt is to say that evolution is invented by Christians when literally you couldn't be the farthest. Evolution was invented by Satanists to justify their lifestyle, and now it leads to 10,000 abortions a day. Yes, it says dumpster fire. 10,000 babies were killed today because people think they come from monkeys. That's where it leads to. I'm sorry you think that's Christian. Clearly you're possessed by multiple demons. I'll give you a free X.
Let's all calm down.
You're acting like one, kid.
Joel, calm down.
Deep breath, everybody.
Exactly. Okay,
Exo, can you answer a question for me?
Hang on.
Do you watch
Fox, silence.
Put up the fire.
So we've had some people join. Okay, so we get to jump in before we rekindle the inferno.
Good call,
Bubblegum Gun, also known as the corporate operator, and he's a whack job, but he's a nice guy. So what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. He has all sorts of interesting topics. What's up, man? How you doing? I know you watched the debate, so what are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, I saw where it was heading. I had to jump in. I mean, EXO. We'll get to that in a little while. I guess I should talk about the debate. Yeah, I mean, Kent has a script, and that's why you keep seeing the debates go the same way. People are just gonna answer against that script. It's gonna be the same over and over. So when you're debating Kent, it's gonna sound the same, familiar.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. And you have anything else? Then no, Tangela will get to go. Go ahead.
I hope we can get. Did anybody see Taylor versus T-Dump?
Oh, you mean
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe we could talk about that later because I got some things I want to say about that.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It was kind of interesting how he just tried to talk.
They let him on the channel anymore. TJ.
He tried to talk really fast and just like talk over everything. Some of the things where he like just straight up contradicted himself was hilarious.
Yeah.
But the part at the very end, which I cannot believe they went to Q&A, because I was watching it and I'm like, oh my goodness, haymaker time! Like the opening, go for it. It's like we're going to Q&A when he started arguing that folded ribozymes could replicate themselves.
Yeah, it's like
didn't need to unfold in order to do so. It's like, what? It's like proof beyond all doubt. T-Jump is spewing talking points he does not understand. And
his RNA argument, like RNA was different in the past, but it's now like new. It's like, what the fuck? You don't have anything. This is just like wacko talk.
Yeah, it was.
Have you guys heard of Nathan, the flat earther from Modern Day Debate?
I think I know him. Well, not personally.
I know who you're talking about.
That guy's cringe. Yeah, that guy's pretty cringe.
I avoid that stuff. But anyway, before we go down those topics,
vegan.
Tangela, hang on. Tangela, welcome to the stream. How you doing, brother? Did you see the debate, or are you just jumping in for late night combo?
Yeah, I saw the dumpster fire, so I said, well, I have to jump in. No, I saw a part of the debate. And I mean, I debated T-Jump on the same subject, and he keeps coming up with almost every time the same arguments when it comes to abiogenesis, with that RNA, that it can polymerize on clay and that it can self-replicate. And it's always the same. And he just exposes his complete ultra-crepidarianism. He doesn't understand anything about the topic and thinks he is the guy who thinks that he knows everything. So
yeah, as soon as they question him on something like more deeper, he just wants to like move on.
Get him off script.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point there, Angelo, the fact that he continues to like so adamantly argue the clay RNA on clay thing, it's like they're activated nucleotides they used. Activated nucleotides. If they're not activated, they don't have the energy in order to create the strands that they're claiming that they created. Like it's recognized.
But John, in my debate, he didn't even know that this was about polymerization of RNA. He thought that was about making RNAs. So he had no clue whatsoever what he was talking about. He was just parroting some science papers that he did find on the internet without understanding the topic whatsoever. So this guy is just, I don't know why people still ask him to have a debate.
He's a televangelist.
Well, same reason people follow, what's it called? Peterson. You know Peterson?
Talking about Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, same. It's people are looking for meaning.
Okay. Dude, do not put T-Jump and don't insult Peterson like that, man. Like, Peterson is a listen, do you actually, okay, hang on. Since you have just compared T-Jump to Peterson.
No, I'm saying it's the same reason why they go for T-Jump, because, you know, they look for someone who can provide some sort of meaning in their life. Answering questions.
Hold on. T-Jump literally operates from the worldview that there is no ultimate meaning.
Yeah, I'm not comparing them in that way, but I compare like
you literally just
no, their audience
following them.
Their audience.
Meaning.
Their audience.
or
Yeah,
members of the panel. Did he not just say that it was about finding meaning?
no, I'm comparing the reason why the audience is attracted to T-Jump.
Yes, you said that both audiences are looking for meaning, right?
Like,
but my point
whether
is
looking
that
at
how
somebody
can
to provide meaning, somebody to provide answers. You didn't let me finish.
Okay, well, if T-Jump literally doesn't provide answers, like
Yeah,
his
I agree.
That's a fact.
deal, is not providing answers for anything. That it'll all just be needs to be novel, testable predictions in order for us to know anything. I mean, it's
not repeatable. I like how he excludes
regurgitation of that.
repeatable.
The regurgitation of that drives me up the freaking wall every time. Anyway,
I mean, if he wants to have a case, he should have started and to explain how RNA could have emerged prebiotically. That means the base, the ribose, and phosphate, how they could join together at the right prime positions at the ribose. I could have selected the right-handed ribose because they are chiral as well. And of course, science has no clue because there was no natural selection. There was just a huge different number of molecules, and they were just there, and that's it.
Yep. Well, it's I don't know. Let's go down that rabbit hole. So I just think that, ladies and gentlemen, we need to, if you're going to take anything away from tonight's debate or after show, you just need to remember that T-Jump and Jordan Peterson are actually one and the same. They're actually two sides of the same being. That's what's really going on. One is looking for actual substantive meaning. The other says there is none. I mean, it's like Two-Face from Batman. It's T-Jump and Jordan Peterson are the two alter egos, man. It's too good stuff. Okay. Okay, let's see. I think Bible Research Tools may have some sound. Are you there, brother?
I hope so.
Yep, we can hear you.
I have no idea what happened.
Hello.
We hear you, man.
How's everything?
God is good.
Yep, better than we deserve. So you have the floor, sir. What were your thoughts about tonight's debate?
I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I got a little bored at times when there was too much detail for a debate. But no, I liked it okay. I like all debates. I'm sort of middle of the road. Well, how do you put that? I'm very easy to please when it comes to debates.
You're neutral?
You asked me earlier how I'm doing. I'm just doing great. I can't believe it. I'm still on a tank, but tomorrow I go on a portable oxygen, which means I don't have to drag that tank around anymore. And hopefully in a year or so, I'll be down to where if God really blesses me, I won't need any oxygen, any extra oxygen.
Well, hopefully you'll keep recovering the way you have been. It's like I was saying earlier, folks, you were in ICU for several months.
Well, they were planning my funeral. They were going to, I smoked for 31 years and I quit a long time ago, back in the 90s, but still I had a little emphysema. And they said generally when people have emphysema, although mild case like mine may not be a problem, that when they get COVID pneumonia like I got it full blown, that they usually have to go on a, what do you call that, machine? I can't remember it now. Not an incubator, but something like that. Well, anyway, a ventilator, yeah. So anyway, the doctors are already talking to my wife about, well, do you want him to go on there or not? And my wife and I were talking, and we had almost decided to let him go ahead and try it because I was maxed out on oxygen. They couldn't give me any more. And just out of the blue, boom, it turned, and I started using less oxygen. And by the time I got out of there, I was a fourth of what I was, when I first went in. And now I'm down to 2 or 3 liters per minute, which is really very reasonable, which means I don't have to wear out, use a tank up in an hour or two. So it's really remarkable, All the prayers really helped.
That's really good to hear, sir, because there's a lot of reports. In fact, there's a lot of medical journals talking about how the ventilator therapy actually caused more problems than they solved. So it's really good.
Yeah, the doctors told me if I went on it, I probably would not come off of it.
Exactly.
Yep.
My grandpa's going through something similar. He has to carry an oxygen tank every time he goes out of the house. He lost most of his eyesight on his front, so he can only see out of his peripherals. And then he also has cancer, so eventually, sometimes he has to go in the hospital for chemotherapy. So it's pretty bad.
I apologize. What did John call you again? Bible research. What was your name?
Dan. D-A-N.
Dan. Okay. I was just curious.
I'm still a little hoarse. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You come across perfectly clear. I'm a super science geek. I was curious if you've ever heard of something called hyperbaric oxygen therapy yet.
Yes, in fact.
Awesome.
I think they used it on that little girl that got caught in a well. Jessica, I think was her name.
Yeah, it's more commonly used for treating the bends for deep sea ocean divers.
Yes,
but I would love to see it used more for patients like yourself, man, trying to recover from
yes, Joel's great point. And Dan, since I know you like to do research, I would strongly suggest you research that from a recovery perspective, because
I know about everything there is to know about portable oxygen units. I researched. I've been home for a couple of months, and I've been researching since day one. And there are a lot of different brands, and I finally decided the one I wanted. But the VA said they'd give me a free one. So nice. I was a little disappointed until I found out the VA is going to give me one just like I wanted. So it worked out pretty good.
well, that's good. They're giving you a portable oxygen, or they're giving you the actual hyperbaric chamber?
Portable oxygen.
Oh no,
right?
I don't know anybody that does that for COVID patients. I mean, they may, but I haven't heard about it.
Okay, so I would suggest you look into hyperbaric chambers for recovery, and there's certain hospitals that actually have them, because it's been now recognized as it dramatically accelerates recovery, broken bones, cuts, burns. They're looking at them for post-surgery protocol, and there's been some research into it for cancer treatment, different disease recovery. So you might want to look into that, because there's you can get them for your house, and they're not super expensive. Ones you can get for your house, you just go sit in it for 30 minutes or so a day. And part of the reason almost every professional sport now, they use hyperbaric chambers as a mechanism for recovery for their athletes. So you ever wonder how such and such basketball player sprains ankle and then is back on the court playing at a high level 2.5-3 weeks later, right? And the average person, it takes a lot longer than that to recover, and it's because they're sitting them in hyperbaric chambers for accelerate recovery time. And some of them gone so far to turn their houses into hyperbaric chambers. I know Terrell Owens, when he was with the Cowboys, he literally had turned an entire giant room in his mansion into a hyperbaric chamber just to go hang out, because he knew it would make him recover so much faster.
I'll check it out.
John, there's a live stream on Atheist Edge, and Matt Dillahunt is there. It's still ongoing. And I joined there in the side chat with a fake name, with the Challenging Atheism. And they were talking about Frank Turek. And then I wrote there, Turek is much smarter than Dillahunt. And he replied, "What a clever claim, prove it. How are you measuring smart? Where's the data? Or are you just talking out your ass?" And I asked him then, he makes reasonable inferences based on the evidence. You don't. And have you met the burden of proof and demonstrated that the no-God hypothesis is more case adequate than the God hypothesis? How does non-intelligence stop intelligence in causal power? And he replied, "I see that you don't understand the burden of proof either. Not surprising, you think Turek is smarter. When you figure out how to debate, call on of my shows." So I replied, "You also do have the burden of proof. If you claim that no God is required, be my guest and make your case. If you just confess your disbelief in God, who cares? that's not informative. And you're confused and not worth replying to. Sorry, keep thinking you want tough. It's cute. You are confused. I have no case to be made beyond your complete inability to prove that what you believe is true. That's the end. Bye. Die. So you are, just finishing. So you are that empty that all you can do is denying what others believe rather than making a positive case and defending what you positively believe to be true. Precious, LOL. And he thanks for proving you are a dishonest non-thinker. Bye, blocked.
Is that Matt Dillahunty?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Matt Dillahunty on the atheist experience? Yeah.
Oh,
he tends to do that with people.
Did you ever see him debate Matt Slick? And they're like, Matt. Well, in one of these debates, Matt Slick asks him the question, "What is your criteria for evidence?" And then Matt Dillahunty just ran from that because a bunch of atheists don't want to put down a piece on the chessboard because that can come back to bite them later in the future. So they never want to play. Yeah, they never want to play a piece. And this is why you always have to start a debate with what is your criteria for evidence? Because like you can present amazing evidence that will win the whole crowd, but it won't win them because it doesn't fit the criteria.
But he has many times confessed that he doesn't know what would convince him that God exists.
Yeah, that's absurd.
But he says God knows, so it's God's fault if he's not convinced because God has not been able to convince him, while God knows what would convince him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play he doesn't want to play a chess piece.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of atheists, instead of saying that they believe there is no God, they resort to I just lack a belief in God, because it allows them to escape the burden of proof, to which you have to explain following cause and effect. How did this universe get here? What was the cause of this universe?
Yeah, you saw how
Oh my God!
You saw how I challenged him, and I said, "You have also the burden of proof," and he just ran from that. He didn't even answer. He thinks he doesn't have the burden of proof, but all they are doing, no, I don't believe you. You have no evidence. Hey, who cares what you don't believe in? I want to know what you positively believe and why.
Right. I think that's a good way to push him into a corner to get his answer.
Yeah, because
I'll make a bet with you guys. If you call into one of the atheist shows, I'll call into a theist show.
Nice.
But you know what the bottom is of that? If they would want
Otangelo, real quick. So Fox, Otangelo is actually banned from all. He's called in many times. He's banned on every Matt Dillahunty related.
Otangelo, my hero.
Like call-in show. I mean, he's just straight up banned because so earlier, I don't know if you picked on this, Fox, but when Joel was there, I was talking about how the Dillahunty is the one who claims that Enigma machines prove that you don't need intelligent agency for codes. Mm-hmm. Well, that stemmed from a question that Otangelo brought to the equation, and Otangelo
he never
was bringing
let people finish their thoughts either. He just hangs up on them.
Well, he does do that, but so Otangelo was talking to him about the necessity of like a translation mechanism, right? And like a dictionary for translating. But I think you were using an example like English to Chinese or something, right, Otangelo? Yeah. Dillahunty just cuts him off and's like, I know how to completely defeat your entire position. It's 2 words. Enigma machine. And then he goes on this whole tangent about how the Enigma machine's existence proves you don't need intelligent agency for codes to exist. And it just shows beyond all doubt that, and this is why I was questioned like earlier when I was talking to you, Fox, and I said, like, please don't get your information from Dillahunty, is it just proved beyond all doubt that in spite of the fact that, and by the way, quick caveat for those in the audience, Matt Dillahunty and his rejection of the existence of genetic code is the primary reason this channel exists. Because I too called into the atheist experience, and he ended up being on mute, ended up hanging up on me. But he then insisted that there was no such thing as genetic code. It was just an analogy, blah 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 blah. It didn't actually exist. It's chemical reactions, blah blah blah. That bullshit. Anyway, the
fun fact: I actually called in to them, and I just self-promoted, and they hung up on me.
Chad move. Well done.
I was like, wow, you can't even let somebody promote their stuff. That's stupid.
But you know what I am observing, that their audience is always smaller. The 2-3 years ago they had a constant 5,000 to 6,000 watchers at the Atheist Experience, and if you go now, it's 2,800, 3,000. It has gone down a lot, and I think that's very good.
Well,
I think they shouldn't be so rude to their callers.
Yeah, it's like Darth
Well, it goes into
Dawkins
melt-
kind of effect.
Yeah, he goes into full meltdown. It's getting shorter and shorter, by the way, too. Same thing as debates, man. Like I've noticed it over the past year. It's usually no more than about 20 minutes, and sometimes it's in opening statements, but usually it's no more than 20 minutes into a debate before you can watch it. It's like an observable snap. He just breaks, and then it's like, brah! It's like going off on people. And it really stuck out. The first one that really stuck out to me was his debate with poor Sal Cordova, the nicest, like, calmest person on YouTube, and just like completely goes into full scale meltdown over like what are the probabilities of different casino games, and like you're a liar because you say it's blackjack. Like, oh my goodness, that was good stuff. But
you
John,
you guys want me to pretend to be a theist and then call them?
Oh, pretend to be a polytheist. Do it for me.
That'd
John,
be hilarious. Yeah.
John, 2 weeks I called in at Truth Wanted, and there was Paulo Gia, and Nate something, and they put me into the line, and they had no caller. They did let me wait over 20 minutes. I was in the line waiting, and they were just chatting between the two, and were hoping that they would not have to take my call. And then finally they took my call, and it lasted over 20 minutes. And I mean, I just exposed. They had no clue as usual about basically anything in regards of biochemistry.
I might have to watch your clips on there. 100%.
Yeah, you can go to Truth Wanted. If you put my name on YouTube, Truth Wanted, you will find the clip. You can watch it.
See, I'm an open-minded person, and I'm very patient. Unlike Matt Dillahunty, who is like really tempered for no fucking reason.
Yeah,
So is this a new clip?
Yeah, it's about 2 weeks ago. I told them that prebiotically there was no way to polymerize RNA, and then he brought up and said, "Well, what is water made of?" And I said, "Well, oxygen and hydrogen." And he said, "Well, they are bonded together, right?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, so there you have it. So there is actually you can have the bonds." And I said, "Well, that's not the same as bonding a nucleobase to a ribose. It's completely different, and it hydrolyzes." When I said that, they did hang up on me.
Well, I just want the MD Aware guy to come back. I really do, because every single time he's on there, he says something that it's like, how are you a doctor, number one, and number two, like an MD, and then number two, how are you actually getting a PhD in genetics right now when you continue to make these moronic claims?
Yeah,
I still haven't gotten over the fact when he like adamantly claimed that DNA is a self-replicating molecule. I mean, it's like, dude, this is just
wonderful.
basic. Oh.
The other guy was so smug with me, and I asked him, what is the function of the genetic code? The guy said, "Well, it's to self-replicate." I said, I mean, it was just precious.
Well, and you know what's funny about that is those folks that make those claims seem to be so uninformed in relation to, like, they deny the information problem, but then it's like, genius. The DNA can quote unquote self-replicate due to the information contained in the genetic code sequences, which enable the mechanisms which are necessary for the overall replication. So you could say that, oh, well, I guess it's self-replicating in the fact that it contains the information necessary to self-replicate, but it doesn't actually chemically self-replicate itself. And they seem to miss that while simultaneously claiming that there is no such thing as information in DNA. Blows me away every time.
I think they're like comparing to like water, a water molecule literally split in half. So I think they will consider that self-replication. A water molecule just splitting.
I don't know.
No, I mean, that's absurd. It's it's an absurd comparison because like
Well, true. So in
all
line
you
with
have to
that,
do is go, where's the origin?
split the water molecule. That's literally what the oxygen evolving complex in photosynthesis does, and it is an extremely high energy process.
no, I'm literally talking you splitting water in two. Like you just take water and divide it, like in the most literal sense of that.
It's going into the weeds, though. It's letting somebody drag you into something completely irrelevant from what this topic is, you know.
Yeah, I think they completely misrepresenting it intentionally.
Moses split the water.
Amen. That's right. And so did Joshua afterwards.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask on Tangela real quick. Are you still sharing your freaking wealth of knowledge online somewhere, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
I am writing a book on abiogenesis right now.
Awesome.
Oh, wow.
Are you still on
that's
Facebook?
so that's why you've been quiet recently. Okay.
Well, we were
I'm
talking about
writing
sharing around the world at one point, so that's the
Okay.
I'm writing a
All right. So Tangelo. So number one, why am I unaware of this? And number two, how is it going? And number three, well, let's start signing up. Let's start creating the book promo tour of all the interviews on the different channels you do. But go ahead.
Well, I put the link here. Just don't share it anywhere, please. Just for you guys. Okay.
nice. So no, you're not really teaching online as much these days?
No, I'm not much doing live streams anymore on my channels for now. I'm more active on Facebook, but I'm mainly working on that book right now.
Good.
So.
Very good.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm still
working
hanging out
on
on
it.
Discord. I canceled my Facebook subscription, but or whatever account. Yeah, I don't think I've made a YouTube video in I don't know how many months myself, so I understand. But yeah, no, I'd love to. Did you post a link? Because I don't see it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
in
here in the
private
private
chat.
chat. Just don't share it anywhere.
Sure.
Hey,
thank
so
you.
Tangelo, are you going to tackle the quantum enzyme problem for like respiration?
Well, I am starting now just with very basics with the elements which are required for life, describe if they were available prebiotically. Then I go to the energy cycles which are required and interdependent to make fixed nitrogen, carbon. And then I go to the basic building blocks, amino acids. Now I'm at RNA and DNA. Then I will go to carbohydrates, phospholipids, and then I start with polymerization, and then I go more and more complex.
Nice.
So I start really from the basics, and wherever you look in abiogenesis, there are no explanations whatsoever. And what I am doing, basically, I am letting the science papers talk, because that's where you find the evidence, and they are clueless, as James Tour always says, in regards of everything.
Well, you got to define life. You got to define life specifically.
Yes, I'm doing that. I'm giving the explanations which Paul Davies gives, and I start from there. Really, I give an introduction about intelligent design, what it is, and so forth. Then what is life, and then I start with my basically I regard this as an improvement of the Paley's watchmaker argument, which is the factory maker argument. Basically, the combination of genes which direct the making of irreducibly complex machines, production lines, and chemical cell factories, and that requires information transmission systems. And that is the prime evidence which I use in my book, which I think is an evolution of Paley's watchmaker argument.
And Tangelo, I'm scanning through this for you, man, and I see mentions of the third and fifth position for the phosphate bonds, and I'm curious if you touch on the things that I guess you and I have tried to talk about over the years, the idea of how, what you just described, for example, the abiogenesis, not just the improbability, but the impossibility of breaking past the chemical bond barriers of the third and fifth positions, on the carbon bonds.
Yeah, right. And the problem is that you have 5 carbons, and you can bond the phosphate and the base at any of these 5 carbons. There is no restriction, right?
Well, yeah, I guess I was curious, and I'm doing word searches through what you shared, and I'm not finding it. I just wanted to kind
I
of
am
remind.
writing about that in the second last post.
Okay.
If you scroll down, then you will see about DNA, and there I write about the problem of bonding the parts together. That there is no restriction. There is no
Okay.
reason why it should be always at the 3 and the 5 prime position, or the 2 and 5 prime position.
The word
Real
search
quick.
220 results for phosphate. you're touching on it heavily, but yeah.
Hey,
Real quick before I
Fox
head
trying-
out,
Yeah, what's up, Fox?
I just want to tell you guys I'm writing a fiction novel. It's like it's a fantasy novel that might have some sci-fi elements. It's gonna be called The Realm of Zarnia. It's gonna be cool.
Is that a Narnia reference?
Kind of, yes.
Wait, are you a Christian? Is somebody going to say a Christian invented that religion too?
I
You know, John, I want to share something which I learned while doing this investigation. You know that life uses only alpha amino acids, right?
Right.
There are alpha amino acids, beta amino acids, gamma amino acids, and so forth. And the ribosome, you can only feed it with alpha amino acids.
So you're saying that the standard talking point of, oh, it was like other stuff, it didn't have to be chiral or any of the alphas. It just over time it got fixed. You're saying that the ribosome is conditioned to only accept the alphas.
Only accept the alphas, and it removes if a right-handed amino acids goes in, it knows how to recognize it, and it sorts it out.
Interesting. Well, and there's so many different like termination components in there too. Like if it's not correct, then let's just terminate synthesis.
Yeah, but you know what is amazing is that the ribosome is made just to polymerize alpha amino acids, and it could be. I mean, they are now doing chemical engineering where they are actually producing beta amino acids, and they are making engineered ribosomes, and they feed them with beta amino acids.
Interesting. So you're saying they're being able to reprogram?
Yes, they are reprogramming. That's what they are doing. And the thing is that it's basically the ribosome is designed to be fed with alpha amino acids. That's fantastic.
Yep, I would have to agree with that. Well, it's just another example of what they keep coming across. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's such a level of just full-scale denial that is necessary for the complete rejection of ID even being a possible explanation. You know, like, oh, we're just going to reject it outright versus at least consider the possibility. And it just gets me over. Okay, real quick before I forget. So if is Andrew Andrew is still here. And let's see if
Fox left.
Well, LPP. I mean, you guys were talking about speciation. All of a sudden, I guess we can't talk about that anymore because I thought we were going to get an example. What happened to speciation examples? Are we going to let people get away with murder?
Wait, XO, you don't want to go there as a Christian. Do you know why?
What?
You know, you don't want to go there as a Christian.
Oh, okay. You're going to tell me how to be a Christian. This makes sense.
No. Because that's my position. My position that there is no speciation. And that's a big problem with Christianity.
No, that's what the Bible says. That's what you're not listening. It's in Genesis 1. It's very good. It's what the Bible says. It's bring forth after their kind. It's Genesis.
Wait, XO.
That's what the Bible says. Doesn't know. Not what other people think. I'm representing the Bible one at a time. Go ahead.
Do you know why Christians have made the kinds argument? Do you know why they made that argument?
It's irrelevant. I'm making it for the Bible right now. It is a kind. It's only a kind. The Bible's right.
So you do believe in speciation?
No, there's no such thing as speciation. Kinds only bring forth after the kind. The definition's right. Okay, what's your definition of speciation? You won't have one, so I'll have to get it for you, okay?
Like speciation,
right?
Well, well, first of all...
Do you want to read it? Get a definition. Don't just rip it out of your ass like all atheists.
No, I'm trying to answer.
Don't make it up, but don't lie. Once you lie,
I'm trying to answer.
You're stuck in your pride, but you don't know what the definition means, so I'll have to read it.
No, I'm trying to answer.
You don't know that. No, read the definition. You don't know what it means. That's the point.
I do know.
Okay, go ahead. What's it mean?
Okay, first of all, it's a tool to
dead wrong. Already wrong. Totally dead. No such thing as category. Nope, you're lying. Stop lying. Well, you've already failed. You've already lost. You're lying. It doesn't mean that. Stop
let me
lying.
answer.
All you
Exo,
have to do is look it up. Why are you lying to me?
Exo, let me answer.
Go ahead.
It's a tool to categorize animals, but the
Dead
ways,
wrong. That's a lie.
Wait,
Sorry,
I'm
that's a
not
lie.
done.
It's not
I'm
true.
not
It's not
done.
a tool to
I'm not-
categorize that wrong.
I know.
Dead wrong.
I'm not done, Exo. But speciation and the way you guys are talking about it's speciation and kinds is the same thing.
No, it's not. That's the point. There's a
Yes, it
different
is.
word. No, it doesn't. It says right here,
Okay,
speciation.
Exo.
The
Exo.
evolutionary process by which new species of living organisms are formed.
Wow.
It's completely different.
Never
It's
win an argument with
new.
you.
Exo, let me ask you one question.
Bro, you're so out of your league right now. Go ahead.
Exo,
You
let
have
me
no- you're in no
let me ask
danger
you
of
one
understanding.
question.
You're scared to
Exo.
death of the dictionary. You guys are scared to
Exo,
death. That's fine.
let me
You
ask
guys are
you one
so
question.
scared to death of textbooks.
Let
You
me-
won't let
Drag
me
me.
discuss them.
Let me ask
Why
you
are
one
you
question.
so scared, Bubbles? Why are you so scared of textbooks?
No,
You're
let me
wrong
ask you
being
one
scared,
question.
Exo, not
APS,
letting
stop
other people
perving.
talk.
You guys are out of your minds. The
over-talking
definition
me, dude.
is right here. Why are
Exo.
people so scared to death of the actual definition?
Exo.
Why are you screaming?
Why are you lying? Why are people?
Why are you
It's just people are just
screaming?
normal to lie. You're just lying. It's called a
Why are
crime.
you
Exo.
screaming?
Because you're
Let
lying.
me ask you
All
one
right,
question.
Calm down.
Quick timeout.
Unproductive.
Quick timeout. So, Andrew and Standing for Truth, you two have been talking trash about each other in the side chat about how you're going to go toe to toe, and you're going to join. I've checked, and you're
come on.
both in the side chat, and there's now 2 slots available in the panel. So
It's gonna
link
make
is
this
pinned.
crazier.
Link is pinned. Get your butts in here, and let's have another rumble between the two of you. Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
What's the
Okay,
next level
speciation's
after
not
dumpster
kind,
Exo,
so
let-
you have
fire,
no
John?
idea what you're talking about.
Exo,
You have no
let
idea.
me
You're
just
so out
ask
of
you
your
one
league. It's real sad.
question. Let me just ask you one question.
I was trying to ask John a question. What's
One-
the step,
becomes an
what
irrelevant
level
question.
above dumpster fire? If those two
Well,
join?
let me go first.
Joel, nobody cares. Stop talking, Joel. You just
Okay.
ruined a conversation.
No,
You don't have to
nobody
blame.
cares
Joel,
except
the answer.
you,
Joel, the
dude.
answer to the question is
Well-
crematorium. Crematorium.
Okay, Exo.
Well, I mean,
I got-
logical. You
Hold
want the dumpster. You want it to be a crematorium, right?
Seems like.
Okay, I just got one question.
We can't
And-
use a dictionary. We don't want to go by the Bible, so it's just going to be a fucking dumpster fire. Yeah, go ahead.
It'd be
Okay.
nice to talk. Exo.
Oh, okay. Let me just ask you.
Forget the books. Get rid of them.
Hang on. Angela's about to leave. Angela, you got any last words, brother, before you take off?
No.
No.
God bless Tangelo.
Yeah, just let me quick answer you, Exo. You said there is no speciation. Do you think organisms need to adapt to the environment in order
No,
to
there's no
survive?
such thing as adaptation either. That's the point. All of biology is dependent on the organism already having the ability. There's not one example in all of history for adaptation. They admit, even the secular system admits, 2009, Fukuyama, they already have the ability. That's what I don't get why people use these terms. It's insanity.
That's
Well,
where,
it's
we would help you
pre-programmed adaptation.
Duh. There's no such thing.
It's pre-programmed
right.
adaptation.
That's not
What?
adaptation. It already has the ability.
No, Exo, that's the thing
Well,
that we would
that's
like to
what
try to
I'm
help others
saying.
No, it's
understand.
not. You
Dictionaries
don't understand.
change.
I'm sorry, you don't
No,
understand
calm
what
down.
words mean.
Be-
Words have meaning.
Listen.
Adaptation means new ability.
Be quick to hear and slow to speak, please.
No,
Listen.
bro, stop
No,
talking. I'm
don't-
not talking
don't
to you.
just
One at
let
a
it go.
time.
God,
Stop.
no. You
I
told
know,
the
bro.
Bible-
Stop.
you
You
said-
already lied
You
several
just said
times.
you disagree with the Bible.
Stop. Yes,
I
you
called
are
it-
lying through your teeth,
No,
man.
you
You said a
called it-
Christian
with the
invented
Bible.
evolution.
You
Retard,
just
please.
disagreed
If
with
I'm
the
just going to be
Bible,
overtalked by
David.
3 people, forget it.
You
Can I
are
just talk to
a
one person?
bully.
The other guy left.
You're not
The
Christ-like,
other guy tried to talk
dude.
left. Great.
You're
Joe,
not
let me go.
letting
Great.
people teach
Bubbles, can you
because
continue
you
to
are-
talk so that I don't have to
you're
talk to the
hostile.
retard that
You're
says
toxic.
Christians
Joe,
invented Satanism?
Joe, please
I
let
just
me
can't believe how
let me go
stupid
first,
this guy
and then
is.
you
trying
can
to
then you can
figure
go.
out how to get other people to want to like talk over this weirdo.
Christians invented
Exo.
Satanism. Wow,
Point
Joel,
that
that's
you
let me
ran
continue with my
1,000
question,
babies
and then we
are
can go
murdered
from
in
there.
North
Is
America
that
every
God
day
designed
because of evolution, which
adaptation
was
into
invented
life.
by a Christian. Congratulations, Joel. You are
pre-programmed.
the literal largest Dunning-Kruger
Says the-
I've ever met in my
says the
entire life.
atheist who
Congratulations.
wants to talk over people instead of be peaceful.
Okay,
and
so this is
kind
what you
and
want,
loving.
LPP? There's just no conversation. We're just going to have retards talking out
You
their
are the
ass,
one
preaching
destroying
Satanism like this guy.
child.
Nothing to show
All
for
right,
it. No
Joe,
books, no dictionary, no Bible,
let
no
me
evidence,
talk
no
to him
claim,
first.
as usual.
Pretending like you
Okay,
can think.
Joe.
He
Joe,
won't
let
talk.
me
We'll
just
have to talk over him. We'll have
Please,
to
Bubbles,
talk
please save the conversation, Bubbles. You got to
talk
okay,
stop
Joe,
talking
Joe,
like
just
this
have
retard.
stop.
Christian
Joe, just hold on.
conversation.
Joe,
This guy
just
is
hold on.
Antichrist.
Yeah, okay. Joe,
Literally.
just hold
No,
on.
you are
Joe.
Antichrist, literally
You are
curbing through your
sowing
teeth to justify
negative
evolution.
evil fruits
Joe, just
that
hold
Christ
on.
warns us about what?
Joe, hold on. Just hold on.
Psychopath sycophants.
Okay, just take
Because
it. Just
you're
take
wrong,
it. Whatever.
child.
Just take it. Just take it,
You're
Joe.
wrong.
Okay.
Look,
Okay.
look,
XO.
God
XO.
designed.
Holy shit.
Oh, all right.
I'm glad
Joe,
Logical likes it. At least
take it,
Logical likes
dude.
the dumpster fire. I guess if he can get
It'd be
entertainment out of it,
nice
God bless
to
him.
talk to intelligent people.
No,
who
I
can
already
understand
attempted, and the
basic code,
retard like
much
you
like
keeps
God's
lying
code
to me. I'm trying to talk to
has
somebody else. I'm not
pre-codified
talking to you. Nobody cares
adaptation
about
capabilities
Joel,
to
the
it.
retard that thinks
Then let
Christians
other people
invented
talk, you
Satanism.
narcissist.
I'm not talking to you.
All right,
I'm having
then
a
let other
conversation
people
with
talk,
somebody
man.
else,
So
and you're
Just tone
just
it down,
doing it
tone
because
it
you're
down.
so
I'm
selfish,
asking the
and you have the
question.
lust of the
Listen,
flesh,
Joe,
lust of the eyes, and the pride of this life, and you
Hey, Joe.
probably
Hey,
have a
XO.
lot of addictions.
You're
You
proving
need
the
that
atheist
evolution
point
religion to
correct that
justify that
Christians are
perverted
stupid.
lifestyle.
All right,
Great,
Joe.
we already know it. It's
XO.
not a mystery.
You're gonna have
Let
to
me
wait
talk to
for
somebody
the
else. I don't care to
anti-Christians
talk to
finish
somebody that's
rambling
already
you
hiding from
people.
morality. Get a
All
life.
right. Here's my
wait for the
question,
kid.
XO. XO. Here's my question.
This is
In your
stupid.
Okay,
It is. It's
Joe,
absolutely
hold on.
retarded. Thanks.
Okay,
Go
okay,
ahead. Yeah,
XO.
Bubbles.
you
Oh,
control
Please, go ahead,
God
Bubbles.
in your view,
Do
XO.
you and your
said
Christian believe
God
that
cannot
dogs
program adaptation
came from
technology
wolves?
into his life.
In your
That's
belief,
what you said.
Yeah. No, it's not a belief. All dogs and wolves share the
is that
same.
true?
You're not letting me speak. Can I got 1 second.
Oh,
Bubbles.
the
Can we
hypocrisy.
speak? Okay. So all dogs
No,
and
let's not
all
let the
wolves are
hypocrites
the
speak. How about
exact
we?
same gene pool.
Oh,
So all
So you-
dogs, yes, come
Mhm.
from the
by
gene
the way,
pool
everybody
that is
that doesn't
Canis
know me,
lupus.
I'm a soldier.
Wolf,
So
there's no
I do
speciation,
not
no
tolerate
adaptation,
bullies like
100%
this,
the
well.
exact same
Everybody
kind,
knows.
no new information, no ability,
Triggers me
no
no
new
end when
ability. It's
fake
just
like
too
this
easy.
kid.
Okay,
So there
so
isn't
you
even
do
an
what you
example of adaptation with all the dog breeds. They're called breeds for a reason, not species, like retards.
okay, so you do
They're
affirm.
called a
So you
breed
do
of
affirm
dog.
that
Yes,
wolves.
that
So you
depends
do
on the
affirm wolves came
information
from dogs.
already existing. Therefore,
can't
there's
reason
no
with
room
this guy.
for
So you do
adaptation or
affirm.
speciation,
Okay,
let alone
no need to
evolution.
go. No
This
need
is
to keep going on.
biology 101. It's really basic biology, guys. It's in Genesis 1.
Like a
And
code.
that's
can't
why I
argue
can't
with-
believe how many people don't
I
understand
just need you to
basic
affirm that
biology. Even
wolves
Kent
come.
Hovind
That dogs come from
uses
wolves.
these
Argue
terms
with
and he
me.
wonders why he confuses
just
people. You
waste-
guys are confused. I'm trying
John,
to
if you
help.
can't help
These
control
words
this, I'm
have
gonna leave
meaning.
you,
XO,
man.
all I
Bible
need
shows us
from
what they
you
mean.
is to affirm
Thanks.
that dogs came from wolves. That's all I need. Do you affirm that dogs came from wolves? Yes or no?
All dogs and all wolves come from the same gene pool. Therefore, there is
wolf.
no room
They
for
came
any
from a wolf.
adaptation
Wolf,
or
yes or no?
speciation, let
Yes or
alone
no?
evolution. All dogs and all wolves
Did
come from
dogs
a
come
gene
from
pool
wolf?
of wolves. That's called normal reproduction. There's
that a
absolutely
yes?
zero
I
adaptation.
just need a yes or a no.
Zero speciation. It's that
that a
easy.
yes
They
or
admit
no?
they're all the same species. Even the secular
No,
group
we're gonna be able to
Is
have
that
admits
a
an
that
yes
they
or
are
no,
the same
XO?
species.
I'm gonna-
I'm
I'm gonna-
sorry that you're new to
XO.
biology, Bubbles. Maybe try to read one of these biology
running off
books
all the
once
cool
in a
people
while.
XO,
and
you're
figure
not
this out.
answering
Pretty
my
easy.
question. Is it yes
Hear
or
me,
no that
John?
dogs came from wolves?
All
John.
dogs and
I just
all
need a yes or
wolves
no.
come from
I
the
just
same
need.
gene
I
pool.
gotta go that
Therefore,
far,
there
guys.
is
Yes
no
or no? I don't need a
speciation
college
or
lecture.
adaptation.
XO.
I'm
I
sorry
don't
this
need a
destroys your
college
religion
lecture.
of
I just need a yes
internetism,
or no.
and that's why you're stuck on the internet with I don't know-ism. Okay, your religion is I don't know, and I'm trying to help you that yes,
XO.
all dogs
Okay, yes.
are
Okay, you lost.
Canis
You lost.
lupus. They're listed under the
XO.
same
You
species,
lost
which
already.
means there's no speciation event, which means it's an
XO,
oxymoron.
you
Here
ignorant.
is the definition of
You
speciation,
lost
since you
already.
guys will never read it and nobody will ever learn. Let me do it for you.
XO, I don't need a
The-
college lecture.
Here we
You
go.
already lost.
Speciation. A kind, the evolutionary process of which new species of living
Oh my God.
organisms are
You
formed. Well, that
dumbass.
never happens in all of history. It's
You
never
require
happened once. That was
evolution
easy.
to
Thanks
go
for
from a
playing.
wolf to a dog. You dumbass.
It's just
do
too
you
easy.
Dumbass,
All
do
right.
you realize
Yep, that's what I
new
thought. Yes.
information
Keep
is
raging.
required
Yep, that's what I
to
thought.
go
Yes.
from a wolf
It's
to
called
a dog?
narcissism. You guys
Hey,
get a free
okay.
one tonight, right now.
Everybody, calm down.
XO,
Thank you.
you
No, you get a free
Bubbles,
exorcism, Bubbles.
next up.
No,
Silence.
you can meet me in person.
Silence, everybody. Okay, so Steve Steve and FDS and Dan have been quiet for quite some time. Do you guys have anything you want to insert into the conversation?
Well, I've been trying to talk, but I didn't want to overcut anybody.
Yeah.
Same here.
It's as far as XO sitting there claiming there's no speciation. I mean, there is speciation, but speciation is what man names certain traits that have become expressed.
Nope.
They're still
Sorry.
the
Nope.
same
That's
kind.
not true. Nope, that's not true. I'm sorry. Then you just proved my point that it's a different meaning.
You're
There's
not
no
going to
such
get
thing.
a word in, Steve.
It's right here. No, show me an example, Steve. Please, a real example, please.
A Chihuahua is not a wolf. A Chihuahua will never be a wolf.
Nope, that's not a speciation. It's the same exact species. So there's no speciation event. That's
It's
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
kind.
No, you
So-
right. It's the same species. Species and kind
No,
are
no, no.
interchangeable. I'm sorry,
No,
you don't
they're
understand
not
what this. You're
interchangeable.
lying. You got
a
to
minute.
stop lying.
XO.
I'm sorry to
Hey,
hurt your
talk,
feelings.
Steve.
The
Let me
definitions
talk
of the
for a
words are
change.
right here.
He
Speciation.
knows everything.
The
Just ask him.
evolutionary process by
Okay,
which
Exo,
new
the shouting,
a Chihuahua is
Exo,
not
the
new. It's
shouting
still a
is
dog.
getting-
It's 100% the same. Thanks for playing.
Okay. The shouting is getting a little bit excessive. Okay, Dan, you had something you wanted to insert there?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to hijack speciation back from evolutionists. Now, my definition of
oxymoron.
just don't bother me, okay? My definition of speciation is, for example, the brown bear lived for a long time, and then he had a offspring that broke a lot of genes, or a lot of genes according to Michael Behe. And suddenly now it's on a totally different diet. It can eat fat constantly, which will kill us and probably the brown bear too. Has to live in a different habitat. To me, that's my definition
Okay.
of speciation from a kind. Now it's all,
I'll
all the
concede.
same. Don't bother me, okay? The speciation, that's what I call speciation. And when I bring that up to evolution, just get absolutely outrageous them. So I use it
Okay.
as a weapon. But
Well, Dan, I'd
anyway,
like
that's
to
my
ask you
2
guys-
Okay,
cents.
can I concede? I'll move on. I'll
No,
concede.
no,
LP,
Exo, you
can I-
talk too
LP,
much
can I
already.
concede? So
Dan,
I'm going to
have you
concede.
heard of
Okay,
the
so if
Linsky
I
lab?
change my diet, so you're saying if I change my diet versus my parents, now I'm a new species.
No, you're going to
Oh,
be
that
a
was
human
easy. So
from
you already
now
changed
on.
your mind. That was easy.
Oh,
That was so easy.
Can we talk about actual scientific
So
evidence?
XO.
You got
Raging
to be
lunatic.
kidding me. You immediately changed your mind. That's
You're
how
a
easy it
raging
is.
lunatic,
Thanks for
so
playing.
you are.
Instead of feeding
Okay, well, thanks
atheists,
for proving my point.
Dan, have you guys heard of Linsky's labs, the long-term evolution experiment? It's the longest long-term experiments been running about 30 years now.
Yeah, I know a lot about it. I've read just about everything about it. I have all
Really?
his articles.
That is awesome. I would love to talk more about that. Are you familiar with how it literally debunked the whole speciation, original theology?
Well, yeah,
Or-
the evolutionary type of speciation. They thought
Right.
they're going to
Like
have
15
new,
years ago.
new
Why is this
beneficial
still talked
mutations.
about? Right.
They're going to have new
all
beneficial.
the E. coli changes, the
That's all
citrate
evolution.
bath experiment.
Speciation
it
is
all
evolution.
disproved that it was
Speciation is
natural.
evolution.
It was random.
And
It was
Christians
all
are being
pre-codified.
literally.
Why is this
Well,
still
I
debated?
was going to tell you what I thought, but I guess I can't get a word in.
I would love to hear what everybody thinks, except XO. We all know what he thinks.
Okay, here's
Well,
where
listen,
you lost,
I'll
XO.
go
XO, here's where you
first.
lost. Wait, let
I'll
me
go
just
first.
Get this over. Let me just answer this real quick. This is why you lost, XO. Do you see this little red things right here? This is new
Same-
information.
No, it's
This
not.
needs
You're a
this
perverted
is
liar.
evolution.
Nope.
This
Nope.
is
You're a
this
perverted
is
retard. It's the same
evolution.
information. It's a loss.
No,
of
it's
code.
not new
It's
information.
not new
This is new
I'm sorry, you're
information.
demon
This
possessed.
requires
Please
evolution.
stay away from
For
children
you
with
to
your child abuse
for you
claim
for
that
you to say that
losing things is new
dogs came
information.
from
You're
wolves
absolute batshit
requires
crazy retard.
evolution. So
Yeah,
when
you're
you said
absolutely batshit crazy.
that wolves
no
came from
normal human
dogs
being
came
could
from
be
wolves,
this
you
stupid.
Bubble,
admitted
that's
evolution.
Trying to be retarded.
This is new
claiming that
information.
Losing things, losing an
Wolves
ability.
do not have
is
these
evolution.
muscles.
Yes, the wolf has an ear that's up. The
No,
dog
these
lost the
muscles right here.
ability. The
These
same
muscles
exact
right
kind
here.
loses ability,
They do
and
not
the
have these muscles.
demon-possessed Satanist claims
This
that's
requires
evolution. Thanks for
evolution.
proving my point. This
No, you
religion
lost,
will turn
you
you into a
dumbass.
retard, and there's no hope for you.
No, look, this is evolution. This requires
You're
evolution.
absolutely brain dead. Nobody can
This
be this
is
stupid.
organized
You guys, I mean,
new
are you really? If
information.
people are really this stupid? I mean,
Are you
LPP,
dumbass?
If you
Are you-
just love to give panels to people that are demon possessed.
This is a fact.
We got to
You
talk about the Bible.
require
LPP. It says we're not
evolution
supposed
to
to
go
give
from a
demon-possessed people
wolf to a
platforms. I just gotta
dog.
put that out there.
Don't try, Bubble.
You
Just gotta
lost.
wait for him to
Yeah,
chill out.
what a perverted
Well,
retard. Losing things is adaptation, speciation, and evolution. I'm
so you
sorry
don't
that you
know
have no
anything.
life
We have
experience.
to
Please
wait
get help
for
soon.
you to shut up so we can have a real conversation.
Yeah, go ahead. Anybody have an example of speciation?
I do. Polar bear from a brown bear, same kind. It broke a bunch of genes. Now, this wasn't built into the original brown bear per se. The polar bear had to break a whole bunch of genes to get to that point. In other words, it can never go back. It can still breed with the brown bear, though. It's a very remarkable thing. And Behe talks about it intensively in his, well, it's called A Mousetrap for Darwin, where he answers all these questions or rebukes all this nonsense the evolutionists throw back at him. It's really, really funny.
The catch with
very
that,
long,
though,
though.
man,
Well, that's
if I
not
may, the
adaptation.
catch
That's
with
not
those old theories
speciation though, at all.
is that for that to be considered scientific, we have to watch a polar bear turn into a brown bear. Otherwise, it's
Nope.
assumption, it's hyperbole,
Nope. No
and
such thing.
hybridization is different than speciation.
Yeah, that could probably be called hybridization in our term, but I like to call it speciation and say it came from broken genes, and that absolutely drives evolutionists nuts.
No, that
So,
helps evolutionists,
which
absolutely. That
makes
helps
me
evolutionists.
that's my goal is to drive them nuts.
Well, so yeah, so the original
I'm
assumption.
hijacking their terms.
No, and I love that because the original assumption by Christians was that God created diversity in life by either some sort of random or pre-designed whatever,
Well, I
some sort
think
of
it was all
mechanism that God
pre-designed.
initiated, that God ordained to cause these changes in species. And I think what I wish these debates these days would talk about is the modern, the information technology, the literal code that John, that's why I love John's channel so much. He tries to touch on it, but it gets ignored so often. There is literal software engineering principles built into the language of God, as the Human Genome Project describes DNA, that shows that this stuff is not only random, but it doesn't. The mutations have never driven speciation. The evidence shows we're still looking for it. There's again that 30-year plus long experiment not only hasn't shown it in the most simplest life forms like E. coli, what it has shown is the exact opposite. The one
degraded
main
them, yes.
mutation they hoped was a random example of speciation, the citrate plus mutation, turned out to be pre-codified, like Untangelo, I think, was trying to touch on before.
Yeah, they were a
gave
lot
up.
worse off than their ancestors.
Well,
they had
and so Donnie talks about these.
a
Have you
longer
heard about
death rate.
reverse like oh my gosh, help me out, John. Reverse dichotomy. What's that word? The Z.
You're talking about reverse transcriptase?
No, well, it's similar, but Donnie uses a Z term. Psychosity. Oh my goodness.
Homozygosity.
Yeah, he talks about reverse zygosity. That's what it is. Zygosity. Thank you.
Heterozygosity, I think is what we're talking about.
I've heard him talk about something called reverse. The idea that God pre-codified or preset all, the original species, and it's been breaking down since.
Yeah, it's created heterozygosity.
Okay,
that's the term.
Yeah, all the species are built into the parent organism, like the dogs that come out, or the wolves, or whatever they were. We don't know. They
Right.
came off the ark and produced all the foxes and coyotes, and even evolutionists believe that all these groups had a common ancestor, a wolf common ancestor, which
Well, that's because they believe. Well, that's because they believe in evolution, not because they believe.
They believe, they just know that apparent wolves were responsible for all these dogs we have, all the coyotes.
Well, they have to do that.
There are a lot of different kinds of
So
wolves.
if black people have a white baby, that's speciation.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I got a quick question. I got a quick question. Hey, Bible research tools. If let's say you're a white couple, if your wife has like a black baby, do you go to like say, oh, evolution happened, or do you get like a divorce lawyer? Which one do you choose?
Well, it happens.
If I can answer that too, and Dan, I wanted to talk about how I wanted to stress what your comment was about how we don't know how they came off the ark. The thing is, we can know. We can reverse engineer code. We do it for our own code, and I wish everybody. And in fact, I try to warn people, especially with advances of automation coming up. If you can't code today, you probably won't be able to work very soon. Everybody, it's something you might want to consider. But once you start to study code and you learn the SWEBOC, the software engineering body of knowledge techniques, to learn how other people's code works, code that you've never touched before, you can reverse engineer it, including not just binary. You can try to learn quaternary code like DNA. once we start to do that, Dan, we can using reverse engineering principles, try to see where the changes not just might have occurred, but did occurred and do occur. The allele groups, all of the supposed random mutations, all of the code changes. We can watch them happen and try to read the archive. There's little archives in there. And so far,
let me clarify what I said, because I think you Joel.
There are no viable
Joel,
examples.
I think you misinterpreted me.
No.
What I said,
understand.
no. Wait. Let me clarify.
I was trying to make a greater emphasis on a larger point that we can know. We are studying it now.
But you will never know what those dogs or wolves or whatever they were, the parent that came off the ark. We won't know what they look like.
I agree, but we can still
use
scientific principles to see if a bear can come from a different kind of bear or dog from a different kind. We can watch the code now. We can watch the code changes. We can understand. We can read the code, literally.
Yeah, just
right. I think one of the things that is very, in my opinion, is a very high level piece of evidence in relation to the pre-programmed capacities is grasshopper transitions in real time into locust. You clearly have a pre-programmed variable that can be which they can't. If two locusts mate, then their offspring are locusts, right? But they can turn back into grasshoppers, right? So a grasshopper can turn into a locust. Locusts can reproduce as locusts and it'll be locusts, or it can go back to being a grasshopper and then produce grasshoppers, right? So clearly you have the pre-programmed capacity for a variation that can be executed in real time.
Well, that's more of a pigment change. It's not a morphological change. You guys are talking about morphological changes, and that's a big problem.
There are morphological changes.
Well, that's the thing. Grasshoppers are probably just like a single point changes. But when you're talking about breeds, races, we're talking about changes in the millions.
Well, Bubble, being able to fly and not being able to fly is morphology. But John, are you aware of Darwin's finches is another example of what you just described?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Normal reproduction, nothing new.
So the weird irony or whatever of all this. So Darwin, again, he was a Christian back then. He talked about, or not him, but other people. So the finch experiments, that was going on long before Darwin was even born. The British people were experimenting with hybriding finches, in private coops all over England, for many years. And that's where a lot of these theories came from. How did God cause different things to change? How did God? So the idea of beaks changing over time, that happened before Darwin was born. And so Christians hired Darwin. Well, kind of, his dad kind of helped him get on the beagle, but it was to observe if the changes they were seeing by forced adaptation, people forcing birds to mate in certain groups and certain cycles, whatever. The man-made changes, if they happened in nature, that's what Darwin's mission was basically trying to do. And what they found, both through the man-made adaptations and in the natural adaptation, what they found was that the birds that evolved, quote, with the longer beaks, their beaks continued to change in the same species groups, the same communities. Their beaks went back to small again. And it confirmed what the Bible talked about.
No, it's because it was okay. So just hush. It's because
have a good one, guys. I'm too quiet anyway, so it's no point. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah. It's seasonal.
Get an example
and the reason
time for speciation. Thanks.
Right. There's all kinds of motives and mechanisms for the adaptation, but the point was,
and the reason it's seasonal,
man-made versions.
Well, the reason it's seasonal is because during one season they'll have access to one source of food, and during the other season, they'll be limited to a different kind of food. Yeah. So they had to specify for that source of food, and so it just kind of bounces back and forth.
No, that's minutia. The point was that they, like John was saying, like with locusts and grasshoppers, they readapt backwards, disproving the theory of natural evolution.
But the thing, we get rid of the evolution, but you don't provide it. You're not providing evidence for this. What's called this Kynes event, in which a finch goes to from a finch to a woodpecker, and that's the problem right there.
Well, that's fine, but the point is that we want to try to understand the codified, the scientific means of how these changes work. The adaptation code, that is artificial. That is technology. We try to develop adaptive technology in all kinds of things, and information. Even in your cell phone has an adaptation technology. There's all kinds of things that we could show counterexamples to, or affirmative actions to. I'm sorry, that show how the things that we want. Some people want to presume just happened by chance, aren't by chance. It's literal technology, and we're only beginning to able to really research it, much less understand it, because we've adapted our own technology and learned these techniques for our own things. And now we're able to recognize God's super advanced technology, as I like to describe it, in life.
I like where that was going. With regards to, I guess, bubbles, what I did find out about the dog eye muscles that you had brought up, or the wolf eye muscles, is apparently they do have those muscles. They're just very underdeveloped, nowhere near as prominent in dogs. So it wouldn't be any new information. It's just exaggerated information. But one thing that kind of always scratches my noggin is information in spiders, kind of how spiders can be born and instantly leave, and they already know how to build spider webs. That blows my mind, because that has to have, from what I can understand, a metaphysical source of information. You can't have the physical world affect the metaphysical, but you can have the metaphysical make imprints on the physical. And to me, a spider just being able to instantly know how to build a spider web is amazing. I find that just mind-boggling.
Oh, can I have that link, by the way?
Oh, to the wolf dog eye muscle thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get that.
Okay, so Standing for Truth is finally here. Andrew has arrived, and Joshua Cousins is also here. For Donnie and Andrew go at it. What's up, Joshua? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
No problem. Anything on your mind you want to air?
I'm just kind of joining in. Just wanted to kind of feel it out for a little bit, see where we're at, see where everybody's at.
Joshua, my man, good to see you, brother.
Hey, what's up, Donnie? I'm just joining in, kind of late here to the stream, so I'm just kind of.
Hey, Donnie.
Kind of want to see where everybody's talking about here. I just saw there was an opening, so I said, let's get in.
Steven, good to see you as well. Great panel tonight.
All right, so we're gonna give Donnie and Andrew 15 minutes to go after each other on ERVs.
Well, that's going to be after my bedtime.
Hey, Danny.
Well, before we do, let me say, Steven, always good questions. LPP, always running a good, solid dumpster fire style after show. Joel, good to see you, brother. And yeah, great panel. Hope everybody is well tonight.
You as well, man. Thanks.
All right. Well, while you two go at it, I think I will call it a night and catch you on the next after show.
Oh, hey, hang on, Steven, before you leave, don't you need to explain to Donnie how to correctly pronounce your last name?
I'm pretty sure by now he knows.
Donnie, how do you pronounce Steven's last name?
Steven Tibbetts.
Is that correct? Because listen, I wanted to make sure. The whole reason I've been encouraging Andrew and Donnie to come on here is just my real underlying reason was I wanted to make sure this was done correctly. So, has Donnie successfully pronounced your last name correctly?
Pretty close, yes.
Okay, well, let's explain to him. So, Donnie, are you going to ask Steven how to correctly pronounce his last name?
Steven, is it Steven Tibbetts or Steven Tibbetts? Or both?
Tibbetts.
0 for 2. Tibbetts. Okay.
As I said, Tibbetts.
Well, you know what? From here on out, I will pronounce it correctly. I appreciate that. Actually, and for me, funny thing is, my name's Donnie with a Y, but 99.9% of people say Donnie with IE. So I don't know what it is. I mean, it says a Y right there on my screen name, but
well, that's because you used to identify.
Autocorrect.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah,
it
I'm thinking
it
that's
actually
what it
is
is.
Google. No, it's actually Google's voice to text. At least for me, when I message you, it's
Mm.
come IE. But a big portion of it, I think, really stems from the fact that your hidden past of when you identified as a she/her, and the so
Oh
you were,
no.
but you were too lazy to change your name, so you were just Donnie, IE, and now you've retransitioned, and now you're back to Donnie with a Y. I think that's what actually happened.
I just figured Donnie's trouble pronouncing my last name was a Canadian thing.
It could be. It could be. Apparently, you know, I say a boat pretty funny.
Is that all right if I share a quick story?
Sure.
Something interesting happened today. Just quick before you guys dive into your debate here. So I was talking to somebody in my family earlier, trying to get them to lead them over to, you know, some of the younger side of the debate, they're claiming to still be Christians here. So I'm thinking in my head, where is this verse, you know? And I'm like, okay, I find it's 2 Timothy 4:3. And the interesting thing is I search it on the YouTube or I search it on the internet, find the verse, and I pull out the family Bible and off the shelf, and I'm like looking in the front for the page numbers, and out of all the books, the only one that was underlined was the pages for 2 Timothy, telling me to go to 2 Timothy. So I thought that was interesting. And so I start flipping to the pages, and I accidentally went to the looking in the Old Testament, and it just so happens those page numbers lead me to the book of Joshua. My name's Joshua. So anyways, just thought that was interesting. So I make my way to Timothy, and this is what I was just trying to share to my family member. And it's talking here, 2 Timothy 4:3, for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. And I'm just thinking, this is the teachers that we're seeing here. They don't want to hear sound doctrine. People want to have an outlet for their sins in the back of their minds. So if society and the general population or whoever's in school, and so they can fit in, they'll just go along with whatever this satanic doctrine, right, is, which is it's a religion in itself. We're seeing, SFT, Young Earth Creation. These guys are diving deep into the science, and we're seeing that they have nothing but a belief. If you want to believe in it, you can. But it's interesting that we're seeing there will come a time that the Bible's talking about where we can relate it specifically to these times where people will not endure sound doctrine. They will heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. So they're perfectly content holding on to this stuff. So you really got to dive into some of the questions, like you can ask them are like, if Adam was a real person and you think that historical Adam was real, then wasn't it because didn't he open the gateway to sin so that now, and then you say, well, if the Bible, that's what the Bible teaches, but evolution will contradict that and say that sin came later on once man became aware, and it's something in his mind that we dictate as a society what's right and wrong, and it's not something that's from the word of God. It's something that's man's word. So I see that being a major flaw stepping forward, because there's a lot of people in the debates and in the chats that are just constantly, I can tell they don't really want to know the truth, and you still give them an opportunity, but there are also people out there that are on the fence, or they already believe in God. And these are my true targeting people who do believe in God, because it's not worth fighting with people who just want to fight. People who already believe in God are actually want to come to God, but don't I'm worried that they'll be misled by the teachings of evolution to say that it's the God and that's how God did it using evolution in millions of years, when in reality that's not the God that we're talking about in the Bible here. You're inventing your own God, and you have to be aware of that. Be logical, you know, and be aware that you have your own God. You're changing the words of what it's saying. Go back to Genesis. You know, we're talking about day 1, day 2, and talking about in the beginning, God created. We're talking about time, matter, and space. God is outside of time, matter, and space. It's like time, matter, and space being a computer, and we're the programs inside of it. We can't comprehend the maker of the computer, but that doesn't mean that there's not a maker of the computer. And when I look around, ever since I was a little kid, I looked at the grass, I listened to the birds, and I just saw colors in the ocean and the difference between things. And it's obvious that there's a purpose to me. I don't even need the words of the Bible to see that there's a creator. So then when you want to come into, well, who is God? What God is it? Well, I believe that's why I like the King James Version, because people want to get a copyright and they want to get more money, so there's an incentive to try to change the words. But this is the closest thing we got in English. So you got to learn about the these and the those and the different words. And I'm still trying to figure it out myself a little bit, but you take a little extra time so that you make sure that you're getting it right. And if anybody else wants to kind of add to that, I kind of feel like I said what I needed to. And I appreciate you guys listening to me.
No, absolutely, Joshua. And by the way, you triggered a few people in the side chat.
Great. I'm happy to hear that.
Because listen,
we're stirring them up.
It's not, you're not allowed, for people who are hardcore, you can't say 2 Timothy. You've got to say 2 Timothy. Now,
oh well,
the Donald did the same thing.
Okay, yeah. In the Bible it says 2, but there's a number there, and I'm dyslexic, so you get too critical here. I'll hear you out.
I'm messing with you.
I want to hear you. I want to hear. Was that?
No, there were people inside chat. Like, it's 2nd. It's 2nd.
Okay, I agree. I'll let him. It's 2nd.
I have something, Joshua.
Go ahead.
Have you heard of Kurt Wise?
Sounds familiar, but I'm not super.
Okay, he's with the Is Genesis History, and anyway, he went to college and studied under Stephen Gould. That was his mentor.
Okay.
His PhD.
Another familiar name.
He said when he first started out, evolution was really bothering him. Because everybody believed it but him. I guess at Harvard, but wherever he was going. But anyway, at the time. But anyway, he said he went home and started cutting out pieces of the Bible that he'd have to throw away if he believed in evolution. And he ended up with a very small Bible.
There you go.
So anyway, he said, no, I'm not going to bother with evolution at all. So he believes the Bible first, and whatever comes along has to fit the Bible. And
I was struck.
It turns out that's a pretty good. I was just the opposite. Now I was a 65-year-old evolutionist, and I've been a Christian for 40 years, but I still believed in evolution. So I know that didn't work out very good, but I was 65 when I became a creationist, and only because of the scientific evidence. Whereas he was a creationist from the beginning, and he just waited for science to catch up with him.
Yeah. I guess I kind of been that way too. Yeah, I was struggling with similar things, just not really so much in my belief, but trying to wrap how to battle debate in high school, and in my younger, about 15 years ago, growing up, and you always know that there's God, and you're like thinking, well, if there is a God, then why wouldn't he preserve words for an intentional God that has a purpose for us, have some words that will be preserved so we could know him. And I'm trying to battle with what they're teaching me in school and what the general crowd, consensus here, especially, in California Bay Area. We're down in Half Moon Bay, so it's a little more rural and a little more cowboy, but close to San Francisco and the Bay and everything. So it's just really, it's hard here. But what I'm getting at is we're super thankful for Kent Hovind's channel, because about 15 years ago I went over there and he had a completely different channel, but just him standing up to the him debating and going and standing up to the evolutionists and the professors where there wasn't many people, and he really you could see it was like during his lifetime he had witnessed like a change in what they were teaching, and kind of like an acceleration in the teachings of evolution. And so he's thinking, I just am thankful for that. And then he goes through prison and all this other stuff, and then he comes to believe, ditch the pre-chib rapture believing and come to realize that the pre-trib rapture is false, and that it's really, we're going to endure tribulation, but it's the wrath of God that we are saved from as believers. But there's a difference between the wrath of God and the tribulation of the world to come that we are in now. So we see the signs, we see things like the mark of the beast coming, being implemented, where we have this technology, it can be a reality. Whereas in the past, it was more something where we'd scratch our heads over and think, how could this be? And a lot of other signs, right? That we can all help each other share, to learn about, that there are all these other signs that we can see when the times are coming. And I'm not saying that I know exactly, but be wary, because the time is at hand, and he will come like a thief in the night. So just take it with a grain of salt, and be ready that don't be lazy is what I'm getting at. Right now is the time, and I'm pointing out that there are these signs, and right now is a great time to preach the gospel, because we have the internet, we have information. When you're trying to think of a verse, you can find it. When you're trying to think of a reference, you can use YouTube and screen recordings and create little clips and just different sources now. So we have a lot of sources, and we have a lot of people out there that need to be saved. And like I was saying earlier, I think that but I'm going to speak for myself, goal needs to be the people that are actually willing here, that are like these people. I see a lot of them that are believers, and that's where I think the most harvestful, the most abundant crowd will be, is in these people that are claiming to be believers, but they don't actually believe the words are true. And I see them kind of pushing towards this, well, the Bible's a good book, but it's really just to kind of, if you listen to it, you'll have you'll be successful. You'll have a family. If you have a family, you'll have a kid, and then he'll live on. And that's kind of what living forever means. And it's much more than that. There's a creator that has an eternal purpose for us. And right now is the test to see who is going to be faithful. It's not that we can work our way into heaven. We trust that Jesus is our salvation, and from there we let him in, and we grow daily to try to seek perfection, knowing that our works will never get us there, and we are giving thanks when we're spreading the gospel, and we're doing it with thanks, with tears, because we're so thankful for what he did. And we're not doing it because we want to try to earn our way into heaven, or we feel like we need to do this or else we won't go to heaven. We're doing it because you're saying to yourself, hey, this is real. I want everybody to go to heaven. So I can't make the choice for them, but I can show them the door and try to inspire, right? And try to correct the errors if God is really real, then the devil's really real, and he has control over, he tempts man, and man has the choice to freedom to choose to decide what he wants to do. And because of that, in the world, we see bad things and kind of brain farting a little bit, but can somebody refresh me a little bit?
Okay,
Kinda,
so I just
go
got
ahead.
that.
I'll let somebody else talk a little bit.
Well,
thank you guys.
so I've been gone for a
appreciate
few
it.
minutes. I hope you guys are having a good time while I was gone. So I have gone and made myself a fruit plate to prepare for the Donnie and Andrew
Oh, perfect. I need to do that.
discussion. So I now have a plate. I've got apple, strawberry, blueberry, blackberry, some grapes, mixed nuts, and some cheese. I am ready. So Donnie, you haven't tried to share screen yet. So I'm wondering what's going on. And in context to this little mini dumpster fire we're about to have between the two of you, somebody's beeping. What's happening right now? Anybody else hearing a beep? Anybody else hear a beep?
I hear it. I don't know where it's coming from though.
Okay.
I heard some kind of beep.
Okay, so number one, what are you two going to go off on? And I mean, so by the way, sidebar, folks. So what is going on with this like little beeping?
I think it's just you hearing it, John.
No, it's not me. Don't stop gaslighting. Anyway, the so for those of you who have never witnessed these before, what this is about to be is Donnie decided he wanted to have another, 12 to 15 minute video to cut out of my after show and post on his channel. And Speed of Pudding wanted something to be able to do a weather report on. So Andrew and SFT have come together in order to provide both sides with the content they want. So, Andrew, are you wanting to go first? Is Donnie going first? Have you got where are we at on this?
Well, since Danny got my name right now, I'm going to go ahead and leave. So good night, all.
Good night.
See you, Steven.
All I wanted was pineapple and watermelon.
See you later. Yeah, John, you got me hungry now. I think I might have to go upstairs and make myself a fruit platter.
Yeah, well, no excuses. Go. So
it's a lot healthier than the A&W I had earlier, John. So
yeah,
I'm proud of you, brother.
I'm sure. Well, I do this every night. Okay. Anyway, so I'm now ready. So are you guys ready to do your thing? What is going on with these beeps? Who is doing this?
Someone doing that on purpose? I don't know.
Well, Honesty Angel in the chat was saying that she thought you were swearing, John. So every time you'd toss an F-bomb, we'd get the beep.
Yeah, well, they can't bleep me in real time. Not at least not yet on YouTube.
Are you on your phone, Joshua? It could be.
Yeah, I just muted myself. I was getting some apple juice actually.
Oh, no worries. I think it was maybe like every time like a text or something would come.
Yeah, I just got Matt's book, so I haven't dived into it yet, but I've been meaning to.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you getting all our books. I saw that. That's awesome. I appreciate that, Joshua.
Yeah.
If you ever have any questions, feel free, man. I'm just an email away.
Yeah, I actually need to get your email because there's some questions that might not be, more private questions that might, not be suited for, the chat or whatever, or just, information that my dog's going off. We got guests in the back, so I'm muting the thing as my dog's like barking and kind of making noise over here. She's a hunter, so she wants to
Believe me
go
when
outside.
I say I know how that feels.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Donnie and Andrew, go at each other. Go.
So, Donnie, SFT.
Andrew, my arch nemesis.
So I guess, are you gonna ever come out with that review of the other review of by Dr. Dan?
A review of the review of the review? Well, yeah. I'm working on a mini book. I've already got the cover and a lot of it done.
So it's going to be a written response kind of thing.
Well, I'll do a video series response too, but I feel I'm also updating my special creation book. So I feel, and I understand you'll disagree, but I guess we can get into this. Yeah. I feel like Dan dodged 99% of the book. So the one argument that I think is worthwhile in giving an extensive response to is his rebuttal to my explanation to the nested hierarchical patterns that we see in terms of the distribution of the mutations found within the ERV sequences.
Sure.
But his response to the function of the ERV sequences I felt was weak, and I think he kind of dodged. So I'm curious as to your thoughts then, Andrew, because in the book, I'm not sure if you have a copy of it, but in the book,
no,
I go over,
unfortunately, by the way, but
no
that's
worries.
okay.
In the book, I go over countless examples, dozens of papers, a lot of papers from 2022 that dig into the numerous functional roles of the ERV sequences. And John knew it was coming. Let me just show you one, and then I wouldn't mind your response to it.
Sure.
And then, of course, you can ask me anything as well. So, John, you knew it was coming. You're enjoying your fruit tray. There we go. Look at him. One click away. John was ready.
Full screen. Full screen. Full screen.
See, John, you're the only one I'll never mess with. Okay, here. So here's just one out of 100 I could show you, but I like this one specifically, especially for just your lay person that may or may not be familiar with endogenous retroviruses as evidence for common descent. I find this excerpt rather interesting. Okay, so here we see HERVs, human-specific ones, appear to play important roles in physiology, fetal development, and human evolution. If the accidental, so here's what I want to touch on and emphasize. If the accidental infection of a mammalian ancestor by an exogenous retrovirus, and for context, evolutionists believe that endogenous retroviruses are essentially the ancient remnants or relics of past exogenous retroviral infections.
And we can get into that for sure later.
Yeah, definitely. By an exogenous retrovirus had never occurred. The placenta, and don't worry, if we only got limited time here, Andrew, I know you and I were working on setting up like a podcast discussion where we can go.
No, however long you want to go, I'm willing to go.
So the placenta and the mammals that produce it, including humans, notice this, would have never existed. And, I'm a human, I'm a mammal.
Yeah.
Okay. I like to exist. I think you like to exist. So the creationist explanation is basically an answer to the question that I frequently ask. Are these really the ancient remnants of past viral infections, or are these created units of DNA function? Well, we know that without certain classes of these retrotransposons, we couldn't exist because they play incredibly important roles in placental and embryological development. So to me, that suggests design. So if we share certain of these with, let's say, the chimpanzee, well, the chimpanzee needs functional DNA elements to assist in embryological development as well. So we would expect to share. As a matter of fact, I pointed in the book, I wouldn't be surprised if all life, right, for the most part, shared endogenous retroviral-like sequences. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on this specific paper, and do you have any empirical evidence for the co-option or even just the evolution of these types of novel functions? Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess a few things come in mind here. Which one to start with, because I know that might lead us to a tangent. To answer your question, basically, the reason I think these different functions have been co-opted is we never find, for example, a complete functional ERV, in the sense that, well, if most of the time, if you do have a functional ERV sequence in its entirety, you get a retrovirus. Like we've seen that you activate it with certain mutations and out pops a retrovirus, basically, and no one wants that because it obviously causes lots of disease. In fact, we see certain ERVs actually do cause diseases, many diseases in humans and other animals. But the reason I think these functions have been co-opted basically is, like I said, because we don't find complete functional ERV sequences. Instead, we find the ENV gene, for example, has been used for this particular function, or the POL gene for reverse transcriptase has been co-opted for a different function. But what would be surprising to me, at least, or at least to my limited understanding, would be if we found these different genes interacting with each other in a self-organized way, in this kind of what would be a good way of just kind of like a intricate pattern. I don't think I'm explaining this well, but yeah, that's my initial thought so far. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that. And just based on your comments here, we could have a 2-hour discussion, but
yeah.
You know, Dan pointed this out too, but in my book, I specifically address this argument that claims, well, you know, it's not a full endogenous retroviral like element that's functional. It's just parts, right? Again, for context, your endogenous retrovirus is made of your LTRs, long terminal repeats on both ends, GAG, POL, ENV properties of it, right? And as you pointed out, the evolutionist response is, well, it's just certain aspects of the ERV that's functional, which is, it's wrong, because it would be like saying, well, you know, it's not the human being as a unit that's functional. It's just certain aspects of it, right? The heart, the liver, the kidneys. No, the properties of the endogenous retrovirus, they do function in different ways, because many of the functions include determining cell types, embryological development, as I pointed out earlier. They act as antiviral protectors, gene regulation, so on and so forth. They even act in tumor suppression. So some of their functions, yes, it's a certain aspect of it, right? Let's say the ENV or the POL gene that help with a specific role, let's say embryological development. But there's other functions where it's their properties in their entirety that allows them to perform their functional roles. Here's a fascinating paper I like to point out. Switching Sides, How Endogenous Retroviruses Protect Us from Viral Infections, from 2022. It's not just, you know, one or two aspects or elements of the ERV unit that help with this functional role. No, it's the entire unit itself. It's their similarities, the POL, the GAG, the ENV, the LTRs, everything about them is necessary. The way they're built, the way they're structured is necessary to perform their roles in fighting off exogenous retroviral infections.
So,
Okay,
so just to clarify for a sec, are you suggesting that the designer intentionally put these gene sequences together because they had to be together to perform their specific function?
Well, notice
that doesn't
here.
make much sense to me.
No, it makes sense, because a good designer has to build systems with antiviral protectors. For example, our computers have antivirus programs, Norton antivirus, for example. And right here, if you see, ERVs have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune system, not only regulate cellular immune activation, but may even directly target invading viral pathogens. So this is fascinating design, amazing design, that if we are bombarded,
right, I understand that. I understand.
I'm almost. I just want to get to the key part of this. The point I'm trying to make is, if let's say a Russian spy, right, were to infiltrate the United States government, well, he's going to have to, he can't come in and obviously be like a Russian soldier or something, right? He has to come in and he has to look the part. Well, it turns out that the functional role of the ERVs are predicated on their similarities to exogenous retroviruses. So they have to have those similarities, the GAG, the POL, the ENV, the LTRs, in order to perform one of their many functional roles, which is viral mimicry and tumor suppression, same thing. So yeah, everything about the ERV is functional. And the same thing goes with the reverse transcriptase, the integrase, in terms of the fact that they can jump around, turning genes on and off. and a lot of the variation generated is passed on to the next generation. So all of these things, it's not just one or two parts that are functional. It's just wrong when the evolutionists point that out. Everything about the ERV is necessary to perform these roles. Andrew, go ahead, take your time.
Hey, Donnie, can I ask a question too?
Yeah, sure, brother.
I was going to ask, do you try to touch on what's called the polymorphism code functions with ERVs and DNA? Are you familiar with that word?
Yeah, are you talking about like a polymorphism, like a variation, or like a single nucleotide?
Yeah, it's another classic example we were talking about earlier tonight, where we can't understand God's technology, God's code, until we learn how to do it on our own. So polymorphism, it's a human term for what we do with our own code, like you were actually talking about, like with our own software today, where we literally use identical code from one function or class structure to another, with either a slight variation or just a instantiation, as it's called, of a new object, to do something similar, but in a different way, and oftentimes in a different part of a program, or even an entirely different program, exactly as ERVs do.
Right.
ERVs are a classic example of what's called polymorphism in software design.
Well, a world without... Actually, you know what? Before I say anything else, Andrew, I want to be respectful. Go ahead, because I know there's some things you probably want to respond to there.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying here, that each of these elements can itself have a function. But I don't think you really addressed my point that, or say, for example, you can have the ENV gene and the POL gene. Each can have its respective function for different organisms, but you don't necessarily find a complete sequence with the POL, the GAG, POL, and ENV gene all concentrated together and performing an integrated function.
Andrew, I just showed you that, yes, every single I'm sorry, but like, if you're gonna use Dr. Dan's arguments, then you're just gonna be shown to be wrong, because Dan's wrong. I just showed you that one of their functions in fighting off exogenous retroviruses and viral mimicry, if they didn't have the specific properties that make them up, like you're pointing out, the LTRs, the POL, the GAG, the ENV, then they couldn't perform that role. Everything about the structure of the ERV allows them to fight off viruses.
Okay, so to clarify, you are saying the GAG, POL, and ENV have to be together in order to perform this kind of viral repellent function. Is that what you're saying?
The viral mimicry function is dependent on their sequence similarity to exogenous retroviruses. Exogenous retroviruses are also made of what? LTRs, GAG, POL, ENV. The ERV also has to look like that in order to perform their job. For one, acting in tumor suppression, as we can see here, notice it actually teams up with ERVs, ERVs, to activate the immune system, causing the immune system to attack villainous tumor cells that are disguised as ordinary cells. So they have to look like the exogenous retroviruses in order to perform those roles. So yeah, the way they're structured, okay, is necessary to perform their roles. That means, yes, everything about the ERV is functional and necessary and important. Go ahead,
Donnie, if I may further help strengthen that argument, again, in modern human software engineering, to be able to recognize, much less to adapt or quarantine a virus on a computer, you have your antivirus software has to have the same code as the virus to be able to identify, to be able to do the comparisons with it, much less to do certain things. Some viruses, or even like rootkits, for example, are so hideous. So you have to literally mimic parts of the viral code to be able to combat it. So you're describing literal software.
Exactly. Actually, you just said it perfectly.
Yeah, that's how vaccines work.
These antiviral programs that Brother Joel's pointing out here need to be built, need to have those similarities in code to that which they're attacking and stopping. in order to do the mimicry mechanism. And just right here in this slide right here, this requirement explains why a creator, because here's one of the main arguments, speed of sound, Dan, Andrew, and it's a great question. It's a fantastic question. Why did God create functional units of DNA that resemble viral-like sequences? Well, this is the answer. And it just looks like Dan's rebuttal to my book was, well, I don't like the answer. You just shrug it off. It makes you wonder, is he really looking for an answer? So this requirement explains why a creator would introduce genetic elements into the human genome that share sequence elements with viruses. It's necessary. It's good design. And as Joel's pointing out, this is also what we see in man-made design, in coding, in computer systems. I typically look at modes of transportation. Go ahead, Andrew. Take your time.
So I'm sure you're of course familiar with the certain regions of the genome where instead of these complete ERV sequences, the genes themselves have been removed, and you have LTRs on one side, or more, I guess more commonly, a single LTR. So for that, you would have to prescribe different functions, would you not?
Well, yeah, and I have a whole section on that in my book too, right here, actually. You mentioned it right as we were on the slide. So most of the so-called shared sequences, right, because it's not just like 100, it's thousands. But we're not looking at full ERV sequences. And what I mean by full is you have the host genome, and then bam, right there, you got the LTRs, the GAG pol, the ENV. What we see is a lot of solo LTRs. Notice this slide. If you read that carefully, 90% of ERV sequences don't even resemble full. This is what you're talking about, Andrew. It's a good point. Or true endogenous retrovirus, because they lack standard ERV genes, GAG, pol, ENV, and simply represent, notice this, simply represent long terminal repeats, which can serve as binding sites for initiating or enhancing gene expression. So in other words, what we're looking at here has nothing to do with the ancient remnant of a viral infection. No, we're just looking at functional stretches of DNA that function in many ways right here, gene expression. So yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, we expect function, and then that's what we find. Go ahead.
And Donnie, if I may as well, again, real quick, you seem like you know about jumping genes as well. You're referring to LTRs and line 1 retrotransposons. I heard you mention earlier. The jumping gene phenomenon, I think, further confirms what you're talking about, and I can help expand if you're.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, like for example, right here is a paper. ERVs or retrotransposons, they can jump through they can spread through a copy and paste mechanism. Yeah, they can literally move around the genome.
Right. It's not something that happens during mitosis or gender expression, or not gender, sorry, sexual transformations, whatever. It happens in all, constantly in real time in a single organism. All of our cells right now, all of our genes are constantly, like we used to think that it was a problem. We thought that jumping genes was causing diseases, and it was literally, the DNA actively self-destructing or whatever. It turned out to be the exact opposite, especially line 1 retrotransposons. I try to talk to people about, that do AI code type stuff, how line 1s, they're literal, they're almost identical, if not identical, to a lot of the code that we try to do for human code development for AI technology. It's literal AI written in the DNA code, not figuratively, literal, that are purposefully see, thank you. My understanding, and please let me know if I'm misunderstanding this, these things happen, these jumping genes, these retrotransposons happen on purpose. They're parts of the code are literally copy and pasted, like you said, with direction, with purpose, with reason, with pre-engineered branching structures, basically, as we talk about in basic code. And if it wasn't pre-programmed to do it that way, then life probably wouldn't exist. We'd be all big, giant, disgusting mutant, creatures from the lagoon or whatever. But it's not. We're very, we're falling apart. The design probably, I mean, whatever. The point is that there is so much just obvious, miraculously functioning code in seemingly random processes that we're only barely beginning to understand because of our own literal human software. And I guess talk about ERVs and the suppositions, the assumptions that they were transferred from external organisms of viruses that changed our code today. jumping genes is an even greater example of how this is all done on purpose, right?
Right. They don't just jump around randomly. They actually have preferred integration sites. And this goes back to, and then Andrew, I want to give you as much time as you need to respond right here in my slides. These are papers from like Nature. These are secular sources that are pointing out, notice the ability of transposons to increase genetic diversity. Oftentimes as creationists, we'll call these, because here's the thing, the ERV sequence did not call itself endogenous retrovirus. The ERV sequence was named that by scientists who believe that they really are the ancient remnants of past viral infections. I prefer calling them either created units of DNA function or variation inducing genetic elements, although they do a lot more than just generate variation, but that's one of their functions. So right here, together with the ability of the genome to inhibit most TE activity, result in a balance that makes transposable elements an important part of evolution. And of course, this important part of evolution is the presupposition there. And gene regulation in what? All organisms that carry these sequences. Why do all organisms share these types of sequences? Well, if they're utilized by the organism for gene regulation, gene expression, determining cell types, embryological development, so on and so forth. The last thing I want to say, Andrew, and hand it over to you, their ability to actually move to certain parts of the genome. Okay, like maybe you've got this gene here and another gene, and right in between, gene A would allow it to turn on a specific gene or something. It's like it's programmed to just non-randomly insert itself there in order to do a job. Its ability to do this is also predicated on the properties and structure of the transposons or the ERV sequences. So again, when the evolutionists like Dan ask, well, why do they resemble so closely exogenous retroviral-like material? It's like, again, the evolutionists are missing the point. The way they're structured is necessary to carry out their many, many roles. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, even if they do carry a specific function, I don't understand how that explains why they share particular locations in the genome.
Because they were created that way. Holy damn.
Well, again, that's the polymorphic.
Well, I haven't
code
finished
design.
my point yet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, because you can have specific DNA elements that perform a specific function. You can switch them around the genome, move them to another chromosome, if you will. We actually see this with different genes, for example, with hemoglobin, and they'll still perform the same exact function. Their location in the genome does not dictate their function. So even if these elements do contain a specific, maybe necessary function, that still doesn't explain why the designer would put them in these homologous locations in the genome, accounting for need, of course.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd love to address that again. So again, even in I want to say classic human software engineering design, it's called polymorphism. It's used in biology terms now as well, but it originated in information science. It's the idea that you can basically parent class type structures, as we also call it, or object-oriented programming, where you can create one section of code or a class and create what's called child classes to it, which have either the same or slightly different variables or methods inside of it. Sequences, I guess, is what we would describe it as in a biological term. And it can also borrow from and still use the near identical, if not identical, sequences in the parent class. It's called. It's a form of transference, and we see that what you're describing is exactly what we're seeing in DNA. So you're seeing the reason. The reason is because that's how God designed the code, is through these polymorphic design algorithms. The things that we use for modern human software engineering, exactly the same, for the same exact reasons. It's basically so you don't have to, copy the same code over and over and over and over and over. It's already, in certain sections and in certain ways to be accessed, and the compiler does just really cool things to make it so that it makes the human side of it, the the software engineer's job a lot easier. And then whenever it gets compiled, just like in DNA, it does a lot of repetitious things, a lot of things that you see in other parts of the sequence, like ERVs. It makes it easier.
Well, here's the
easier
question
for
I
me
want
in
to
this
ask.
case because the cells themselves are replicating.
But
Well, that's
again,
what I'm saying. It
I
makes it
have to jump in here
well. It's
because
easy for the compiler.
I just want to say this, because this is what the evolutionist does. Okay, we point out that if we can demonstrate that these units of DNA, okay, or these stretches of DNA are functional, then the reason why we share them with other creatures, let's say humans and chimpanzees, is due to common design. They're not junk, they're not useless, they're not reflective of common descent,
I
evolutionary
didn't say it was
leftovers over millions
just
of years.
because we shared them.
No, but wait a minute. But Andrew, again, you're dodging the way everybody else dodges in the evolutionary camp. Explain. You can't just hand wave away these functional roles we're talking about. Again, if we did not have them, from your own secular literature, they admit we would not exist. And all you said as a response, and that's okay, because it's typically all Dan says as well, and he's got a PhD in virology, right? Because there's no good answer. When you read through these papers, all you get is, well, you know, engines of evolution, co-option, maybe this, maybe that. Well, I think they're functional because of this. Let's see empirical evidence. Show me one technical paper. I've been asking for this for the last 3 years.
Well, we're going back to the function point, but you haven't addressed the original point I made.
Andrew, please.
How did
please.
these ERV sequences evolve these abilities to
Andrew,
you're
fight
switching
off
up
viral
the topic again. Again, address the original point I made.
the
Well,
original
if I
point
can
you
also
made was why
reiterate,
do we share them with other creatures? And we already explained.
Again, I said it's not just the mere fact that we share them with other creatures.
But here's the thing. I understand you want to go to the nested hierarchical distribution of them. They're
It's not that
functional
either.
and they're fun. But here's the thing, Andrew, their functions you can't explain. Their functions are pretty well,
again,
many of
it's
them,
irrelevant.
irreducibly complex.
Irrelevant?
Irrelevant to the
Irrelevant?
argument for common
Wait,
ancestor.
So they're functional roles that cannot be accounted for by evolutionary processes is
Who said they
irrelevant.
can't be accounted
This
for?
is a dodge. This is a dodge. A
You
duck,
can't
a duck,
answer,
dive, and a
dude.
dodge.
Just say you
What
can't
Dan does
answer.
too. Just hand waves
You
away.
haven't answered
Oh,
my
maybe
question.
this. But, Andrew, I just want you to take as long as you want. What's your best technical paper that can convince us that these many functional roles that we went over the last 30 minutes, how can these evolve?
If I may, real quick, again, reiterate for everybody, you know, not just Andrew, we can learn how to code. OOP design is not rocket science. It's common. I mean, high school kids learn it. You know, if we can all just put aside the common talking points, learn to code. Andrew, everybody, learn how to do polymorphic code design. It's not hard. Once you learn how to do these things on your own, then it makes sense. It answers all those questions.
And
it's
why
even
does the polymorphic
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in
code-
that kind of stuff.
Well, I just want to
why
hear an
does the
answer.
coding principles you're talking about explain why they have to be in specific locations?
That's my
in the
point.
code?
When you learn
Well, why
how
is
the
the
design
engine?
works,
Oh
you
my
learn how to
God.
use it for
Are you
yourself.
fucking
You learn how
serious?
why God used it.
Well, let me ask a basic question that everybody would understand. Okay,
Yeah,
anybody.
I'm trying to help. I'm trying to be serious.
Andrew, no, and you're doing great, Joe.
Are you going to analogies
Why is
again?
the engine in
Please don't go
all
to
sorts of modes?
analogies.
No,
called
stop it,
software
Andrew.
engineering.
It's not useful to the argument.
Why?
You're
answer
playing
this
dumb,
question.
dude.
Why is the engine found in all sorts of modes of transportation in the same spot?
Because it's
I'm
a
not
good
going to
design.
answer it until you answer my
Exactly. You
original
don't want to
question.
answer it because it destroys your
Well,
objection. The engine is designed
And
in
cars
similar
are
spots
not
and modes of
applicable to
transportation
genetic sequences.
for functional purposes, for good design. It's
design
common
is.
design.
Yes,
It's
they
an
are.
analogy, and analogies are not applicable here.
No, it isn't. It is in the realm of design. So whether it's software or any body of work, we call it any engineering body of work, it's a combination of tried and true design principles that we share across industries. And so that's what Don is trying to help, I think, illustrate through. There's common design principles that we
Amen.
can learn from and adapt. But more importantly, to answer your specific question and questions, you know, that everybody likes to ask about, to learn how and to learn the answers to why God did certain things in the language of God, as the Human Genome Project calls DNA. Learn how to code yourself. Then the answers become clear.
Right. And here's the thing: the evolutionists, they argue from their own. It's a straw man. Okay, so they don't want to first assume our position, steelman our model. They just want to say, no,
I'm
don't
assuming
go to
your
car
position.
analogies. Our model suggests, okay, that what we're looking at is due to common design. And if we're made in the image of God, as the Bible suggests, we would predict that we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world,
Which
based on the way
fails for
we
multiple
design
other
things.
reasons, which I can
No,
explain.
it doesn't fail. The only person failing, okay, it's not your fault. The only person failing is the PhD evolutionist like Dan, who used these weak arguments, and then you
Why
repeat
are
it.
you
It's not
why are
even
you
your
not
fault, it's
addressing
Dan's
the
fault.
original topic?
I've got my screen
let
share.
me let
No,
me say
stop,
it
stop, stop.
again.
I'm
Let me
almost done.
say
I'm
it
almost
again.
done. I got my okay. Go ahead, say it again. But and I want the audience to recognize the fact that you're dodging the functional question, just like all evolutionists. Speed of sound, everybody. You
Well, I'm
guys
not dodging
never
the
answer the
functional
simple
question
question:
because
how
I'm
can
saying
these
even
functional
if
worlds
they
evolve?
do have a function, that doesn't explain why they have shared locations. Not just
Yes,
the fact
it
that we
does.
share them
Oh my
between
God.
organisms,
It's like talking
but
in
the fact that
circles
they are the
now.
same locations in the genome. You
It's the way
claim
the
to have
designer put
explained
it,
that,
though.
but you haven't.
Okay, guys, look, hey, just let Andrew take as much time as he wants.
Hey,
Then I
hey,
want
I'm done.
uninterrupted
Andrew.
time to make my point.
Andrew,
Go ahead.
let me make a quick point. Andrew, why do you think chimpanzees and humans have nails in the same place? Why do you think that might be? You fucking moron, dude.
Well,
Okay,
to be
if you
nice
just look
about
at
it,
this
I
basic
would.
slide, no, and I understand that Andrew doesn't like this, and that's fine because a lot of evolutionists are willingly ignorant. This for the audience, because this is for the audience. There's a lot of evolutionists they're just not willing to change their mind. Andrew is pretty
Your
much
nail
asking.
argument
Andrew,
there
please
is not
don't talk
applicable
over
to
me. I'm
specific
almost done. I'm
genetic
almost done.
elements, and I explained why earlier.
Okay, listen. Andrew's question is pretty much, if my shared his screen, John, why does this, crossover vehicle and these sedans and this SUV and so on and so forth, how come the tires are all, designed in the same spot? How come the windshields are all in the front? How come the
This
engines
is
are all
irrelevant because
here?
I
No,
already
it's not
showed.
irrelevant. That's your question. Human engineers are designing these functional parts in the same spots for a reason and good reason. Now, if we have an ERV sequence that functions in embryological development, then it makes sense. Notice here, what do we share most with in the biological world? Well, when it comes to anatomy, morphology, genetics, and physiology, we share the most with the chimpanzee. So yeah,
That
we are
doesn't
going
mean
to
we should
expect.
share molecular sequences.
Of course it does.
Yes,
No,
it
it
does.
doesn't.
It does.
Yes, it
Th-
does.
This is the
Do you
thing.
not know what the wobble
You're
base
not
is?
debating in an honest way, Andrew, okay? Because anybody who's objective should be able to recognize the fact that humans, chimpanzees, look at, we've got both binocular vision, we're mammals, we have hands, feet, we're built the same. Therefore, the underlying genetics, okay, that codes for the phenotype and the physical features are obviously going to be similar as
The
well. That's
genetic
common
code
sense.
is redundant. That doesn't
Just
follow.
like my code is,
What?
Andrew. My code is redundant. My code has mistakes. My code has all
Right,
kinds
so
of
that
comments and
means
things
that
from
the
years
molecular
past
sequence
that I never
specifically
knew was
doesn't
going to
have
stick
to
around.
correlate
I
with
like
the
to finish my point.
morphology.
I want to finish my point. I know you don't like to hear this, but the things that what I describe as anti-scientists make believe about reasons why DNA can't be coded for or can't be engineered, the same exact things happen with engineers like us. So it's not just objectivity, I would argue, Donnie. It's raw experience. A lot of people don't have experience in science or engineering or technology in general. They're just clueless. They're like, often, not to be too facetious, but it's like a kindergartner trying to explain to a plasma engineer their crayon is a good dopant material, for plasma physics. It's like, okay, well, do you want to learn how plasma physics works first before you ask questions on how and why things are? It's the same thing with these biology and information debates, I think.
Well, again, but the thing is, crayons don't reproduce, Joel.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
never
is
mentioned
the level of
reproduction here.
sophistication we get from the evolutionists. Andrew, please just answer the basic.
Donnie, maybe crayons could reproduce if given enough time.
I think people are just lazy nowadays. They don't want to do the research.
I mean, I'm sure human engineers, I'm sure, car manufacturers, car companies would love if cars could reproduce. I mean, that would help with labor. That would help with time. I mean, you design one car and then you just hit a button and they just keep
honestly
reproducing.
answer my
That's it.
arguments, then I see no reason why I should stay here.
No, Andrew, you're dodging. Okay, now I'm actually starting to get a little bit annoyed. Answer the basic question that I asked you when you first joined. Show me one single technical paper. I don't want, I think this, I think that, maybe this, maybe that, imagination, story time. Show me one empirical example of a non-functional ERV or non-functional property of an ERV going from non-functional to functional, or even altering their function. Everybody be quiet. I want to hear Andrew's answer. Go ahead, Andrew.
Why should we expect that to happen in a single generation?
Exactly. So you don't have an example. Nobody has an example. No evolutionist has an example. It's why they
doesn't mean
dodge
the
the
evidence
function and say it's
isn't
irrelevant
there.
because it destroys their position.
Don't you agree with Dr. Dan's example of the koala? You know, Dr. Dan made the example of the koala, KORV.
And just to clarify real quick, Andrew, that comment you made, that's faith-based. Science will try to confirm through observation.
Do you know Dr. Dan's koala argument?
Yeah, the KORV.
Does he know about it?
Andrew?
Well, you've been asking me a lot of questions, so how about I ask you one?
Well, I mean, I think I've asked one. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so are you going to deny the fact that you can have genes on different chromosomes and still perform the same function?
That's classic polymorphism. That's exactly what I was trying to describe earlier tonight.
Right. So there is no functional necessity for these two genes to be on the same exact homologous sites on the chromosomes between these two different species. Because you see that with other genes. You see it with
how do you know that these different genes that are identical aren't used for the same function? How do you know that?
Because they perform the same function.
Then isn't that
like hemoglobin, for example? You find it in the mouse genome. It's on a different chromosome compared to the human genome.
Well, of course.
It doesn't matter where it is in the genome.
Well, here's the thing: the human and the mouse are a lot different than a human and a chimpanzee.
If I copy and paste
the same argument applies.
identical code from one program into another, I do that so it does the same thing. Well, I don't understand why you ask these questions.
Well,
Andrew,
with the ERVs, we find them in the same locations.
Yeah,
explain
but
that
not all.
from a functional standpoint.
We have human-specific ERVs. For example, a few of the papers I was showing was
the shared locations of these ERVs between the species.
Right, but we also have chimpanzee-specific ERVs.
Right, and that's irrelevant
ERVs.
because you can't have ERV sequences unique to a lineage.
In a scientific way, it's very, very simple. So my polymorphic code design, my class functions that I write in my code today, and everybody else that does this stuff, is in different sections of my code. I've got, whether I'm doing PHP or C+ or original C, whatever I'm using that has OOP type technology, or whatever you call it, functionality, fundamental code design, is the same. I'll have similar structures and identical structures in different parts of my larger code, or even sometimes in identical places. It just depends on however I decide to choose to design, and I'll make it work.
So you're saying you don't make testable predictions about where they should be specifically.
That's all we do. This is crazy. This is like,
well, you said it's up to the whim of the designer
doing it. Huh?
Andrew, you realize that if any more of the genome is...
I'm trying to help.
If the genome is any more than, just in general, especially for the audience, I just want to make this understandable. If any more of the genome is functional than, let's say, 15-20%, evolution can't happen.
Why are you
evolution cannot be true. Evolution requires junk. But we have evidence that over 80% of the genome is functional. That means all the sequence similarity you're talking about, the nested hierarchical distribution of these DNA sequences, it's hierarchies by design and not descent. You require junk. You require the fact that these genetic sequences reflect descent with modification. That's not what we see. That's a falsification.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Are you aware of the fact that, say, for morphology, you have these nested hierarchical patterns that don't follow function, that don't follow the specific environment? They aren't there by functional necessity at all.
My understanding to that, Andrew, is that all DNA is functional. It's
not just talking about DNA here for a second, but just talking about morphology to illustrate the point.
Well, the modern conversations that I have in these fields with other people is that we have active versus inactive genes. It's all functional. As a matter of fact, the liver function cells, the DNA in our livers and our brain cells, they're literal data archive type systems in those DNA, in those adaptations for the cells in those groups and those organs. They'll change, so I love how it's described. The chromosomes in the liver cells, they'll literally unwind, they'll change shape, and so all the once falsely assumed inactive or non-functioning genes, whatever, there's literal scaffolding, there's code, that's because the DNA it's not only quaternary, it's not only 4-digit, it's also 3-dimensional. The shape and where the chromosomes, where the different structures touch and meet, affects the translation. So it's a freaking mind-boggling miracle. But the shape is codified in the structure, in the things that don't seem to have direct translation, but the scaffolding still is required, is absolutely 100% necessary for the translations to work. Without it, it wouldn't work. And then the other cool thing about it is that just like in human software technology, we have, I don't know if anybody, you have a hard drive, right? So you've got data that you store that doesn't do anything. It's inactive. It sits there until you need to read and access it, right? And so DNA does the same exact thing. There are protein structures, there's enzymes that liver cells have archived, literal archive technology that the liver cell doesn't normally transcribe those parts of the DNA to make these certain types of proteins, whatever. But when it detects, there's auto detection routines built into this. When it detects certain poisons or things that are not healthy for your body, your liver cells react to it and change shape and unfold in different pre-programmed ways, so it can read the stored data that's normally physically buried in these 3-dimensional structures. So it can read the necessary information to attack these pre-programmed, self-identified poisons to try to help keep you healthy. It's mind-bogglingly. It's code. It's pure raw software, man, in so many different levels.
And one thing I'd like to add too is the fact that during development, during these various windows and stages of development, we have a lot of these genetic sequences, okay, including non-coding RNA genes like pseudogenes, but specifically the ERV sequences that we're talking about here that are only functional under these certain conditions. So when the developmental process is complete, then many of these necessary ERV sequences are turned off. They're no longer active, or they're repurposed, right? So they do a job in development, then they're turned off and repurposed to be turned back on maybe at some point in the organism's life via environment, epigenetic or something. Yeah. So the evolutionists are very much wrong when they try and say certain sequences or the vast majority of ERVs are non-functional. Even if they were to do a knockout experiment, knock it out and say, look, the organism's fine. Yeah, it's because that DNA element's not expressed. It's no longer active. So the evolutionist is premature to conclude that the majority of these sequences are junk. Go ahead. I just wanted to point that out.
Can you see my cursor?
That's even more further kind of confirmed or proven through Hox genes. I'm sure you're familiar with, Donnie, and homeobox genes. That's exactly what they do. They're primarily, if not exclusively, in most organisms used for fetal development. Once the fetus is formed and the organism's the basic function of the foundation of the structures of an organism are created, then the Hox genes turn off.
Exactly. Yeah, you nailed it. It's science fiction on the molecular level.
Well, it's literal technology. Literal. It's not figurative. It's not making a comparison like you were making your analogies, like you were saying, Andrew. It's literal advanced technology. Our most, and I've been doing this stuff for many decades. The bleeding edge advanced technology that we develop for things that I would love to talk about as well. We are caveman technology based. We're still working with bare clubs, and I don't think we've even discovered fire yet compared to God's technology that we're talking about here. We have to learn things on our own level to be able to codify and do things for our own technological needs, just to be able to to learn the things like Antangelo and I talk about often. We're only barely beginning to understand things about God's DNA codes technology because of our advanced technology. The more our technology advances, the more we learn things that God already used in his designs. It's that crazy.
Can you see my cursor?
Yes, sir. But can you, I mean, I'd like to get some acknowledgement of that. I mean, is there any conversation with that?
What about
No, the evolutionists can't rebut it. It's just irrelevant.
Well,
You know,
can we at
it's
least
just-
talk about it?
It's so bad for evolution. It's such a bad time to be an evolutionist. Let's hear Andrew's point here. Okay, yes, we can see your cursor, chromosome 5. Okay, so what's up with it? Go ahead.
All right, so I'm just using this. I don't know specifically what chromosome 5 does or anything, but I'm just using this as an example, just to demonstrate my point. Okay, so since you can see my cursor, so this G region right here on the chromosome, let's say this is where an ERV inserted itself. Just from going from the standard way of looking at it, I guess. So assuming that an ERV inserted itself right here, we find an ERV right here. We find it in a different position, say on a different chromosome, a different organism, and it would still perform the same function. But instead, we find it right here.
In modern code, Andrew, it's called a base class. It's a section of code that's used in other parts of the program.
Okay, can you explain how that's relevant to this specifically?
Because that's exactly what that's doing. And again, jumping genes further give examples of what you're trying to allude to. The idea that there is common code in multiple sections used for similar and even sometimes different functions or feature groups or whatever you call it. That's how modern code is.
Right, but the point I'm making is it doesn't need to be in the same position though.
Why
because
not?
Because you can have genes that are at different positions on, say, different chromosomes, and they still perform the same function.
We do in our modern code. Why can't God do it in his code? We literally, again, I tried to explain it the most simplistically way I could. I don't know how to break it down further. My code today, I have identical functioning code. I have ERVs literally in my code that I designed, that I wrote on purpose to avoid having to copy and paste stuff that do identical things. I do that for a reason, just like the DNA code does, exactly for the same reasons the DNA code does.
But let me add something too, because I do. Well, here a
You
lot of what
can
we're
say
saying
they
here
share
is
them for a common
Yes.
purpose, but why do they
It's
exist at the same
instantiating a new
site?
object as we talk about it in human language.
Right, but why do they share them at the exact same site on the chromosome?
Well, that's because that's the way the guy that wrote the code did it, just like me. I'm trying to explain.
He did it that way because that's how he did it?
Yes,
It
that's how
doesn't
code
explain
works.
anything.
No, dude. When you learn to write your own code, it's going to be written the way you thought of was best way to do it.
So
And
again,
sometimes
you're saying it's
there's a
up to
better
the
way.
designer's whim, basically. There's
The-
no explanation why you put it there for any functional necessity.
Well, no, again, okay, that goes back to what I wanted to talk about much earlier tonight. We can reverse engineer these sequences, these code, these algorithms. We can, and we do. That's what Donnie was trying to talk about. We understand. The only way you can even you yourself can pretend to hope to understand what sequence is functional or not is that we reverse engineered what the function was. We followed the code trail, what the translation did, where it translated into RNA, where the tRNA, the what do you call it? Help me, Donnie. The key in the ribosome. Yeah, the T in RNA, in the messenger RNA meet. We follow all that now. That's how the COVID vaccine was developed. So we can literally watch God's programming and his compilers work in real time and learn how these functions work. And we can backtrace, okay, this messenger strand was we have all kinds of really cool tools that can watch where that piece of code snippet came out of the nucleosome directly off the source code, which is DNA, and what it does. It makes this protein. Why does it need to make this protein from this amino acid group? Why does it need to do that? Well, it makes this chemical. Well, why does it need to make this chemical? Well, it creates this spike protein or this whatever, to do whatever that happens in
And
life.
also, and one important point to
Well,
note
like that's
is a lot of
explaining why it
am I
has
going to
that
get over
particular
talk every
function.
time? I want to make a simple point. A
I'm
lot of
just
these
okay.
DNA elements, okay, are actually multifunctional.
Yes.
So where you keep asking the question, Andrew, we've got this one function and we share it in the exact same spot, or we don't share it. Like the mice, the genome you're talking about is in a different spot than in humans when we should expect it to be in the same spot, more or less. Given the fact that a lot of these sequences are multifunctional, as in, they function in information flow, but also in cell optimization, which is going to differ depending on the creature. So let's say, given the multifunctional nature of a lot of these genetic sequences, then we may expect more of them to be in the exact same spots within humans and chimps, but yet different spots between humans and let's say a mouse, because information flow in a human and a chimpanzee could be very similar, but very different with the mouse. So the mouse will have the DNA element in a different location, even though maybe its main function is embryological development. Go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense though, because the specific function of a genetic sequence again doesn't depend on its specific location. This
Yes,
is
it does.
basic genetics.
No, it does. Not only does it matter in terms of translation, but like I was talking about earlier.
Okay, can you give an example?
Well, yeah, if you want to go into Encode or something and look at examples, we could, but I mean, that's getting into some serious minutia. But the other point I was just trying to make was
I'd like to hear a specific example here, because it seems like you're making some generalizations.
My understanding is that all sequencing is the positions of it, not just in the two-dimensional, the linear form within the code line structures, but again, the third-dimensional shape. If the chromosomes don't bend and twist and whatever and touch in exact right spots, oftentimes that the code will fail as well. There's an extreme amount of orchestrated design, and to be able to make this function.
We're talking about recombination there, right?
No, just basic function code DNA function.
Well, you're talking about the chromosomes bending and twisting and whatnot. I don't know what you're referring to there.
Well, look it up. That's what I'm saying. The stuff that Christians primarily are discovering today has invalidated what Christians thought of 100 years ago that atheists and others are still trying to pretend to understand. The stuff that we're doing today, it's out there. I mean, Donnie tries to touch on it, and Tangelo. I mean, John. Everybody that does these YouTube things.
So I just got back. Andrew, please don't tell me that you are still denying, or like, are you playing dumb on inter and intra chromosomal gene regulation?
Yes.
That's not what I'm talking about here.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's why I just heard Joel describing. I'm pretty sure that's why I just heard Joel describing in relation to, twisting and bending and such of chromosomes and having to touch in a.
Well, right. He brought that up. That wasn't what I was originally referring to, though.
Right, but I'm pretty sure I heard you deny that was happening.
He doesn't know. He didn't know what happened. He said.
I was clarifying what he meant by that specifically. I wasn't saying none of that actually happened.
Okay, well, I came at the tail end of this. What I heard was him talking about the specific location of gene sequences having relevance from a coding perspective, and then you said it didn't, and then he said no, it does, because you have to have it in line both from a linear perspective as well as have the shape and the three-dimensional folding.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't matter from a coding perspective, because we see it with genes that in the lab today. The specific function of a gene doesn't depend on its specific location on a chromosome or the entire genome.
Yes,
It'll
it does.
still perform the same function.
Well, okay. So you're saying that you're talking about the specific sequence for that ultimately results in a protein. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a gene in general. Yeah.
Right. So the point that Joel's making is that yes, you can have that, but you have to have the other regulatory coding functions in order for that outcome to happen. So in relation to from a coding standpoint, right? Yeah, you can have all of this other surrounding necessities before you get to the lines of code that result in something you see on your screen.
Right. You're called the regulation upstream, basically.
Right, but I'm talking from a general coding perspective as well, right? There's all sorts of stuff that is going on that is not, versus the lines of code that result in the freaking form fields or whatever you're seeing on your computer screen, like on a website or whatever, right? There's ridiculous amounts of code that is not what is the result. Ultimately, it's resulting in what you're seeing, right? But the visual representation, the HTML and CSS, whatnot, the calls are having for that are just a minuscule fraction of it, and the end outcome. And there's always additional components for function that are necessary to be in specific order. Otherwise, you don't get that output. And that exact same logic applies in biological systems and genetics. And this is why, Andrew, I know I bash you over the head of this over and over again, but like, this is why you need to go and learn what we're talking about and the significance of this, because if you do, number one, you'll understand biology way more if you actually go and take the time to comprehend these points.
I'd like to ask Andrew. I apologize. Yeah, I'd like to ask you real quick, Andrew. Just from my own understanding, to try to help understand your understanding, are you assuming that DNA translation and transposons, is it just, you think it's just random? You just does it willy-nilly? Converts the DNA into RNA and all of this stuff?
Well, I know the specific integration sites aren't completely not random, but they are pretty close to random. You can have specific regions that are or I don't know if that's what you're referring to here, though.
Well, that's what I was trying to ask. Yeah, no, the transposon and translation processes are exactly not random. They're the extreme opposite of random. If they were random, not only would the code never work, but it'd be a complete mess. There'd be just random crap just clogging up your cells. You wouldn't be able to do anything. Cellular structures are literal nanotechnology factories. And I used to do MEMS research. I can go into the details of that with modern technology, human technology as well in comparison. But the fact is that cells are extremely regulated. The nucleosome doesn't just spew out RNA randomly. There's all kinds of signaling. I mean, there's even quantum level type telecommunication, the stuff I love talking on Tangelo with, which we can talk more about, that controls when, how, and where these translations happen. Man, it's extremely choreographed.
So I guess what I'm trying to clarify here is, do you guys think that, say we just to simplify things, we have a chromosome, we have 3 genes along that chromosome, A, B, and C. So are you saying with the I guess enhancers and promoters and whatnot upstream of each, that we would have functional unit A would have to be before B would have to be before C on that chromosome? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not only that, yes, but not only that, but it changes. It's self-adaptive code. The jumping gene stuff, as well as a lot of the transposon stuff I just talked about, it's constantly morphizing. It's polymorphic. It's multimorphic. It's not only pre-engineered and regulated and choreographed is the key words I was trying to use, but it's changing in real time. And if it wasn't strictly controlled by software engineering principles, it would be a total train wreck. I don't think any life would exist.
Well, your point about transposition there, though, seems to go against the whole point you're making, because if you're saying these genes need to be in a specific order along the chromosome, if one inserts, say, between A and B, then the order is changed. Wouldn't that mean that the entire thing would be non-functional now?
Only if they changed randomly. So the fact that they don't change randomly and that they are functional, or we wouldn't be alive, proves it's been designed that way. Does it not?
Well, but I guess that's where we get to the point where I would say they are pretty random, though.
They're not. They can't be. You're not a random gobbledygook mutant.
But they don't insert themselves into specific,
yes, they do.
base pair sites, though.
Yes,
they
they
favor
do.
general regions, but they don't
Donnie
favor
touched on it.
general sites
The LTRs.
or
Are you
specific
familiar
sites.
with information technology? Do you know what an Ethernet packet is by chance?
Are you talking to me or Don?
Yes, you. I'm sorry.
Oh, repeat the question.
Are you familiar with basic information technology? Do you know what an Ethernet packet is?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Oh, darn. It's a perfect example of what you just asked about, what you just described. Yeah. You want me to try to explain it or?
Well, I understand you're going to code here, but what I'm trying to figure out is, does this make sense from a biological perspective? Like, I know you're going to analogies here, but
Well, here's the thing, though.
It's not just analogies.
We're
It's
looking to
exact
computer
comparison.
programs, right? And yet the 4-dimensional code of the human genome, of the genomes of living organisms, is far more vast than even that of computer code, even more advanced. Isn't computer code, Joel, generally 1-dimensional as compared to the 4-dimensional code of the
Well,
the human genome?
you're going to start where I love to talk about how we're literally trying to learn God's code to use for our own.
well, or going back to something else, if you're saying the particular gene order along a chromosome matters, would that not go
Are you talking
against
about
that we have?
Okay,
Synteny?
let me. My wife asked me.
Shared gene order along a chromosome is necessary. Yeah, it is. It's
Well,
synteny
I would
across
disagree with that.
species. Well, no, I mean, I could show you papers on that too, just like I could show you papers on everything.
Well, we
But I
have
like what
chromosome
Dr.
rearrangements, though. Like,
Yeah,
you
I like what
have
Dr.
pieces of a chromosome.
Never
that's
mind. I'm just going to mute for the rest of the time.
Yeah, if I may, my wife's asked me that maybe I should go try to explain it. And please ask questions. I try to keep it as simplistic as possible to help. And it's not an analogy; it's a direct comparison, Andrew. This is direct technological. What do you even call it? So an Ethernet packet, the way that we're talking and sharing our pictures right now together, everything that we're doing on the internet, an Ethernet packet. So like the sound, my voice right now is being translated into a stream of packets, multiple packets, and every packet has what's called a header and a footer attached to it, and then all of our wonderful, silicon and copper and stuff, translates that down all these millions and whatever lines of code and miles of stuff to send through all these different gateways and different things, blah blah blah. Eventually, go back to your computer, gets translated back into a vibrating sound wave, into your speaker, your earphone, whatever. The Ethernet packets, so like a full second of my sound right now, for example, and just says, this isn't specific. This is just for example, is broken up into 10 Ethernet packets, right? For every 1 second, and you can change how often the packets are made. So the first header on the first packet, that's there's a certain code applied to that. In biology, that's called a promoter LTR, the promoter region of the sequence. And there's specific code written into that header / promoter gene that tells the rest of the network, literally, including DNA and ribosome network stuff, where that header / RNA sequence needs to go, right? And then the footer does things as well, huh? Yeah, that's the packet. There's a header and a footer. There's a promoter terminator gene, as it's called in biology. And
Right. Yeah, I
so,
understand
but when your computer, it won't get my packet. Well, with TCP protocol anyway, it won't get my packets in order, right? It seems almost random. There's all kinds of, it's literally the information superhighway. It's all kinds of roadblocks. So packet 3 might arrive first out of the 10 packets. Packet 9 might come second. Packet 5 might. So when your computer, if it doesn't get packet 6, for example, after a certain amount of time, it'll send its own packets back down all the freeways and ask my computer, hey, my computer didn't get packet 6. Can you retransmit packet 6 and 7 or 8 or whatever? And so there's all this is happening, of course, at light speed. And eventually, when your computer gets all 10 packets, however long that takes, and that's where you get packet loss and all kinds of signal degradation, then it takes the headers and the footers off of the sequences of the Ethernet packet, puts it all back together in order, in sequence, 1 through 10, and then you hear my voice or you see my picture. DNA does the exact same thing. We just use different terminology. Instead of headers and footers, we use a promoter and terminator LTR regions. Literally. It's literal technology.
And we also have that the data packet concept you're describing there also applies to mRNA. And there's actually been papers on this showing how that how the packet is constructed from a message perspective, and like things like in mRNA, you have these things called untranslated regions, UTRs, and what they discovered was those are operating as these are part of the. We thought it didn't do anything. We thought it had no function, and then they found out like, oh crap, if you mess up the UTRs, it turns into all these different diseases, or there'll be like complete termination of protein synthesis if the UTR is messed up and stuff. And it's a packet. They literally have it diagrammed, like as a comparison of a data packet. Like, oh, here's this, there's this piece of it, here's the message in the middle, blah, blah, blah. You make these modifications, and it's like, just like how in what you're describing, Joel, if you don't have the appropriate structure to the packet, or it somehow gets corrupted while it's being transmitted, you have a complete cascade of breakdown of information transfer. And it's like, anyway. So anyway, Andrew, I know, again, I'm going to repeat myself. I know we beat you over the head with this over and over again. But for those, I mean, Joel's knowledge is way more than mine. But this stuff, if you understand the concepts that we're talking about, and then you just read about genetic information, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, well, that makes total sense. I get what they're saying. And oh, well, that is an extraordinarily staggering similarity in the structure and the necessities. And this is why we keep telling you, if you don't understand this, and talking from a coding perspective and information transfer perspective, you don't understand this, then you don't know jack diddly freaking squat about biology from on the ultimate root level. And that's just freaking reality. And you can keep running around your phylogenetic trees and your little fantasy land of how all this stuff just proves evolution beyond all doubt. But you don't even understand the basics of what have to be accounted for. And it's honestly, it makes me sad, to be honest, because you're so passionate about this stuff and you're just completely blind to the root fundamental necessity of all freaking life. Like, and it's recognized in the papers I've read to you over and over again, like, oh, everybody, they recognize this as necessary. And as you've heard me diatribe, there's freaking $10 million on the line right now. You can figure out how to create what we're talking about. But no, you guys all just, nothing, we have to worry about it. I don't need to know. It's just, it's sad. It's very sad.
I was just going to say, and then, this is Joel's wife, by the way. Hi. Nice to, he didn't get a voice changer.
I was thinking the same thing.
I was just going to say, we're just barely. Oh, what's that, honey? I didn't hear you, LPP.
Actor? What?
No, I said after 123, Joel identifies as a woman.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there you go.
You figure me out. We can't talk at the same time. I'll mess it up.
Yeah, you're messing it all up.
It's all your fault.
Anyway, I was just going to say, we're just barely beginning to scratch the surface. I mean, human computer code is so simplistic compared to God's design. I mean, there's a whole lot more that they're just beginning to discover. Like you guys were talking about the folding and what have you. Oh my goodness, that's a whole new universe on its own.
We're starting to get there, though, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. We were literally designing human technology now to try to use a molecular level type, coding structures. We're making literal molecular based hard drives and other things, and it's going to do the same thing. The shape of the molecules, whether it's graphene or whatever other substrate we try to perfect, the shape of our code will affect the output just like God's code does someday soon, very soon, within my lifetime or our lifetime. And by the way, John, I was, if I didn't clarify my description earlier, you were exactly right. Everything that I was trying to share earlier, mRNA is literally, not figuratively, not allegorically, it is literally almost exactly like an Ethernet packet. It complete with headers and footers was the point. If those headers and footers didn't exist and the LTR groups weren't pre-codified to programmatically tell the rest of the nanotechnology, the nano factory, where that mRNA needs to go, when it needs to go, which order it needs to go with the other ribosome, ribosome functions, it would never work. It would never produce the correct proteins in the correct order in the correct time to do all the amazing miracles that our cells do every day.
Yep. Well, and there's other in terms of your other point earlier about like packet reorganization too. You also have to factor in the spliceosome and the spliceosome code, by the way. But the fact that you're being able to reorganize exons to specific order for specific functional output.
Yep.
But then they're also finding out that the introns have all sorts of relevance too. Of course, that didn't do anything. Now they recognize, oh wait, it does do all sorts of stuff. And by the way, very often introns can be part of those UTRs that I was referring to earlier, those untranslated regions. Like, oh, they're part of the data packet. Oh, so it's not necessarily like that's the thing that always fascinates me about this stuff is like people, the whole only 3% of the genome is coding. It's like,
it's the exact opposite. It's crazy.
John, I got to go, but good night, everybody.
Good night, Dan. Great to see you.
Good night.
Good night. Have a good night.
Let's talk again, especially about old military stuff.
So here's a little food for thought, kind of a question, just like to the evolutionists. So can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, just when you look at life, right, and you look at the evolution, the human evolution, common ancestry model, we see a life evolving from a non-living form or being that's not alive that eventually comes alive through some.
I want to see that, yeah.
Well, that's what the theory is claiming happened, and then so life in itself, we see it breaking back down. So it's evolved. And why is it break? Where did the information come from initially, and then where did the drive come and the spark? Why? And then why not? If it's just breaking back down, why not just live? Try to evolve to live forever. Why? And then why are there different lifespans amongst the different creatures? Like just random lifespans. It doesn't seem to be like progressing towards like forever. And then we have like other life forms that like have longer, like if humans are supposed to be the highest, and why do we have other creatures that have much higher lifespans than humans, and if that's the goal,
Well,
and then,
something to consider
just,
in line with that train of thought
something to consider,
is that what they're now discovering is that it appears the potential for immortality does exist, and it was already in there. It's just deactivated.
The telomeres, is that how they pronounce it?
Well, not just telomeres. There's multiple other things. They've actually been finding actual functional elements that are deactivated. If they can figure out when they are able to turn them on artificially, they're observing youth maintenance, but youth being maintained, right? In relative perpetuity. So the point being is, and it's kind of in line with what Joshua was saying, is if evolution towards immortality, all that kind of stuff, and overall fitness is what's happening via evolution, right? Even if it doesn't happen in a purely linear fashion, things can devolve and evolve and all that stuff I like to make up, right? If at some point organisms in the past evolved the capacity for basic immortality, how in the hell does that get turned off? Like what logically in relation to evolutionary theory would mean that I'm the less fit if I'm fucking immortal? Excuse my French. Like that's the literal epitome, right? Like, or pinnacle. Like if I have the potential for immortality, how am I the one that got deactivated? Like didn't get selected? Oh wait, but it's still sitting there dormant in my genome. That doesn't make any freaking sense. And right now,
it's just our mortality. Our immortality does not coincide. It cannot happen here with the condition of our Earth. It has to. Time has to play its course. The heavens will be rolled up like a scroll, so that things can be perfect. Right.
I remember reading the book when they did turn them on. It would turn cancerous. So So when God coded these things, I think he put that extra code in. So if we did ourselves did try to turn them on, it would turn cancerous.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna make.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around this like deeper science. What you guys are really diving into the coding and all that is deep thought to somebody that hasn't physically,
Well, yeah, talking about what we were talking about earlier
Seen
with
it.
literally reverse engineering,
Studied
not
it as
just
much,
the
yeah.
functions, but how and why the code works. They've long discovered that there is programmed obsolescence. Our cells are literally programmed to die, and our immune
Exactly.
system
Which
is literally
sorry,
programmed to
go ahead.
detect dying cells and replace them. And if they don't, that's what cancer is. Bubble. Just as a reminder, cancer is literally cells that were damaged. The part that's pre-codified to kill the cell is broken, and so the cell doesn't die, and it just keeps reproducing and causes cancer. That's what cancer is.
Yeah,
cells that forgot to die.
So I think God kind of preempted that and pretty much coded around that. So he made sure that we didn't turn ourselves immortal, so we would still be within his whim.
Well, I mean, again, it's literal technology. If we get enough brainiacs, like John and Donnie and others here, to get together to literally reverse engineer, enough of the code, we probably could.
See, this is where like the Antichrist and this kind of like idea steps in, right? Is what we're talking about in Revelations and stuff like this, where there's nothing that in the Bible that really says man couldn't try to do this, but there will be. It does talk about a point where God is going to basically come back like he did in the days of Noah, but in the future, something has not happened where he's going to cast his judgment again, and that's when shit's going to start going down.
Basically, talk about space colonization and going to Mars. We want to go to Mars, and unless Jesus comes back. But the larger point, gentlemen, is that we can do it. It is literal technology. It's literal code that can and is being professionally reverse engineered right now today, and we can do this. Is the point?
So
it's not
This
random.
is the signs. These are the signs, right? Not necessarily straightforward, but you can see them to somebody who's looking.
So yeah, because the body's just an avatar for the spirit. And I was talking with Donnie, because there was a time somebody asked him if there's an atmosphere in heaven, and I would say yes, because heaven is like this world with that infinite with that cheat that makes you immortal on.
Okay, so and anyways, like what you're just talking about, what you're talking about is like basically if the world, sorry, dude, just totally brain farted. My dog's fucking trying to scratch me. Get away from me.
Okay, so real quick, guys. So in line with what we've been talking about here, so I currently have on SEC.gov, I have the patent pulled up for the mRNA vaccine right now, and so let's just go down here. Okay, so this is there. Remember I was talking about the data packet. Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, this is from the COVID vax patent. Okay, so nobody tell me that I'm not this isn't relevant. All right, so you see here we've got the 5' cap. Remember I said there was like a header and footer. You got the UTR right there. Boom, right there. You got one there. You got one here. You got the poly A tail. That's like the end over here. Then you have the coding region, and look here, nucleic acid sequence, amino acid sequence. Oh my goodness! Look at how equal it is. Oh, AUG equals this. Oh wait, and it means the start command. Okay, so the first AUG is a start codon. Okay, then you have the words. I mean, this is the patent, folks. Oh wait, and here's the end. Here's the stop codons. Here's the end command in the sequence. Okay,
John,
so anybody?
You just reminded me, buddy. That's another extremely strong point of obvious code, because all DNA sequences I think that have been discovered so far, all DNA sequences all have the same exact 3 start stop codon command keys, as we call it. In every DNA sequence, RNA has a 4th one, but if this was truly random, there would be all kinds of crazy combinations of start stop codons. We wouldn't even have start codons if it was truly random.
Actually, and here's where the irony comes into play: is there are actually some variations in the start and stop commands. So when they claim that, but based on different organisms, right? So this actually causes a major problem, right? So if it's not pre-programmed, how do you evolve start and stop commands? Right? You can't just, well, if it's used in this organism, it equals an amino, like it equals a different amino acid, right? That codon equals something different, and something else represents start and stop. Okay, so how do you just flip your start and stop commands to something else randomly? You don't. Well, you die because you can't have protein synthesis if you don't have a start and stop command. That's just the way it is.
Code can't be translated, right?
So
that was the larger point.
Right. So to me, it's one of those things of God kind of like tossing in for the future, like discoveries that we're doing right now, kind of toss it into the mix, right? Of like, hey, for all you dumbasses who think this could just be like magically formed, figure out how to overcome variables in the start and stop commands just magically happening. Oh wait,
yeah,
but
I can comprehend how a God would create everything. I just can't comprehend how a something that's not a God
but you also
create everything. Why remove God from the why remove God from the drive or that initial force?
Right,
and they want to deny God.
The name. Why remove the name God? In the end, if they're going to say, "Oh, it's something that was intelligent," well, why the hell did you remove the name from God from it to begin with? It just has to be something other than somebody who gave us a word.
I'm afraid my point got diluted, if I may.
Sorry.
The larger point was that there's a total possible combination of 64 total codons in a trinary quaternary code design like DNA.
Yeah.
And so there should be, because chaos theory, I minored that with my second bachelor's degree. We can talk about how chaos theory suggests that if in a truly random system like that, we would see combinations of all 64 possible codon groups being used for all kinds of things, John, not just start stop codons, but everything. It'd be a total freaking gobbledygook mess, but it's not. There may be variations, but they're all the same. There's very few. There's only 3 variations within DNA sequences. There's only 4 different variations from my understanding in RNA, not 64. It's designed. It's carefully regulated, and if it does mutate past one of those pre-programmed limitations, it breaks, like you keep saying too.
Well, the other thing to me, like when you consider the minor variations you're referring to, right? So you remember in HTML, how it went from like bold was just the B to strong, and like you can still read. The browser can still read, strong versus bold, right? But now in the latest versions, it's the standard command for bold is no longer the B, it's strong, and even though it can still be interpreted, and it's the same kind of logic, in my opinion, as well. Yeah, we can have slight variations of the same command, but you still, number one, you still have to know what the commands mean, regardless of which version you're looking at, as being which command as the coder you're putting in, your system has to know both. And that's
the fact that the system in DNA proves God exists. Yeah.
Well, no, I agree with you completely on that. I'm just saying, like the total system has to be able to read the commands. Period. Like there is no way around this. And so, in relation to the variations, that's what reason I was saying is kind of God's sense of humor. It's like, so how do you reprogram the entire system to account for the slight variation in this command line? That's not plausible. Well, let me put that back. Let me rephrase. That's not remotely plausible in technology systems, right? Like nobody in your field would ever think that's plausible. The only people who think it's plausible are hardcore evolutionists who live in fantasy land. But that's just me.
Myth makers, yeah.
Okay, Donnie. So you've been trying to share screen for a while. You want to bring it back up, or have you given up? Oh, we lost Donnie. Must have.
I wanted to ask, if I may, as well, John, whether Donnie, after Donnie does what he wants to do first, if you could show that picture diagram of an mRNA sequence, and then show an Ethernet packet diagram, show the similarities.
Who's breathing?
That's probably me. I got my mic too close to my face.
My wife said, hopefully all of us are
Damn
breathing.
Check myself. Am I breathing
Somewhere,
heavy?
Joel,
Breathing heavy.
Joel, I'm trying to find right now. So I have a paper somewhere where they actually did a literal comparison of this.
Yeah.
In relation, I'm trying to find it. I don't know what I did with it, but I'll see if I find it. But I'm pulling up an Ethernet packet right now.
Hey, Iger.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, we're talking about God's code designs.
Man, I just I said hi in the chat like 20 minutes ago, and then I remember I had to go do something. So you kind of were talking about the end times and then the mRNA and stuff. So I was like, all right, let me be quiet and listen, because yeah, man, it's craziness. Whatever it is they're doing right now, it's to me, it's all transhumanism where they will merge man and machine, iron and clay. So it's just crazy times we're living in. Beginning of the crazy times, I think.
Definitely.
As in the times of Noah.
Like the times of Noah, exactly, man. Exactly.
You guys want to hear a cool thing about the end times thing you mentioned, Joshua, with was it Revelations 10:14, I think it was you mentioned? The ground, the sky scrolling up. That is a literal thing about in relativity physics. So Albert Einstein, 100-something years ago, did you find it? I'll share after this.
I'm really curious to see your explanation of how the sky rolls up. You know, that in the heliocentric model, that'll mean what? Like just the infinite vacuum of space.
Well, it's about gravity. Yeah, it's not about heliocentric versus
All right. But no, I was just I was just curious to see what your take on that is, but not to try to start a debate or anything. But go ahead, Donnie. You got something to share? Go for it.
Love you, John.
Yeah,
they call it a preamble.
Yeah. So I mean, you can just bring some more detail, but like, remember we were talking about UTRs, caps. And start and stop commands, the internal message, like all this kind of stuff, like this, it's exact same logic. Oh, and I'd forgotten about checksums, but they also have checksums too. So
that's the footnote or the footer, yeah.
Yep. The same literal functions apply in mRNA, and it gets me so irritated, the fact that this is documented research. There's studies, got the wazoo going on it. And the Andrews of the world just want to act like it has no relevance. I mean, just you're using analogies again. It's like, how can it be I mean, you want to use that as a way to say you don't have to pay attention to it? Okay, fine, but exact same function, exact same structure, exact same end outcomes, same necessities. Like it's I think that everybody in evolutionary biology should be required to take communication theory
or coding.
Yeah.
Well, see, I would agree with you to an extent, Joel, but on coding, but not coding only in the higher level language standpoint, because you've heard my tangents about this. I am convinced that because you've seen me debate people who claim to be, and some who actually are coders. Right?
Yeah,
they're devs, but they don't understand communication theory. They've only been taught higher level language. They don't understand what's actually happening below that, and they think that because their mind is so consumed in writing in PHP, they're not thinking about like data packets and Ethernet and all that, because that's not taught to them. It's not taught in the modern era. You would think that it would be, and we would understand this, but it's less and less, fewer and fewer people understand the root concepts. That's why all these dumbasses that have reviewed like my code argument video, and they sit there and like go on these tangents about how like I'm not understanding it, and they keep thinking that I'm talking purely about higher level language when I'm talking about machine code, and they don't understand obviously a higher level language is turned into machine code, but they don't grasp that I'm describing mRNA and arguing in relation from a machine code perspective, not higher level language. And they just don't get it. It's amazing to me. They do not grasp that point. And there's people that are freaking supposedly professional coders. Like, come on, man, it's crazy.
I totally understand. And if you ever want backup or whatever, again, that's my profession, man. I don't think you and I've talked much about what I actually do in life, but yeah, I mean, I would describe what you just said. There's computer science, and then there's information science. So I taught myself how to code from an early age. And I learned. I think I know basically. I've touched on every language except maybe Perl, just because Perl is disgusting. But that's another story. But
disgusting.
Yeah, and I've got a computer science bachelor's. I got a chemical engineering bachelor's, and I've got an information science master's. So I love to go into those details, and you're absolutely right. So the higher level code language, they're all translated, they're all compiled, they're all interpreted into machine language, and there's different ways that different machines, different types of code platforms and motherboards, and there's CISC or complex instruction set code versus RISC reduced instruction set code. There's all kinds of architectures that all this is translated into, all little ones and zeros, and eventually into the 4s and 3s and 2s and 1s and whatever. But the way that is transferred, the bus technology, the digital signaling, all of whether you use a sine wave or a square wave, all that's information. That's a whole other substrate. It's a whole other technique.
Well, in line with your point there, Joel, the other thing that just seems to be lost on these people is that the processor in the computer must be able to interpret all those different types of code architecture. And
for similar architecture, right?
If it's not pre-programmed to be able to read it, then you could have it stored on the hard drive all day long, but it's not going to be able to be executed.
Right.
And that's just freaking reality. And that's what gets me in. That's why I say that my little diatribe here about the lack of baseline understanding of computers, right? Of computer science and just data processing in general. Like the Shannon Weaver model of communication systems, right? Like, oh, what's one of the fundamental components of that? Oh, the decoder portion of it has to be able to know. They have to know both source and target alphabets.
Right.
If they don't know source and target, nothing happens. You're screwed.
Noise.
And say this applies to logic you and I are talking about right now. Of like, if you don't understand the zeros and the architecture, the organization which equals a particular architecture of the zeros and ones, organization of the zeros and ones in relation to the end functions that are predicated by the specific type of code architecture that's being leveraged. And that's before you even get into the meaning of the code, right? In terms of the actual commands that are actually being executed. I'm talking about just reading that to get to that point, right? If that's not pre-programmed, you got nothing. To your point, it's noise. There is nothing. And humans just take this stuff for granted so much.
Right. Lack of experience. Yeah.
Bruh, I don't think you're considering what is obvious. It's just silicone, bruh. Just chemical silicone.
Yeah, it's Diet Coke. So that was the other thing I wanted to bring up, if I may, John. Something else you reminded me of earlier. The larger conversation of all this stuff, is including in particular how it relates with God's code designs, is something called universal information. Have we talked about that before? We may have.
Yeah, we've touched on that off and on, but it's a very good point, though.
Okay. That's another clear indication that this is all of God. If anybody else wanted to hear more about it, maybe.
No, feel free to explain it. I'm saying you and I have talked about it, but there's a lot of other folks that don't know what that means.
All right. So in information science circles, universal information it's basically the Holy Grail. It's the idea that we develop a perfect protocol, that everything is translatable. So like John's talking about, you can have an Apple versus an IBM based, PC clone architecture. They'll have similar but different instruction sets. So you have to do what's called cross-platform programming, or if you're like for your Xbox versus your PS3 or 4, whatever the hell's out there now, 5 and 6, 7, 8. The functions, the output, the program you're trying to write, you try to mimic them as close as possible, but you have to develop the code differently to cross-platform those things. That's non-universal information. That universal information is that you have one code that fits them all, right? It's not even cross-platform. Cross-platform coding, you basically have a more sophisticated or complex compiler that you'll write your code once and then it'll compile it down to multiple possible platforms. It's basically a multi-compiler is all it really is, but it still has to break it down into the individual machine language instruction sets for each architecture. So universal information, though, that would be where you code everything and anything for all computers or all devices, all cell phones, all anything for forever. You never have to use compilers anymore. You never have to do any kind of cross-platforming. That's our sole achievement in information science technology fields professionally. That's what we're trying to develop. So DNA is not only a universal code, it's got a universal kernel, like we just described and touched on briefly. It's also considered universal information. The different Ethernet packets, like John was showing in the Ethernet 2, there's different protocols. There's TCP/IP, there's PPP, there's UDP. There's all these different types of internet protocols that still use ones and zeros, and it still uses ASCII type alphanumeric stuff to translate across different the routers and the switches and stuff. The layer 1 and 2 type technology it's called, and the OSI layers. There's all kinds of things to describe it, but it's all different. It's not universal. If DNA packets are literally universal, they're all sequenced the same. They're all using the very similar to almost identical start stop codon command keys that we talked about. The amino translation groups are very close to being all identical, but the fact that they're all translated the same through the same ribosome type groups, whether single celled or not, that's universal. That is mind blowing. That's what we hope to achieve someday, many millennia from now, if God doesn't come back before we perfect human code. God's already done it. Literally, it's hard to describe. It's absolutely mind blowing. I wish more people got into it.
I don't think the masses care, dude.
Well, that's the travesty. There's a quote. Let me find this quote from.
Well, that's why I think you're gonna have to get political and achieve some sort of Christian nationalism, some sort of Christian nation. Because
people to believe, yeah,
because the masses are just gonna hold you back, and they will absorb you into liberalism.
So are you suggesting that there needs to be a Christian nation, and will we have wars with the polytheists, or will we be allies?
Well, the policy is saying it's dog eat dog world. Well, I believe in MAD. Mutually absurd destruction. Yeah, so I'm totally cool with the Christians, but I don't think the Christians are okay with us as well as the Muslims are okay with us.
So hang on. So are you suggesting that if this Christian nation did exist, do you think that we would actually go around exterminating polytheists?
I'm very concerned because polytheists don't care. Polytheists is because Christian is incorporated in polytheism as well as Muslims, but Muslims aren't keen to incorporate polytheists.
Okay, so on a slightly different topic before we wrap up here,
that was a different topic.
We're talking about mutually assured destruction. I personally think that the United States is freaking doomed, and
so we're going to Mars.
We may be we may be getting pretty close to the collapse of the United States because
we're on the brink.
I mean, we're just teetering right now. It is just mind-blowing the level of acceleration.
The only thing that we got is our ammo and our guns holding us together. Without that, they're just going to take us down. Are we allowed to talk about that?
Well, no, this thing is letting the masses take over. This is
y'all are talking about the power grab from the inside of the nation. I'm talking about, I think we're on the edge of being taken out by other players on the planet. I mean,
well, that's the thing that's part of what our weapons is keeping them from doing that.
Well, yeah, obviously,
in a certain way, not in every way.
trying to occupy the United States would be very difficult from that context. Taking out the United States as on a global level as a player is a totally different concept in relation to strategy and execution.
Yeah,
so I mean,
exactly. You have to be
the
aware of that. Yeah, it's not going to be like it was.
if
It's
you take
already
out
in force.
if you take out the
you ask
U.S.
me.
power grid, like the power grid gets
Through
taken out of the United
food and
States.
shit like that, you know, getting our minds all decayed and shit has already been in progress for a while now. Evolution being taught, all this other crap, getting it seeped into the Christian churches, where you got, like I was saying earlier, a lot of people that believe, but are trying to fit in with their friends or their boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, and trying to say, well, maybe God used evolution, you know.
Well,
And
yeah,
then they go on their own ways and they don't do enough research. And I think a lot of people are just too lazy to dive into it, you know, on a genetic level, on a code level, on, you know, all these different deep levels that they just let like I was talking about, they let the teachers, they cling to these teachers and they let them do the research for them. You know, and then they're okay with these ideas, and deep inside themselves, that's really what they want.
No, that's definitely happening on a broad level. I think that Joel is in Fantasyland denial. The fact that the U.S. / modern version of Rome is not on the edge of freaking collapse. Are you holding?
I agree.
Are you holding out hope that somehow?
No. I would argue, John, that America's already dead. Yeah. Calvin Coolidge was the last truly American president. But no, that's the reason why we want to go to Mars, is because America's gone. But to be a voice of positive, hopeful encouragement, guys, the good news is, like you're saying, Joshua, so no matter how twisted the evolutionary theory is, again, that's originated from biblical science, that when the young mushes of brains get, you know, when they, whatever they graduate from, or even they don't graduate, once they get into the real world, especially into science and engineering and technology fields, we show them, hey, look, all the things that they lied to you about in school, this is how it actually works in real life. And it you know, you know, because there's like it's like a grief phase. They get mad, and then, you know, they go through an acceptance phase, you know, but they find out that everything that about evolution,
the truth will set you
the truth,
free,
yeah,
but first it'll pee you off.
yeah, exactly. So there's
It's
a lot
just
of people
they broaden the term evolution. So a lot of people, when you go to talk to them, like,
well,
you know, they're not listening to this stuff all the time, so they're kind of like they're thinking to themselves, you're saying evolution, and I'm not really getting, is there's like all, it's
all designed.
Okay, then you try to tell them, well, microevolution, you know, we observe that, we do to some, because then they just think you're crazy, and you're like, well, wait a minute, I'm not saying that we can't change, and we haven't changed from from where we got off the ark, you know, and that's where I think Young Earth Creation does a good job.
Pardon me, Joshua, if I may. I'm talking about beyond the typical YouTube, you know, high school level type debate stuff. I'm talking about when people get out that get PhDs, like, you know, that people are talked about here often. Sometimes they realize how real world technology works. They realize that everything that they were taught about evolution is proof of design, and so there's encouragement with that. And then, like Lincoln said, John, that America won't be defeated from without. It can only be defeated from within.
And that's what happened.
Well, and so
Abraham Lincoln was
the point with that is that the state of Texas alone has a stronger economy and a stronger military than Russia.
I don't know about military.
Yes, if you put Fort Hood in Fort Dias or Dice Airfield, you know, even the you know, whether it's federal or just even the state level military here in Texas, we have a stronger military than the entire nation of Russia.
No,
probably China. I'm serious.
No,
I love to debate it.
No, okay.
Just the rest of America.
Okay.
Now, when you consider most of the citizens there, you know, are stocked.
Hang on. So, no. All right. So let's get back into the real world. Okay. So maybe I would agree with you in the 80s and 90s, but it's now 2022. Okay. And a lot's changed since then.
When's the last time you've been to
okay, so
Fort Hood?
does the United States have anti-missile defense capable of taking out hypersonic missiles? Yes or no?
Yes.
BS.
Absolutely. Yes.
Per the okay, so per the
why. So Trump, in fact,
per the Pentagon. So per the Pentagon,
let me tell you,
we don't
let me
have
tell
that
you.
technology. Okay, good.
Yes, let me tell you. So I was literally being recruited by Raytheon to get on board. So Trump got a $6 billion R&D project approved through Congress for American-made hypersonic missile technology and engine technology. Raytheon was actively trying to recruit me like 2-3 years ago, and Kelly wouldn't let me go because it was in Boston. She said we can't leave Texas. So I have been on the forefront. I've been recruited to work on that technology. We stopped investing in it, not because we're stupid, because we're not. It's because of space-based platforms, which I would love to talk about, but that's also very extremely highly classified.
Are you talking about God Hand, where they put
I'm
tungsten
talking
steel?
about Zeus or whatever other fictional stuff. I'm talking about things that I
that was a real
could
thing.
talk about
They put
publicly
tungsten steel.
that will
Listen,
blow away
listen,
all the mythologies of.
I know that there has
What is
been moves to do the research and to build the tech and to get to that point. I totally agree with you that there's moves been made to that.
Mm-hmm.
But we have failed to actually have it implemented.
We need it today, not tomorrow.
There's research going. I agree. I agree. There's research going on right now, but it's not active. I'm sorry. So you're telling me that we have usable, ready to rock and roll freaking lasers and stuff from satellites in space right now that can shoot down hypersonic missiles?
I am
and
catering on being sued for $5 million. My NDA, per infraction, by saying yes, I have helped deploy them. I cannot talk about them, but yes, sir.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think your confidentiality
Multiple?
thing is BS. I honestly don't believe you, because it sounds super convenient that this thing that's official, you're not legally allowed to talk about or give sources on.
Right, we're not. Well, I can't. I could talk about it, but I'll get sued. The X-37B
I just don't buy that.
Probably
I'm sorry.
the only public
That's,
platform
you
I know
wouldn't
of.
be here talking about it if that was true.
Well, like I said, I'm not talking about it. I'm just hinting about it. But to help, answer John's question,
I'm not talking about it. I'm just talking about it. I'm just saying, man. You don't have to
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about any specifics.
Let's move away from that then.
We have space-based platforms that are actively in service right now. There's a reason why the Space Force exists.
But I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, that's the thing.
Technology that we know about is nothing compared to what they have. Every little gizmo that gets launched to the public, they have research that's not intended for public usage, and the whole idea going into the research isn't about marketing. It's not about what people will buy. It's about what the hell we can figure out and what kind of shit we can make. And they have all kinds of military weapons and crafts and shit that fly around and potentially, I don't know, stuff that.
All right. Well, here's all I got. Here's all I got to say. I think that there's a lot of posturing going on by the Pentagon, and I think the fact that, everywhere's posturing, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and suggest that in August, when Putin decides to strike decision-making facilities external to Ukraine, and different portions of Europe get blasted, probably Poland first, and they don't get shot down from lasers from space, that whether or not the attempts to implement to develop all this technology and whatnot are true or false, which I don't doubt there's being underway. I just don't think we're nearly as advanced as we claim. That's all.
Yeah, that's some Call of Duty Black Ops shit. I don't think that's real yet.
Yeah, the discussions I like to have about that, John, and I do enjoy talking about projects we can talk about publicly. I often try to describe how the things that we're working on in. Y'all
there?
We still here?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Okay. So weird screen. Yeah. So was it Bubble was just talking about is the stuff that we're developing behind the scenes in both private and public sectors. The bleeding edge technology, it's 10 or 20 years ahead of anything people even know about, science fiction stuff. And I got all kinds of examples I could share. And I agree with you, John, that that's part of the question mark for those of us that do work on this crap. If the threat deterrent stuff doesn't engage, it's either, I agree with you, it's either because it wasn't ready, even though we thought it was, or the targets that are the areas that are under attack just aren't high value enough to reveal that card, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think what would be the best move for any actual reasonable nation is what we tried to do back in, I think, the 80s, when we tried to sneak like a nuke into the cities of like Russia. So if we did get into a war, the nuke was already there. But I think the guys were like, because they sent the nuke on a backpack and they had to literally walk there. So that didn't work. But now that it's 2020, I'm pretty sure China has a hidden nuke within the cities, as well as America has hidden nukes within their cities. So that would be like a checkmate move.
Okay, so let's actually think about this strategically, right? So if you want to take out the United States, all you have to do is take out our power grid. And that's just a fact.
Microwave everybody.
The vast majority of our power grid is not guarded, right? So let's just think about this. All you need coordinated teams at the major hubs across the United States, and there's not that many of them. And you take out a few of them, and people forget this, but China makes all the freaking transformers that we use, folks. So you blow up the ones we got, and then you say we're not shipping you anymore, and we are seriously in doo-doo, like deep doo-doo at that point. That's just fact. That's an unavoidable fact.
I'd like to also introduce another possibility, is that these players that we're referring to, China, Russia, may not in fact be our enemies on the government level. Mm-hmm. I personally think that between our government and other governments such as Russia and China are actually working in league with one another.
Well, that's Lincoln's point, that America will be destroyed from within.
Yeah. I'm saying that that's where we are.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, I would agree with you. I would agree with you that our current administration is, whether or not they're allies with, they are owned by the Chinese Communist Party. Like, of that, there is no doubt.
Both.
Well,
that's
one military circles. Biden's nickname has been China Joe for as long as I can remember.
Well, and it's not about administrations at this point. I mean, if you look back at their actions, so who gives a crap about what they say? Look back at their actions.
It's not just public.
They talk. You hear constant whining and clamoring. Oh, Republicans are cowards. No, they're not cowardly. They're complicit.
Shows.
I was going to say private corporations as well.
Oh, and at this point, I've been accusing Lindsey Graham of this for quite some time, at least a decade. But I mean, that little bugger is just a straight up. You talking about the two-faced, both of all sides are corrupt. McConnell has pivoted to being in favor of Second Amendment restrictions.
Yeah, Dan Crenshaw actually has been down with red flag laws since he first got elected too.
So horrible. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, red flag laws are like the end. That's it. That's it.
Dude, all gun control laws have come from Republicans. Trump is the one who banned bump stocks. Reagan was the one.
Actually,
Reagan was the one who really killed
legislation. Silencers also is one. I think it was Bubble was just talking, but silencers is another one that Trump either wanted to ban or did. I don't know if he actually did. I think they're still legal, but I know he did want to.
And the Hughes Amendment was passed illegally.
Okay, serious aside.
That was doing Reagan.
So, what do you guys think about the fact that the current non-elected governor of New York just banned body armor for civilians?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, they issued I think it was an executive order. Let's see.
Well, I wouldn't say it was like to target civilians. Come on, we can't also just ignore the mass shooters. That is a thing, but that's kind of like the price you have to pay if you want your Second Amendment.
All right, so they banned rifles for people under 21 and outlawed body armor. Like, I really want to know how you can justify outlawing body armor.
Because I'm pretty sure they are assuming like these mass shooters are gonna use body armor to fight off the cops.
That's
Well, they
their-
never do.
Like felons are currently under current law. Felons are not allowed to have body armor. But if you're a law-abiding citizen,
Well,
you're going to prevent me from protecting myself. Talk about crossing lines and removing any and all remote semblance of we're in favor of self-defense, but not all of these crazy, assault weapons and these military grade, rifles that should just be kept only for the battlefield. It's like, so you're now taking away the body armor that could potentially protect me from them, but you're claiming you're taking away the gun. You're saying you're taking away the guns because they're supposed to be for war, and that's why. And the Second Amendment doesn't protect you from, weapons of war, but you're going to take me away from defense that literally doesn't shoot.
Well, that's real obvious. They don't want you to be able to defend yourself.
Well, of course. I mean, they're removing a barrier to entry away from the militarization of the police and the police state. I mean, it's obvious what they're really doing. But to me, the fact that people buy into this, and I was reading this whole deal, like all these comments, all these people were like commenting. It's probably robots, but all commenting like, "Why do you need body armor? Like, we just need to take away. We just need to take away guns, and you would never need. If we take away guns, you won't need body armor." It's like, woo! You're either a freaking robot puppet or a paid shill for the deep state, or
educated by the public school system,
or you're so dumb. Like, hey,
we got to remember the masses.
Football players should not wear helmets because it's like, how do you? Anyway, no.
Well, again, you got to remember the masses aren't pro Second Amendment. They might be pro gun rights, but they are not pro Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment it's openly pro mass shooter. It's literally telling you, hey, if your government officials ever become tyrannical or corrupt like how they are, you have the green light to go line them up against the wall. That's what it's literally telling you.
Well, all I know is my ass has some body armor, and I'll be buying more. By the way,
yeah, definitely get body armor. Like,
I'm going to be buying that crap because I think it's going to be trying to make it legal nationwide, I guess. But have you guys seen? Did you guys know they make bulletproof face masks now?
Nice.
They're pretty badass. They're supposed, from what I've read up on them, I've seen like videos on they're actually worn by a lot of SWAT team. Like the first guy in will wear them, and the breachers. And it's pretty cool. Like, it's looks like something out of like a comic book, but straight up bulletproof face mask. I was like, man, that'd be pretty. They're like $2,000, but the ones I saw, they can stop. They're like level 4 rated, so they can be stopping like pretty high caliber bullets. Which
So
even
getting shot in the head, you just walk away with an extreme bruise and concussion. I guess.
Yep.
Can't stop the force. So if I may. I wanted to share from a soldier's perspective, Second Amendment stuff. If you guys wanted to hear from the less popular or the silent majority, whatever you call it. So the gun control laws are irrelevant. The Second Amendment is the Constitution, and so those of us that serve that we swear an oath to defend the Constitution, which includes the Second Amendment, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So, Democrats, Republicans, ex-Navy SEALs like Dan Crenshaw, these idiots that literally try to violate the Second Amendment in the Constitution, they simply identify themselves as what we classify as domestic enemies, and we only tolerate it. Guys like me, whatever, we sit on our couch, we try to also appeal to the rules of engagement to wait to fire until fired upon, so they can pretend to make all these infringement laws and whatever, and anti-constitution, anti-American, anti-human right laws. But when the bullets start flying, that's when it's over. And to make the point that I think Bubble made earlier as well, if I may, real quick, the idea, the motive behind gun control. Noah Webster, the guy that wrote the Webster Dictionary, he wrote another book called An Examination of the Leading Principles of the Federal Constitution, published in October 10th, 1787, where I love quoting this often. He said, quote, "Before a standing army can rule, the people must be disarmed, as they are in almost every country in Europe. the supreme power in America cannot enforce unjust laws by the sword because the whole body of the people are armed and constitute a force superior to any band of regular troops. So no matter what happens, this stuff won't happen in reality. So
Well, that's the thing. I think they already won because, like, the Second Amendment, the majority of it's already dead.
no,
And
they can't win.
It's already dead. Like, it basically died in 1986.
Actions speak louder than words.
Was that the thing? Nobody is gonna like a AR-10 who holds 10 rounds ain't gonna be jack shit about against a tank. What they got now.
That's not a problem. So
That
again,
is a problem.
We're also citizens.
The power balance is so off. It's not even comparable.
No, let me reverse that for you. I'll have to encourage you and everybody about the opposite. So when and if the crap hits the fan, as they say, those of us that are trained, I still know everything that I learned about Apache repair instead of Singar repair when I was active duty. We're going to pick up those arms. A lot of the wishy-washy people that are serving today that people are worried about will turn coat and violate the UCMJ and all that kind of stuff. They'll just be the first to go. There are plenty of veterans out there that will take up the mantle and continue to serve our oath.
I very much doubt that. Many veterans are actually left leaning or at least centrist.
Oh my God!
No,
you are lied to, my friend.
No, they're really not. No, hold on. They're really
they're pro big government. They're not. They're here like.
Let me
they're
finish.
here to defend us.
I have been around veterans my entire adult life. I mean, from very young adulthood all the way now.
I'm almost 50.
I'm 48 next month. Goodness sakes.
Round
But
up.
anyway, there's a reason why Democrats don't like the military. Because
The reason why the military doesn't like Democrats.
That's exactly. Is because the military has been all around the world and they have actually seen what Democrats have been pushing for all this time.
We've seen
in
left-wing policies.
action.
Yeah,
and they're like,
sees to stop leftist stuff.
Yes.
No, you're falling for this false paradigm of the Republican.
No, it's
Democrat.
called real life.
They're
bro.
both.
I'm sorry.
They're both. They're both opposite sides of the same coin. This paradigm is false.
Hang on. Calm down. Listen.
They're both pro status quo.
Bubblegum.
No, they're not.
They're a hydra and head of a farm animal.
Everybody calm down.
No matter if it's Democrat or Republican,
Everybody calm down for a second.
They always want to put us in a war with some Middle East or Asia or Latin America. They just, it's the bankers behind the scenes controlling both
Yeah,
sides.
they serve the same masters. The
Okay,
Republicans and the Democrats
Doesn't mean they
serve
agree
the
with
same
you.
masters.
Okay,
Those
everybody
of us
quiet.
who
Everybody
know how to
silence.
use military technology.
Am I on
Put
mute?
it-
What the hell's
Am I
on mute? Am I roboting? What's happening? Okay, so Bubblegum, you live in California, bro, and you still think that Cali is like a better place to live than pretty much anywhere else in the United States from a cost of living perspective. Remember our conversation about this one?
Yeah, you agree. You agree with my point when you said your friend has his company located in California. That admitted my point.
What are you talking
We call it
about?
California.
Leaving California, bro.
No.
Everybody's leaving California.
Remember when your friend? when you said
Everybody
your-
is leaving California. I didn't say people were going. Dude,
I rescued Kelly.
I agree. I agree with that. But the company is a big corporations
bro,
are here.
You still think, dude, unless you have changed your position in that combo, which is not that long ago, you think that you have more of an advantage in California from a cost of living perspective than you would here in, say, Tennessee or Texas.
No, I'm saying those opportunities.
Bro, what's that
are-
acre go for in Tennessee?
for example, which state do you live in against LPP?
I live in Tennessee.
Yeah, my company located here in California hires. We get product from your state, so like your state is those jobs in Mississippi can only function because of this company here located here in California.
I'm not. So number one, I'm not in Mississippi. So what is that? What's your point?
Right, that's
Number
not
two-
true. Didn't you say you were in Mississippi?
No, I literally said Tennessee.
My
do you
bad, Tennessee.
How do you possibly get Mississippi from Tennessee?
My bad, Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee. Yeah.
If another company can do what you do better, then that market share will go to them and away from you.
No, wait, I got a cough.
So are you?
No.
Hang on, really quick though. I just want to say on this subject of the military, I don't look. I am not bleeding heart lib troop hater. However, I think anybody who thinks the troops won't turn on them is just seriously ignorant of not only what's going on, but just basic human history.
They don't serve you.
Yeah, no, they serve whoever tells them to look forward and march. That's the whole point of being a soldier. So, like,
All right,
the idea
so
that
as
they
a
wouldn't
soldier,
turn on us.
if I may respond.
Well, hang on, because
I may respond as the accused.
There's like
We
Waco.
don't agree with you.
Well,
Shake, and if I may, our UCMJ, our Uniform Code of Military Justice,
hang on just a second. I
us
literally talked
to
for 5
listen
seconds.
to you.
Chill for a second.
No, you chill, dude. You're
No.
offending the fire out of me.
Oh no, I don't care
No,
if
you
you're
can
offended,
respect-
dude. Go
look,
cry.
all
Like
right,
worse.
hang on, both of
Hang on,
both of you.
I'm
calm
the
down.
guy
Both of you.
that
I'm
gives
gonna mute
you
both of you.
to
I'm gonna
help
mute both of
defend
you.
your right
I'm
to crap
gonna
on
mute
you,
both of you.
kid.
I'm gonna-
Okay, you didn't defend any rights.
Nobody
Okay,
shit on you, Joe.
Okay, both of you.
You
are
as an
unmuted.
individual, you are
Okay,
not the
everybody-
entire military.
Okay, everybody,
Hurry
silence.
up, John, so I can correct this fool.
Okay, so CJ, make your point, and then Joel respond. Nobody interrupt. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So there's a couple things to point out. The first thing is the idea that I'm sorry, but you did not fight to defend anybody's rights. Nobody has fought to defend our rights since the 1940s. The Vietnamese did not attack us. The Koreans did not attack us. The Iraqis did not attack us. You're not defending our rights. You're literally part of a imperial army. That's what it is. We don't call it empire anymore, but they are an imperial army, and they are constantly committing war crimes against innocent civilians. Bradley Manning, now unfortunately called Chelsea Manning, very clearly revealed that, as did Edward Snowden, as did John Kiriakou.
Against the entire
This was
planet.
included, but was not limited to torture of people at Gitmo, which is what Kiriakou revealed. Indiscriminate slaughter of civilians that was being covered up by generals, which is what Manning revealed. And the limitless wiretapping of all of our phones and emails, which is what Snowden revealed. Now, with that said, we also have evidence of them doing exactly what you're saying they wouldn't do. Bombing, for example, a neighborhood in Philadelphia in 1985, Waco 1994, Ruby Ridge 1992, Uvalde, Texas a couple weeks ago, literally armed, told teachers you cannot go in, turned their weapons on parents. You cannot go in to protect these kids, and people actually think these people won't turn against us. Look, my cousin is a Green Beret. My father was almost in the Navy. His father was in the Navy. His father was also in the Navy, right? I'm around soldiers just as much as anybody else who's here. And I'm telling you right now, my cousin doesn't even refer to me as an American. He refers to me as like citizen, in the sense that like, oh, those citizens are a separate class from us. We are the soldiers. You guys are the citizens, the separate ones. You shouldn't know what we know, all this other kind of stuff. I'm sorry. It's absolute nonsense. And this is the kind of crap that's going to, I'm almost done. This is the kind of crap that is going to get all of us killed. Everybody's sitting here. I got the whatever blue flag or whatever. I don't care. I don't have it, right? But the thin blue line, right? And the thin green line and all this nonsense. And they're going to talk all this stuff about the same people who have consistently shown they are willing to massacre innocents across the world, and have consistently shown that they are willing to massacre people here. And not because, I want to point out, not because anything especially bad about them, but because they are soldiers. That's what the military is designed to do. It's designed to tell you, take orders, move forward, and I am done. Go ahead.
Is it my turn?
Who killed the Native Americans? Who killed
All right.
What's the military industrial complex? What does that mean? They're worse than NASA.
All right. Hang on. Joel was very patient. He was called. Okay, go ahead. Respond.
All right. I got so many different multiple avenues to discuss. I don't even know where to start. So first of all, like I started to say, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Articles 91, 92, 93, specifically forbid us to obey what we describe as unlawful orders. So anybody that does what Seneco whatever describes as is a traitor. They violate the UCMJ. They violate their oath. So they will be the first to be either detained and or shot. Second of all, everything that Seneco just said to a T is literal. Al-Qaeda talking points.
Propaganda.
That's literally what they preach. in the Middle East and online. Sinico is the things that he just shared. It's
That's
not
Bin Laden stuff right
yeah,
there.
that's literal Osama bin Laden rhetoric. That's not hyperbole. That's literal. All the things about how evil America is, and all these anecdotes about isolated incidences, besmirching the entire United States Armed Forces, much less the country. That's what Al Qaeda does. And ISIS and all these other stupid idiot.
Are you
freaking
comparing
so-called
CJ to
left-wing
Al
terrorist
Qaeda?
news. I thought I had a chance to talk. I
That's
thought
what you're
that we were going
doing.
to have
You're
a mutual,
comparing CJ
respectful
to Al Qaeda,
conversation.
bro.
Who the hell's interrupting
That's
me? Is that you,
crazy.
Iger?
Yeah, that's me, bro. But
Well, why don't
did
you
it
let
to
me
me
finish?
one time just because
Why can't you let me finish? See, this is what frustrates those of us that we get bashed on by left-wing fascists out there, is that we do these things for you, whether you agree that we do it for you or not. We do this for freedom, for liberty, for ourselves, our family, for you freaking jerks out there. But you will not, so you can have the freedom to bash on us, but you won't afford us the same rights and liberties that you take for granted, as demonstrated just now.
Well, and here's
Okay,
the
let me reply now. Let me reply.
Here,
My
no,
turn.
you haven't
I
even
don't care.
My turn. I think
you got your
You are.
diatribe.
It's not
Well,
that
I
we call
think it's
you.
my turn.
You are the
literally says CJ is the same as Al Qaeda, bro. Did it to me like a year ago too.
Disrespect, Iger. You have such extreme disrespect. You don't give a rat's ass.
Okay.
What
Okay,
those
my
of us
turn.
who actually care
I
and
just
think
have
about.
one thing
Okay,
to say,
okay.
and that's that unless any of you guys have ever served in the military,
Yeah, put the damn uniform on. Go sit in a freaking foxhole
and
for
then
once in your
you'll
life,
learn.
you damn jerks.
But don't sit
Well,
in
no,
judgment.
no, I will. I will.
Do not sit in judgment if you've
Are
never been
the
there.
enemy. You agree.
Don't
with
criticize Nazi soldiers unless you were in the German army. That's exactly
Oh,
what you
I
sound
agree.
like.
I agree. Do
All right,
not
okay.
criticize
Yeah,
the
that's
Nazis.
what you did, Joe.
Okay.
You just made
All
everybody
right.
a terrorist, and that's
All
what the
right.
mainstream media
Everybody
is
calm
doing
down.
anyways. It's making
Okay,
everybody
everybody
a
calm.
terrorist.
All right, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Okay, so both sides have valid points. I think that there is definite substance to the position that soldiers will follow orders, and while they can and in many cases have refused to follow unlawful orders, when in the heat of battle and such, it is much less likely, which is why some of the bad things have happened. I think my biggest concern in relation to this whole topic is the concerted effort by the United States political class to remove many patriots and people who are the ones that will or would refuse to follow unlawful orders. They've kicked them out of the military. And we now have documented moves that were made under the Obama administration specifically to formally ask commanding officers if they would violate Posse Comitatus. And if they said they would refuse to violate Posse Comitatus, they were relieved from command. And we have also it's well documented that same has applied to the enlisted ranks. And we now have many, I'm not playing this across the board, but we now have many, many, many folks who are uneducated on what patriotism is. They're uneducated on the Constitution because they came through our public school system, and they are now in the United States military and are being turned into pawns for the enforcement of, I think, the end game and being what CJ is afraid of. Now, in relation to if the crap hits the fan, do I think that many of the preceding generations of veterans are going to rise to the occasion and will be fighting against them? Absolutely. And I think they will hold their oath? Absolutely. Of course, there will be a percentage that will, go the opposite direction as well. That's a fact of history. But I think a huge percentage of them will, fight against the takeovers and such. But I am very concerned about
it's your own kids, though.
But I am very concerned about what's being put into our military right now. Not the past, I'm talking about in the right now. That's what I'm worried about. I yield. Go ahead.
Well, and really quickly, if I may, I know that some certainly will, because there always is some. Robert E. Lee famously rejected the right to, or the privilege, I should say, whatever you want to call it, to lead the Union Army in the Civil War because he was not okay with invading fellow American states. So those people, and that's obviously 150 years ago, but those people do exist. I'm not claiming by any stretch that they don't. But this notion we have, look, guys, this isn't a leftist anti-military rant. It's the fact of the matter. Militaries have always, in every country that has ever existed, been willing to turn on whoever the higher ups say. And some won't, but the majority do. The Germans weren't evil people in the sense that they're like, you know, little like demogorgons and stormtroopers and stuff like that. And they just wanted to round up all these Jews. And that's fiction. These were regular folk, regular soldiers, people who wanted to sign up to defend the German flag, just like you. And guess what? They committed horrible atrocities because that's what the higher ups told them to do.
You just literally
It's
accused the entire United States military of being Nazis. Literally.
No, I literally
That's
didn't.
a false
Actually, you're just a moron
accusation.
and like are not listening. You go watch your Hallmark movies, eat your ice cream. All right, I know you're real sad that somebody is making sense against
No,
your
it
precious
just sucks
boys in
when
green.
idiots like you preach terrorism.
And don't.
No,
Preach
you're
terrorism.
glorifying
Oh my goodness. Preach terrorism. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You right now have just admitted you would kill me. That's what you just said. You just said that I'm a terrorist. That would be your job is to defend against terrorism. And you want to tell me you wouldn't do it? Are you serious? Are you serious?
You can't listen to somebody who knows better than you.
You don't know a damn thing, Joel. You're a liar.
He was in the military,
Yeah.
you dum-dum.
Yeah.
He was in the
I don't
military.
care if he's in the
You are
military.
not.
So,
I know
You
tons
are
of people in the
not.
military.
I don't
I
care
live
what
right next
you
to a
think,
military
Pentagon.
base.
My experience
I don't care what your cousin
and the
did.
people
You
that
can-
I will align with and fight with to protect jerks and idiots like you don't care what you think. Okay?
That's
All
the
right,
thing.
well,
You're just
when
willing
you
to
got
follow
a
orders.
you face from
not
the
because
United
of
States
your
military
false
because
terrorist
Joe Biden
propaganda.
sent them. You can go ahead and remember this fact as the very last thing
It's
you
not
ever
a
do
fact.
because they will blow your
Osama bin
brains
Laden
out.
was wrong as well, saying the same exact stupid things, kid. You don't know anything. You are your own victim.
Yeah,
Hey, Joe. Joe,
No,
quick question.
It doesn't matter what your
Joe,
cousin did. sir.
quick question.
What did you do?
Okay, name me one.
Let me ask you a quick
military
question,
ever.
Joe.
Name me one military ever
Your
that
sister,
ever
mama,
turned him down.
brother,
One.
cousins.
Give me one. In the
It's like
6,000-year
teenagers.
history of wars,
Ask a
give me
teenager while
a
they still
single
know everything.
military
Right?
that ever said,
That's
no,
what
I
you
will not
have to
attack
do.
my own people. Give me one.
You're a
I'll wait.
teenager. Hurry up and ask a teenager while they still know everything. That's what you're doing.
So you can't name one. That's interesting because 6,000 years
couldn't hear you
and
talking
hundreds
to
of
them.
thousands of
Yes.
militaries have existed,
Joe.
and you can't name a single one.
Single
Not
one
one.
what?
Genius, Joel. Go ahead and do it. Give me one.
Single
One
one
instance.
what for the third time, you freaking weirdo. who can't
Go ahead.
listen
No,
to
come
the
on. Come on. You're such a brilliant genius. Mr. Einstein was a Christian over here. Tell me one
Fourth
military
time.
in the
You-
history of the
one
world.
what?
One military in the history of the entire
was a
planet,
younger
Joel. Give me
creationist,
one
bro.
that ever in mass said, no, we will not attack them. Do it, coward. I dare you.
Spartans in the United
Like
States
even the
military.
fact that we had January 6th or the Americans had January 6th should be enough evidence that yes, the internal like officers of the government, like going into the people's house, the Capitol, and the so-called public servants turned on their own people should be evidence
Exactly.
enough that yes, the public servants
Joe, what
can
if
turn on.
Elon Musk becomes president or New World Order leader or something? Because he does have the New World Order jacket that he wore to that one gala meeting. But anyways, what if he becomes president, bro? And he says anybody that refuses the Neuralink is a terrorist. Then what?
So Iger, he can't.
You guys-
Prior to the fall of the United States Constitution, he can never be president of the United States because he's not a natural born citizen.
Duh.
Could he be head
Well,
of the
it's a
New World
stupid
Order?
conversation anyways,
United
Ira. Come on,
Nations?
man.
What about Obama?
No.
Obama was
Yeah,
the
Obama,
president.
Elon Musk.
He got away with it.
TJ, do you think that
got
American
away with it.
values? Do you think American values in themselves are bullshit? Is that's
Yeah.
basically what you're saying? That America has no values.
And
No,
all-
I'm
all
saying that the
American values are
military
not
values,
does what
that
it's
just
told.
because people screw up the values, that suddenly those values are non-existent?
That's what I wanted to talk about with
No,
John.
I'm saying the military
Thank you.
doesn't look. Yeah, the Roman values existed, and they were great values, and it didn't change anything.
I'm
The
not talking about
Romans
Roman.
did
Romans
citizens
did
for
not
their
have a
culture.
constitution. They didn't have a right.
They had a senate. They did have votes.
But
there
that's
was
not the same
rights of
comparison.
citizens. They
Not
had
the
rights
same
of
comparison
trial.
at all.
That's not even close to true. What do
Okay,
you think we based our
then your
country
answer
on?
is
We
no.
based it
Or
on
then your
Rome.
answer is then
We didn't
you
just make
did
it up.
not believe in what America has ever stood for. You thought.
Let me ask you something. All right, let's reverse this. Do you
has
think
always
the citizens of Virginia? Do you think the citizens of Virginia thought that Abraham Lincoln would invade them?
People are the ones that are still learning.
Do you think the citizens of Virginia thought that Abraham Lincoln would invade them?
I'm not talking about states' rights versus federal rights.
Oh
I'm
no
talking
no no
about
no
freedom
no
of
no no
speech,
no 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 no
the
no no
freedom
no.
of
You just said that
what is
you don't think
what is the core
soldiers
value
would
of
turn on us,
America?
and I
Is
gave
it
you an
freedom of
example of
speech
when
or
they
not?
did. They
Is it
invaded
freedom
their
or is
own
it not
country.
freedom?
I don't give a
Freedom.
damn what you think about states' rights or
What
slavery.
country has
They
been more
invaded
free than
the
America?
United States of America. 100,000 soldiers invaded
Okay.
their own
What
country.
has been more free than America? Name one.
That's
Rome?
not relevant to the point.
Hold on.
I think it
He's
totally is
conflating-
relevant
Hold
to the
on.
point.
You're not
It is the
noticing,
point.
Phil.
If that's not the point, then
Hey, hold on,
who
hold
gives
on,
a
hold on,
shit?
hold on.
Then we're all a bunch of
Was the
barbarians,
United
right?
States invaded
Just
by the
called the
United States in
Confederacy America.
1861? Yes or no?
He's conflating facts of history. The Confederacy was not the United States.
Oh, see, there you go. That's exactly the talking point. When Texas decides they don't want to follow a certain law, Texas is no longer the United States. When
If a
somebody
law
decides,
denies
oh, hey, I don't think
freedoms,
I
it's
agree with
not
the
an
government,
American
they're no
law.
longer Americans.
If the law says you don't have a certain freedom that you should have, then it's not
Succession is a
proper
freedom.
American law. Then
Succession
that's
is a freedom, a
abomination
right.
of what America is. So
Succession
you're
is a right.
The abomination of America and America is what you're doing.
Succession is a right.
And
A
it
fake
doesn't
right.
matter if it's a right or not. The point is,
This is such an
Virginians
amateur
on one
conversation.
day, Virginians
I
on
wish we
one
could
day
have
were
rational
American
adults
citizens,
with
and the
basic
next day
civics education
they were
having a
not.
discussion.
And on that next day, the United States was
kids have
willing
to
to send
interrupt.
100,000 soldiers into their country. And I am not saying anything about pro-Confederate nonsense. Slavery's evil.
that makes
I get
sense.
it. But they were invaded by Americans.
Well, because
Get
the
that through
Democrats,
your head, 'cause
the
it's
Democrats
coming.
attacked America at Fort Sumter, idiot.
That is
No, they
so
didn't.
you're
No,
not
they
even
didn't.
close to understanding.
That is a lie.
Joel. You're literally
What?
in preschool here.
The
okay?
battle at
Grow
Sumter's a
up,
lie.
Spend
Okay,
another
this-
25
you
years
guys are
growing up,
Fort
and then come
Sumter-
back to talk
we
to the
understand,
adults.
yeah.
Because
Fort
you're
Sumter
not
was
capable
Confederate
of
territory,
having an even remotely
and nobody got
intelligent
killed.
conversation. And quite
They
frankly,
still
you're
were
a liar.
attacked,
I
dude.
will
Well, if
move
we
on.
can't even
No,
agree
they were
on
taken
what
back.
if we can't even agree on what America is,
the
then what's the
United
point?
States invaded 11 states of America without protest.
Okay,
That
can you
happened.
stop so we can have a
What is
rational
your problem
conversation?
with the
What
one
is that
country
talking
invading
John
another
about
country?
military
Then
talent?
is that what your issue is?
John?
The point is, people
It was
soldiers
Virginia
will
another
turn
country
against
according
their
to them?
civilians.
Because
That's
I,
the
what's your
point.
hang on,
point?
I thought the reason
The point being,
for
soldiers
preserving
will
the
turn
Union
against their
was that
civilians.
Virginia wasn't actually its own country. Isn't that the whole argument? Is that they didn't have a right to secession?
I think you're conflating the entire issue between where people are arguing versus who has a right to do what and what state has a right to take
I don't
away
know how
people's
to-
civil liberties. That's an
don't-
entirely separate issue than what the core value of America was always
The
supposed
core
to be.
value of
the
America
freedom.
is
Just
does
because some
nothing
assholes
to
want to
tell
say,
a
well,
soldier
blacks
whether
don't
or
have
not he
freedom,
needs to march
well, these
forward
people
or
don't have
shoot.
freedom, these religious don't have
Can you
freedom. That
help?
doesn't mean that's what America was ever supposed to be. It's as simple
It
as
doesn't
that.
matter what America's supposed
Guys
to
are
be. You're
making
not
crap
listening,
up.
Kelvy. The question is, will soldiers shoot their own citizens? And we
Well,
have
guys like
evidence.
you,
They
man.
will.
Looking at soldiers like all one homogenous thing.
I
Like it's
already
one.
pointed out that some of the
We'll
soldiers
only
wouldn't
shoot
do it,
guys
but
like
that's
you that
not
shoot at
the
us first,
entire
kid.
military.
Cynic, stop. We will only shoot at idiots like you if you fire.
There you go. You
There it
just
is.
heard it from the
There
horse's
it
mouth.
is.
He will shoot
Fire
American
at us
citizens,
first.
and he knows it.
If
He
you
knows
don't
it.
fire at us, child, we won't shoot at you, okay?
Oh
And you
yeah,
wanna
I'm
take
sorry.
away
My
the
words
guns
were
first,
such
don't
big
you?
bad
I wanna
bullets,
have a-
Joel.
I wanna
You're gonna
have
have
a
to go
real
cry and suck your mama's
conversation
cock.
with real
people.
Explain
not
to me
you.
how you're not
God.
teaching CJ
Military
that there's
power
no difference.
doesn't win
That there's
ETF
no
is what I
difference
wanted to get back
between
to for a minute.
Joel, who is
Please.
claiming to respect life and liberty, versus any freaking stormtrooper. Explain to
Can
me
you
how what
please
you are
stop
teaching
forcing
means
people
there's any
to
difference.
shout over Cynic?
They're
I wanted to
soldier.
they're
What do you think happens to a soldier when they don't do what they're told? Do what they're told. They're literally court-martialed.
Can you
like,
I think you're looking at a comic book version of what
The
soldiers and
nature of
armies
armies.
actually are. I think
right,
you're looking at a
I'm gonna
comic
hang
book
up, John,
version
if you
of
don't
what the reality of what actual
I
reality
need
of
peace
human
in my
beings
life.
that are in armies
I
actually
don't
do and
care
are.
to talk with civilians that think they know everything. Can we please? I mean, is it?
Civilians. There's the classic.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
we're all
He just demonstrated
Almost- it's
again.
almost
Oh,
a
civilians, like we're some kind of lower class.
You've probably never been outside of your own home state. But I want to talk about a real
I actually live in a
conversation
state
about
that's different than my home state. But
things
go
you
ahead
guys
and continue.
don't know
Mr.
about.
Einstein is a Christian. You're gonna go edit Wikipedia again falsely? You fucking liar!
You're an idiot.
He was a pantheist.
So
Einstein was a
talent
pantheist.
you talked about earlier.
Not a
that
theist.
doesn't-
He was a
you
younger
don't lose your training when you're ETS. So the point was that most of the people, especially today in active duty, they're the scrubs. They're the newbie guys. So it doesn't matter if the senior, especially the senior leadership, gets kicked out or not. We're still under oath. We're still, active, ready to fight.
A piece of paper means nothing. Through the Constitution.
We will. I know you guys hate the military. I know you hate America. I know you have such disrespect. You can't allow a damn veteran to have 5 fucking seconds to talk. You assholes.
No, I
Stop
think
it.
everyone should be in the military. I think everyone should
Go watch
have
your
a
Hallmark
gun
movies.
and
Put
defend
the
themselves.
level like I just
Go
did.
eat your chocolate
Either you
ice
help
cream
me
and cry
talk
over
to
your
you, or
fucking
I'm outta
vegan
here,
dinners.
dude.
You little fucking grunts.
Okay. We've had dumpster fire. We're now in full
Assholes.
Listen, we're now in full crematorium mode. Okay, we've gone past
Do
Inferno.
we have a conversation, or do I leave the kindergartner class?
Okay, so there has been a significant amount of shouting going on. I think we all need to calm down.
This has been the most shoutiest.
These are my kids' age, John.
Actually, I'm like 30.
So we're now. I do think that lines have been crossed on. There's been a little bit too much shouting, and
Granted,
ICJ, I do think you're going a little bit too far on the
probably about
full.
to shoot everybody right now. But
Look, no. Bottom line, John, are we going to get to a real conversation that I've been asking for the last 10, 20 minutes, or not?
Okay. What
I did want to
solutions
hear
do we
about
have?
how the sky rolls down like a scroll in your version of the Revelations.
No, I want a different topic, Iger. I don't care about that stupidity. I want to talk about real world problems with real experience with people that know how to actually think. Is that going to happen?
Pretty much controls both sides.
All right,
of the
okay.
coin.
So we're going to shift. Listen, we're going to
save
shift off of
all
that portion of it.
humanity.
We're going to go into the likelihood of a real food shortage across the globe. Who wants to go first?
Are you following the chicken manufacturing crisis? But I want to. So
Revelation
no,
6, bro, it talks about the first horseman brings about a crown, corona in Latin or whatever, and it says about to conquer. The second horseman brings about strife, and as we can see here in the Christian community, we don't agree on anything. And then the third one brings hunger, and the fourth one brings death. So I say we're in Revelation 6 right now, bro.
Can I have a topic now, Iger? Thank you very much.
I was
half an hour
answering LPP's question about the
food
end
crisis.
times. Yeah, the food crisis is in Revelation 6.
So, do we?
The world does not revolve around you, bro. Well, it kind of does because we're the center of the universe.
Okay. All right. No.
We'll talk about
I
that some other time.
apologize. I understand when there's an extreme level of disrespect where people can't have mutual conversations.
Nobody called you a terrorist. Ain't
Nobody's
nobody
calling you a bow out if there's no hope to be able to have a respectful conversation.
Okay. I'm very curious as to where the level. There's got to be like underlying anger going on in this room because I don't know how this thing more metamorphosized into like.
It's due to
this
common
level
disrespect, man.
What bothers me
This
is that
level
Joe calls CJ a terrorist when he's obviously a Christian.
This is not disrespect. This is pointing out facts.
He called me a terrorist about a year ago.
Joel,
because I
you are
thought,
not the
the
military.
earth
The
is flat,
military is not you.
So for me, that kind of
stupid thing to say, Bubbles.
Call CJ a terrorist.
Are you the military?
No, I never claimed to you. That's a straw man logical fallacy argument. You just proved logic is forbidden to you. Can I talk to John, everybody, for a moment?
Go ahead, Joel. What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask if you wanted to finish what we were talking about earlier with the military talent topic or not. Damn.
Which I have actually forgotten where we were going with that one. What was the
we can't have rational conversations on YouTube or social media in general. is so stupid.
Well, if anybody disagrees,
The
with you,
idea
go ahead,
about
Barry.
how you were talking
At
about
this
how
point, that's
the
cool.
current military active duty people and senior leadership being expunged and such like that. That's a wonderful topic.
Oh yeah, I mean, that to me is my biggest concern, is because I agree with you, Joel, in the general sense. I agree with CJ to an extent in relation to the fact there's been a level of corruption that has, and the military has been used by the deep state and different presidencies for negative outcomes. Not that the entirety of the United States military has been either complicit in or actually executed those, overarching power moves and such. That you can't.
Operation Jade.
I'm making a blanket assertion to the military at large versus recognition of the fact that certain things have happened. That's where the line, I think, is coming into play of the controversy. Now, the fast forward to, like I said earlier, fast forward to 2022, I personally am very concerned about the active insertion or retention of, in correlation with the expungement or retention of those who are going to be the pawns and the expulsion of those who would refuse. Like, that's where I'm at now, because we're seeing it in police, we're seeing it in all sorts of different, the militarization of all sorts of different organizations. We're seeing in real time them refusing to refuse unlawful orders. I mean, we saw in 2020, right, with the amount of, all those executive orders granted by governors and freaking mayors, all this kind of stuff. Like, I watched police straight up refuse to, here in Nashville, I watched in real time as the police were in front of the city hall, had position, and then were given an order to stand down, moved out of the way, and then Nashville City Hall got set on fire while the police literally stood on the street and watched it.
Yes,
I watched it in real time from a helicopter camera, right? And use that as an example, right? But the same thing happened across the United States, and actually in many cases, well, worse than that kind of example. Like, when police are arresting fathers and daughters and fathers and sons for like playing freaking baseball in the park, or taking 3-year-olds to go down slides and stuff, and police are coming in and tackling people and throwing them in jail in front of their kids and stuff. Like, to me, how is that upholding of your oath?
Well, it's worse than that. I mean, think about what just happened in Texas.
Yeah, Uvalde.
In Uvalde, the cops just stood around and they were threatening, like to arrest one of the mothers because she's like, I want to go in and get my kids, and they're like, no.
They tased a couple people. I seen a video where they tased some people. I mean, and I think that's where a lot of this anger and like conflicts happening in this room right now. Is like, people are like pissed, and we're taking things to the ultimate extreme and like doing blanket assertions of the negative to everybody, across the entire board, versus being, hey, what can we agree on? Which is, I think we can all, everybody in the room, correct me if you guys think, anybody thinks I'm wrong on what I'm about to say, but I think that we can all agree that there are a lot of bad actors that are now in positions that should have gotten respect, in terms of the point CJ was making about the thin blue line and everything. Like, I used to be a massive, give police the benefit of the doubt, and unless there's very strong evidence to the contrary, right? That's how I used to be. I am no longer in that camp.
Yeah, neither am I.
I'm now in I have some friends, some older gentlemen I used to like play poker and smoke cigars with and stuff. They're now retired and stuff, but they were in the police for 30, 40 years, right? And they've straight up told their sons to not go into the police because of the level of corruption and what it's turned into, right? So if those guys are telling their sons not to go, and daughters to not go and do this for that reason, then that means that the corruption is already taking over. Right?
No, I agree. And see, another thing, I don't want us to be misunderstood. Okay, we didn't get a whole lot of time, to really do a lot of back and forth as far as this goes. There is a lot of corruption. There are a lot of bad actors, and that's what the media is going to cover by and large. That's the information that people are going to hear day in and day out. What isn't said is that the vast majority of people and veterans and what have you are not bad. They will refuse. I mean, goodness, I can't even tell you over the years how many times I've seen veterans go, "Oh no," about government activity. And I think that you're absolutely correct. The corruption is very widespread, but again, it's nowhere near everybody. The government and the media would like you to believe that, so you'll cower in your corner and stay silent while they do whatever, and do whatever horrible, diabolical agenda they have in mind, and let it come to full fruition. But no, the more salient and sane point is to realize that your neighbors, by and large, with few exceptions, will have your back. Your veterans will have your back.
If I may.
That was the before you respond, Joel, and that's.
So what if the vaccine changes
your
way you
point
feel?
about the friends having your back in your neighborhood and whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. I would not necessarily agree with you at least not in the maybe from the big picture perspective after the shit hits the fan kind of thing, like further a couple rounds in, but leading up to that. I'm talking, and I'm not applying this to retired and separated from the military and like I said, and retired cops. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the active right now.
Yes, sir.
I think that we witnessed this. We witnessed it on a global level, right? Of all these cops, and not necessarily here in the States, but like in Europe, the military that were implemented and stuff, where they're on video out the wazoo. Being like, well, I know I don't agree with this, and I don't want to do this and whatnot, but it's my job. I got to do it. Yada yada yada. Right? And complying in the manner that like CJ was ranting about earlier. Right? So we have witnessed I don't know how much you guys were following like the stuff in Australia and stuff, right? Where they were like straight up when the protests were going down, and they were straight up rubber bulleting using. They were using HARP technology, weapons on people, on protesters, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like. So these people claim that they don't agree with, but you just blasted people with, sonic weapons, right? At some point, you either pull the trigger or you don't pull the freaking trigger, Yes, sir. And we, thankfully, at least in Australia, they were shooting with rubber bullets, right? But you were mowing down people for standing still.
Yeah. For just being outside in the sunlight. I understand. Right. Yes, sir.
And here in the States, like in California, where they figured out the Coast Guard to go arrest people for freaking surfing in the Pacific Ocean by themselves.
I know.
I mean,
unbelievable.
We have jumped the shark at this point. And that's why I go back to the anger that we've witnessed tonight in this room for the last like 30 minutes, right? Is I think the culmination of what we've been experiencing for the last 2.5 years. Well, almost 2.5 years now.
I think so too. And that's again, I'm not saying all military is great. My ex-husband had been to jail for domestic violence. I don't even know how freaking many times. Okay, and he was a former Marine, gunnery sergeant. All right, so it's like, no, not all military are good. I get it, and I'm not going to ever sit here and claim I'm not a thin blue line type of person or anything like that either. Because obviously from what we've seen just over the past few years, but certainly even my own personal experience. Watching police interact with others and how freaking crazy they get.
Well, that's just power. That's what just power does to a human being, and that's what the power imbalance does. Well, even I am capable of turning against y'all.
I was hoping to compliment what John and Kelly were saying. How this corruption, this distrust, whatever you guys want to describe it, not just of the military, law enforcement, that exists in everywhere, including civilians. The only difference between a civilian and a military person is we're trained to use the weapons and the tactics that you guys have to, rely on to learn for yourself outside of the military. We're still citizens. We're still corruptible. The only reason why corruption exists is because civilians voted into office, as far as government levels and stuff are concerned.
Well, it wouldn't even matter who gets voted into office. Power will eventually corrupt them.
Well, regardless, the point is the things that we all rely on, the principles, the founding ideas of self-defense, natural law, the right to bear arms, all these things that we wish to pretend to talk about to protect ourselves from tyranny, from all these things. It's the duty of everybody, not just the military. Our only real difference is we actually put our words into actions.
Yeah, I think everybody should be forced into military, and after they leave the military, I think you should be allowed to keep those military weapons.
Disagree. I no, as a veteran, we beg to have and always maintain a strictly voluntary military. The guys you talk about, the moment that someone says, "Oh, I don't want to be here," we do everything in our power, which is usually pretty significant, to help them get to wherever the hell they want to go. They are a liability. If they don't want to be there on the battle line, goodbye.
If they don't want to be there, they put everybody's life at risk.
Yes.
That did want to be there.
There's so many misconceptions, freaking Hollywood civilian stupidity out there. And I wish so those of us, again, with actual military experience, we talk about this stuff. We have our own little veteran groups and circles and stuff. And we're more pissed than you realize. What you saw tonight, that's normal in a lot of our military forums. You guys don't see a lot of it. You know,
I don't think you should be.
You see the TV. You don't know.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't think person you have experience in a government actually full blown turning against its own people. Though you don't know, you can't really say what the majority is going to do, despite what you're going to do.
I just know that
ultimately you're still pawns.
People that I serve with, that I talk with today, will turn against those that turn against you. We take our oaths very seriously.
Right.
And I wish we could
promises were meant to be broken.
Strife. Oh wait, no, that's the second horseman. Sorry, second
Promises were
horseman.
meant to be broken.
Hey, I got to bounce, guys. It's been real. Joel, man, we had some great discussions and some not so great discussions. And LPP, thanks for letting me join the panel. Everybody else in the panel, God bless y'all. Jesus loves you. Serenity prayer, man, through these end times is real helpful. It's God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference in your son Jesus, aka Jeshua's name. Amen. And the sinner's prayer is good too for any atheists in the chat. I know this channel has a lot of atheists. It's dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. Amen. And I'm going to do a stream on Christopher Sylvia's channel tomorrow night, if you guys want to join. And it's been real, man. You guys do have a lot of wisdom, but we're all brainwashed to some degree. And you just got to accept that. It's part of life. We're all
iron
brainwashed.
sharpens iron. Yes, sir.
Just love you. I'll talk to y'all next time. Peace.
Thanks a lot, brother. Thanks a lot.
It was good to see
Hope to see you again, man.
Actually, on the back, kind of like to the codes. I was thinking about the codes and like the hidden code in the Bible, Genesis, when you're talking about Adam through Noah, Adam, Seth, Enosh, and then you see that when you translate it into it actually translated into Hebrew, you actually see that it's saying man appointed moral sorrow. And then the blessed God shall come down teaching, his death shall bring despairing rest. So that's what the names actually mean in order.
Rare outcast.
So that's just a little Easter egg.
Nice. You ever done the Bible code research before?
I know it goes a lot deeper than that too.
Yeah, I think that's generally for those who already bought the DVD. You know.
Yeah, I'm quite interested.
Not the
in
movie.
All of that.
I'm talking about this literal software that helps you decode the Bible.
I don't know how
All
much
right,
of that.
so we're now
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Right,
I'd be interested to see some of the links. Put a link in there to the software, or at least what is it called?
All right, so we've crossed over 5 hours and 11 minutes. It's 3 a.m. at my time. I'm going to bed. So let's wrap this up.
Right
I'm glad we had a dumpster fire. I'm a prophet. Listen. My prophetic ability has been proven once more in the debate. I was telling people that it was going to be a dumpster fire. It was definitely a dumpster fire. It was a crematorium tonight.
It's a cold world, brother. We need dumpster fires.
Anybody who doubts my for all the haters on YouTube who have done streams questioning my salvation. Given the fact that I've just proven my prophetic ability, I think you can just take all of your accusations and shove them. Anyway, okay, so let's do last words. Josh, you want to wrap up?
Yeah. Just thanks for having me on, and I appreciate just kind of hanging around a little bit and listen to everybody, talk, and thanks for letting me put my little 2 cents in. And I appreciate you guys putting in all the effort on, the channels and just trying to spread the word and trying to bring up the debate and topic of, get people thinking.
Well, thanks for joining us, and I appreciate it. You're welcome back anytime.
God bless.
All right, up next, Kelvy. What's up, man? Thanks for joining the stream. Any last words before we wrap up?
Jesus is God, and everybody better listen to him. Amen.
Well said. John, you got any last words?
Yes. I just came in on the tail end of the dumpster fire, and I thought the topic was very interesting about military turning on their own citizens. As we've seen in the past 2 years, but I think this extends. It's a problem that's been eroding our Western societies, is a lack of moral fortitude. It's not a lack of arms per se, but it's a lack of moral fortitude that has given rise to this petri dish of evil that we've seen now, and it's festered throughout our societies in the Western world. So I would say, for those who are fearing in these end times, I guess you could say, is the word of God is very powerful and can be more powerful than a bullet. In most circumstances, but you just have to know how to use your tongue. So to people out there, your tongue can be very powerful if it's used correctly. So that's all I gotta say.
No, I appreciate that very much. That's well said. And I think in the other thing to consider as we face the madness of the world, that the single greatest advantage we have is the fact that we know the end of the story, right? So God ultimately prevails and will emerge victorious. We know that the corruption will appear to win in a temporary sense, and that we who believe in God will face tremendous amounts of opposition. Like, it is a fact. We know this. So as it continues to get worse, instead of allowing it to overcome you, you just need to recognize that the end of the story is close and that ultimately you win. But most importantly, we are endowed by our Creator with a mind. But ultimately, if we are believers, we have ultimate immortality. Therefore, whatever the enemy can do to us, well, they cannot win on the cosmic sense. So my eternal existence does not mean you're going to go out and be a crazy person and go do crazy things. That's not the point. The point is we can only, all they have is temporary power, not eternal. That is not in their hands. And we are ultimately protected by the one who does have the ultimate divine power and protection. So anyway, CJ, got any last words?
Yeah, I'll just say briefly. So just a few quick points. First one, just do apologize for going into my cursing and all that. Not for anything else. I do want to be clear. I stand by everything I said, but no need to be getting directly insulting in that manner. So I do apologize for that. Everybody thought it couldn't happen here, and everybody was wrong. So if you truly believe it can't happen here, you just need to crack open a history book, and I'll rest my case there.
That's right.
Well, that's definitely a good point. And I think the corruption and the collapse, the thing that, to your point, CJ, about the folks who think it can't happen here in terms of the ultimate level of corruption and, collapse of society, I think that fantasy is very indicative of how much historical knowledge has been erased for multiple generations in the West. And if you never learned about how previous empires rose and fell, then it's very easy to understand how you can't see the obvious and staring you in the face. And I think it's happening. It's very frustrating for those of us who have studied history and do know And it's like, what do you mean? This is exactly the formula. We know what's about to happen. It's here. It's present. The clear and present danger, as the old Tom Clancy book is titled. But anyway, I won't go off on a tangent about that. Joel, any last words?
Yeah, man. Thanks. It was fun for the most part. I just want to turn John on to William Tytler, Tytler. You reminded me of the famous Tytler cycle. I think that what you mentioned speaks on that precisely. America has it's a summary of how all nations go through a cycle of events, starting with faith and courage, and then moving into abundance and selfishness. America has moved from apathy to dependence. We are very close to the bondage phase now, and then we'll be renewed and reborn back into the faith and the courage and liberty cycle again. And then Cynic, I do regret stooping down to that level as well. Again, it's obviously very passionate for both of us. I try my best to show that those of us who do take up that mantle and that do not only try to study and share the lessons of history so that we can avoid to repeat it, but we actively do so. And we got real world examples, real world testimony of proving how we do that all over the planet. What's up?
Oh, can you ask John if I can have a little
Well,
last
briefly,
Yeah,
I
John.
just want to say that totally accepted. All's forgiven.
And
All right.
yes,
And
Kelly,
then-
you can have last words too.
Well, there's something that you reminded me I wanted to touch on too real quick. John, what the heck was it though? What was that last thing you said earlier before you gave me my last word? Do you remember?
Me? Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, erasure of knowledge of history, collapse of society staring us in the face.
Well, you reminded me of that meme that I like to share. Those that fail to study history are doomed to repeat it, yet those who do study it are doomed to stand by helplessly and watch others repeat it. But otherwise, I try to mention there are those of us who put the metal to the road to try to prevent history from repeating as best we can.
That's right. And that's kind of where I was stepping in and defending too. I'm definitely not a thin blue line type of a person where I think, cops or military can do no wrong, because I've experienced certainly firsthand, but that sometimes they do wrong. They do a lot of wrong. And I agree with much of what you think, except that I think this is where the misunderstanding took place, is that I don't think that the military members themselves are imperialists or like gung-ho, and you know what I mean? Well, that I do think that there will be a good percentage, especially in today's military. Oh my gosh, you see the garbage that they're putting out? I mean, seriously, this is government issue freaking videos about, oh hey, if you're gay, come on in. Here's this cute little story with a cartoon about this lady getting married to some other lady and joining the military, and yay, she's a hero. It's horrible. And that's just to touch on one little aspect, and certainly not to touch on the many horrors of history. I remember the COVID vaccine thing, and I'm like, hold up. And this is before we knew anything. I said, hold up, y'all. Anybody I talked to, and they were so rabid about this COVID vaccine. I'm like, hold on. Back in the 1930s, you ever heard of the Tuskegee experiment? If you haven't, please look it up. I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. This is what I said back then. I said, but understand that there is precedent. So do I believe that there's corruption? Absolutely. I'm also real big on telling people never talk to police under any circumstances, because you can and will be used against you. It's in the Miranda rights.
Right.
Don't talk to the freaking
Something
cops.
that might be using it is will be using
They're
it.
they're telling you to not talk to them. So no, I get it, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. I think where the misunderstanding took place is that it seemed like blanket statements that all military members are going to torture and hurt civilians and are going to be corrupted, which that's where I made the assumption that it sounded like you were talking about all of them. And I've just been around military too much, and I've seen no finer gentlemen you'll find than many of the military folks that I've spoken to, and that's where my feels got into on it. But so I apologize for shouting too. I tried to stop many times. I'm like, okay, look, you shouted a little bit, now shut up. So for what it's worth.
If I may touch one final point on that topic.
Sure.
The thing that I try to encourage everybody with, especially guys like you, CJ, is the idea that yeah, everybody's flawed, including everybody that complains about those
Including
of us
me.
that are flawed. The United States military has by far, I would argue vehemently and give example across our 200 blip of a year of existence, been the example of what I think most of us that especially follow Christ wished all militaries would do. Yes, we make mistakes. Yes, we disobey, things that we shouldn't. But I think that America's military holds itself accountable. We pride ourselves to getting each other in trouble if somebody's doing something wrong.
Used to, maybe more accurate.
Well, regardless,
we're
like John was
older.
saying, the current active duty people do not, and like you were saying, do not reflect the actual military.
Well,
military
we're
is
older.
is
All they're seeing
current,
is what's now.
past, and retired.
Yeah.
And the further point of that is that other nations, that's why we go overseas. That's why we volunteer. We ask to be sent overseas. Most other nations, most other people groups in the world don't have that luxury. They don't have the luxury of hoping their military and their law enforcement will do the right thing. They can't even question it in most places. That's why we serve to not only defend and help people like that, but here at home too. We hold each other accountable. Try to.
But again, we're coming
no,
from
you're-
different frames of reference, though. Too. We're older.
No,
We're
your
really
your point comparing the United States military and our police to the rest of the world currently, and to an even greater extent in the past, right?
Mhm.
I agree with you that our military and our police have been the
Yes.
pinnacle of. Has there always been corruption elements? Yes, but from a totality perspective, we've had it way, way, way better, exponentially better than pretty much any other time in history. 100%.
Yes, sir.
I to your point on perspective, right? So like I think I may have told you this, but both my grandfathers and my father were officers in the Army, and then my dad was in Vietnam, got shot in the neck, retired, and then he worked for the Air Force for the rest of his career. And I was born and grew up in the 3rd Air Force headquarters in England. And I spent the first 18 years of my life on a military base in the UK. And the whole where I'm going with this from perspective aspect, while I was not active duty, I mean, I literally spent my entire life on a military base in another country until I was an adult. So I have a pretty good frame of reference and all that stuff, right? But I have personally watched over the last 20 years of my life a dramatic, different, significant changes, I would say, to the military and the quality of the military, the standards, all that kind of stuff. Same thing with police. And that's where my biggest concerns are coming into place, like having grown up in it as well. Slightly different context, but still similar frame of reference, right? I'm just like, I'm just astounded at the changes that have happened because it was just so different in my childhood, like hell no, those little basic little BS and stuff. Yeah, I get drunk and stuff, but like anything bad, it was, getting cracked down on hard, and other members of the military held their brothers accountable. And I mean, heck, my dad told me about stuff, he gets really pissed off at all the exaggerations of it's not that there weren't negative things done in Vietnam, right? But he's like, people don't know what we did to some of those guys who were killing women and children.
Right.
Like they went out into the jungle and never returned because we knew they weren't killed by Viet Cong. Let's just say, they died. They weren't killed by Viet Cong. So it's different context. It doesn't negate the atrocities that were done with Agent Orange and the freaking napalm and mowing down of hundreds of women and children and stuff, and that happened. But those were microcosms, not the macro. And
right.
People try to get to hold everybody who's ever in Vietnam. I mean, my dad told me many stories about like the riots and all that kind of stuff were going on when he came back, or actually before he left, and then to go to Vietnam, and then when he came back, I mean, all the crazy stuff that was going on in America at the time. And he's told me that he's until 2020, and he told me that even 2020 wasn't to the extent of what things were like during Vietnam in terms of like the riots and the civil unrest and stuff. But it's getting pretty darn close. And except the difference is, I was talking about this a couple weeks ago. The major difference is that the moral compass and structure of the United States has completely evaporated compared to what it was then.
Yes, sir.
the barriers to the rebels and the madness of crowds taking over was the core. I mean, the Greatest Generation was in their 40s and 50s then. Then and now it's like, who is the barrier from the moral compass in terms of who's in power right now? And the problem is the people who are in power right now are the freaking nut jobs that were the rioters in the 70s. That's
Right.
like, oh shit. You know, when you really think about that, like the Pelosi's and the freaking Bernies and all them, like they were the nut jobs trying to overthrow the American way of life back in the 1970s, 60s and 70s. And now they're in Congress and
That's right.
and in the freaking White House.
Running the asylum now, right?
Yes, 100%. And it's like, whoo. And that's why, for me, I'm a little bit freaked out. I'm just like, okay, so you've lined up all the dominoes to collapse a civilization that shouldn't be able to be collapsed like this, but it's going to be because you guys are accelerating lying. That's what I was saying. Like I don't know if you guys have seen this, but like y'all are in Texas, I'm sure you heard the reports. Like, oh, we're expecting 90% of the United States to suffer blackouts this summer. And I'm like, what? Okay.
Trying to prepare for actually since COVID began, I went, this is it.
Yeah.
So I started, seriously, started like stocking up. We started having conversations. We don't have
a dining room anymore.
Yeah, we don't have a dining room anymore, and trying to think up other strategies and stuff. And it's like, okay, there's a lot of obvious risk. Okay, all kinds of avenues for failure here for what's coming. However, I have faith in God, but I do believe that God, gives us brains to be good stewards of. So let's try to strategize to the best of our ability and see what God does. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think that the mask has fallen off. I don't even think they're trying to hide anymore.
Which is a good thing.
Well, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing in that they're like, okay, forget it. They know what we're doing. They know it. So we're just going to plow ahead and there's no accountability and nothing. They're just hitting the gas pedal. This is it. I agree with you.
I think you're 100% correct. I mean, to your point about pulling the mask off, what kind of substantiates some of the points I've made and we've all been making tonight is that the ignorance and the proverbial drunkenness of the masses has been so successfully accomplished. As the Romans said, bread and circuses, and we can do whatever the hell we want, right? That's where we are because the power-hungry oligarchs of the planet, not just in the United States, but of the globe, they're literally saying what they're doing out loud.
Yes.
Like they're publicly stating it. They're writing books saying, here's what we're going to do to take over the planet. And the masses are just like, if for folks like us that talk about it, they're like, oh, you guys are crazy. You're just like some, right-wing conspiracy nut jobs. It's like, I'm not making this up. Like they literally said this. It's like, it's in the book. It's in the book. Here's a video. Watch the video.
Videos. He's like, they're saying it. They're saying it with their own mouths. Here, video. He like lined them up.
They're offended at their own content.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been blowing my mind. I tell you what, I don't know if you guys, how much you'll watch the World Economic Forum convention or whatever that happened in the end of May. But some of the stuff they were talking about, I knew that I'd seen other videos prior to this and read some of the books, so I knew they were talking about. But to watch like person after person just say the strategy out loud, and I'm like, so your objective of exterminating most of the planet, taking over the world, making us all subservient, and the whole thing. I don't know if you guys saw this, but they're rolling out making little kids eat maggots and mealworms in Welsh schools right now.
Wow. They've already
case.
started it, huh? Wow.
Yep. As a test case, right? But where's that come from? Well, Bill Gates and all them have run around for the last 5 years saying that we need to eat bugs. Like we need to stop eating meat. We need to eat insects. Like insects is the new meat. And I'm just like, okay. So you're 3D printing Kobe beef replicas that you're charging a surcharge for. Like it's exponentially more expensive than the real beef. While on the flip side, the poor people, we're gonna eat bugs.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna take away power, electricity from us.
Yep.
I mean, the fact they've been crowing about like $10 gas I mean, it's just anyway. We can talk about this all night. I gotta go to bed. Good talking with everybody. I'm glad we all kind of had some reconciliations, and I hope you'll have a great night.
You too.
Yeah, man.
You too. Sweet dreams.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. And for the audience, as we called it evening, make sure as you contemplate things discussed tonight, from evolution and creation to abiogenesis and getting into politics and all the different things that we've covered tonight, make sure as you contemplate these different things and reach ultimate conclusions, make sure to use the brain and the mind that was given to you by the Almighty God, and make sure that the conclusion you reach is logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, y'all.